What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, April 12th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Very interesting card for us to attack today. 5 games in NHL, 15 in NBA. We're going to go NHL, NBA with Bobano, and then MLB with Jose Bouquett, featuring best bets from Daby Cab and TJ, star of the gift play of the day. TJ making his seasonal debut here with us. Yesterday, if I hadn't have added those stupid unders in Detroit, Pittsburgh, it would have been a winning day. The minus ones, Penguins -1, Islanders -1, push. Leafs -1. You guys were right questioning their character, and I was wrong believing in their character, which I hope is the last time I believe in their character, because I like Bertuzzi, Matthews, and Domi on that first line a lot. Marner seems to be, I don't know if it's a high ankle sprain or seems to be sort of missing in action a little bit. And then Nylander. We'll talk more about that as we move towards the playoffs, because NBA playoffs start first. Kings -1 was a smash and grab, so the -1s were, lost a tiny bit of vig. And then Detroit first period under 1.5, full game under 6.5 was a mistake. Probably should have followed through with the Sabres. It's great staying off the Rangers and Lightning. That's great, but what is excellent capping is then being on the other side of those spots, which I wasn't. And it's too bad that Gokster didn't get rewarded for his Flyers first period. It was a losing day in NHL, 1-3 down 2.42 units, but financially it wasn't quite like that, because I bet Detroit, Pittsburgh first period under 1.5 and full game under 6.5 quite smaller than those -1s. But I feel like I'm seeing the board clearly, and I like my action very much today in NHL, and I expect to be in the black when I join you here with Low Shack in the Bag on Tuesday in NHL. I also feel pretty good for a hard week. Maybe it's the fact that this is our last regular season NBA breakdown, and I know that things are going to get a little bit easier, especially once we get to the NHL playoffs. Also, this is the last MLB breakdown where we won't be going over offense and bullpens. I just want I feel like we have enough sample size if we wait until Tuesday for that. And, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good for a tough week. And maybe it's because Tuesday was so glorious. Wednesday was bad. Thursday was, negative, but not bad. Today's important. Today's a big day. Let's get after it. Great to see all you guys in the chat. We got Justin McKelvey, stacks play today. Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases at +110. So for you guys know, we have 3 best bets from Daby Cab and 3 best bets from TJ, and all different games. So 6 of the 15 games will feature 3 of us capping together here. Let me just get this Houston in with Daby Cab here. Come on. Here we go. Daby Cab is game right there. Stacks play today is in. And that is copied and pasted. Thank you, Justin, for sharing that. I'm going to try to get everybody's action at the appropriate game. Tori Coker in the house. LJ from H-Town, Trill OG, play of the day. Corey Seager over 1.5 bases off 2 no-hit games in a row. Not only is he off 2 no-hit games in a row, but he had the golden sombrero? Is that what they call it yesterday? 4 strikeouts. I mean, I only think the Rangers struck out 7 times. He struck out on 4 of them. All right, Swiggy in the house. There's Tori Coker. Swiggy saying UFC $100 Pub Sports contest. It is free to enter. Go to our site, Pub Sports Radio contest /UFC, and it is free to enter $100 on the line. Not only that, but thank you to Ricky Levine, Slick Ricky Levine, who donated his victory last Friday. Donated his $50 right back. So it's going in today's horse race. $100 up for grabs in today's horse race for gold members. Shout out to all the gold members in the house. Gerald Jones, best bet. Diamondbacks -125 here. Let's get that up here. Very interested in that Jays game today. There's some fascinating baseball spots. I've moved on 1 NHL game, but I've doubled up on it. I've moved on 2 NBA games. And then I've not moved on MLB yet, and I'm very interested in pulling triggers. So let's get this set up here. The Diamondbacks game, I imagine, is late. And there it is. And that is a TJ spot as well. That will be a TJ best bet spot as well. Excited to have TJ here. Swiggy said, learn this part of the NHL season. Teams will try hard for points. Pens, Tampa, and Isles went to OT. That's another, the draws were in business. And we have Bobano's draw record here as well. Because Bobano's draws and Pete's player props, I'm very interested in seeing how they finish off. Bobano's draws right now are 6 and 21, hitting at 22.2%, but that's still plus 1.2 units. That's an ROI plus 4.44% and an average line of plus 369. We'll go over all of that. The Dapper Capper in the house. Yeah, the Knicks was nice. Shout out to our guy BJ. That was his best bet as well. Serious business ready to get to work. And the Tug Your Balls play today. That's a new one for us. Lead after the second. Tied. So after the second, tied for the Jays game at plus 152. A sprinkle on the Red Sox game and the Tigers game and the A's game. But the Tug Your Balls play today is tied after 2 in Toronto. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to make sure that is copied and pasted here. So again, MLB is last today. Bobano will be capping NHL and NBA with us. And then Jose with the best bets from TJ and Dabra. Cadabra. North Ender in the house. Chang Kim ready to get to work. Great to see you, my guy. Let's get that cash. Joey Harb says locked in Red Sox over 8.5. Joey Harb, one of our Juan Ruiz, Joey Harb, Director 97. I believe those are our 3 two-time winners of our horse race. And hopefully Nasty Nate becomes a one-time winner because his horses have been struggling. And you know what? Actually, Jose, I'd like to go back to horses today. We'll get greyhounds rolling, but I'd like to go back to horses. We are getting closer to the Triple Crown season, the first Saturday of May, the Run for the Roses, the most exciting 2 minutes of sports. Oldie in the house, Ross Pitts, Boston University in Denver, under 7 goals, big winner, nice job. Rodney Barton, Barbarito in the house, locking the over 8 in Jays Rockies today. I'm interested in the Gaussman bounce back very much. I mean, it's expensive and all the sharp actions against them, and I guess I'm not going to bet it, but certainly interested in it. And I'm actually one of the rare times I'm actually going out tonight, which is a shock. I will be seeing the great Harlan Williams at the Royal Theater on College Street in Little Italy. If you guys don't know Harlan Williams, he was the cop that drank the urine in Dumb and Dumber, and a phenomenal comic. My guy Jeff Paul opening for him. So I will be down there this evening for the late show, liquored up and ready to have a good night. Brian Watson says Rangers, what were they doing? 1 goal. Well, you were warned. We were all warned here on the show. Now, it's one thing warning, it's something having the balls to actually bet the Flyers, which I didn't. Jay Peasy ready to get to work. Smooth Balls play of the day is Rays money line here. Rays money line. I'm not going to be able to have it in front of all the games. It's just this will just take too long. So I'll just have these all up before MLB, and hopefully I will be able to hammer them when we get closer. North Ender played the Wizards plus 2.5. Still like them now on the money line. That's very important information for us, North Ender. I love this time of year in NBA. Many cappers let it go. And those are generally cappers who cap NBA for the entire season. And it surprises me. It always does. It always surprises me that because the angles that you find when teams don't care, like us on the Knicks yesterday, are beautiful. And Troy came in and swept the board yesterday. And shout out to Troy Torrance coming in and sweeping the board. It's about due diligence and hard work. Philly Eagle Flyer says wings pen under hurt. Fully believe we get the under there. That was my fault, Philly Eagle Flyer. That was my fault. And not only that, but it was the longest live bet winning streak of my life. I might have had the one with you guys in NFL. That would be, I don't know. I'll have to check. But I took the under 8.5. in that one, and I lost it. And then I just let go of live betting. I was like, you know what? Let the streak stop and just let go here. Because the last thing you want to do, I'm going to go right back to win my winning way, so I just let it go. Julian Cesario ready to get that cash. Brent Cook, Slatsy, Oilers team total over 3.5 dollars, money line minus 130 this morning. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Oilers team total over 3.5 and the Oilers money line at minus 130 this morning. The Oilers need this game to catch the Canucks. Taylor and Jimmy on Blues team total under 2.5. Need injury news on Vegas. Yeah, I think I know what the injury news is going to say in Vegas. Now, I'm not going to move until it does, but I think it's going to say Stevenson in, Waugh in, Pietrangelo in. That's what I think. And then I think I'm going to bet them on the minus 1 line. But I'm certainly not going to, I'm not going to bet that. I'll take a worse line. I'll take a 20 or 30 cent worse line. That's fine. But it's important to know if those guys are in. It's a fascinating spot because you have guys. So we have personal issues with Minnesota as well. So Zuccarello, personal, he's out. I have no idea. So I don't know what's going on with Zuccarello. And Freddie Gaudreau out, personal reasons. I imagine they're not the same personal reasons. I imagine they're not holding hands on a beach somewhere. But we'll have to find out all about that. So I'm going to copy and paste Slatsy's action here. And that first game is the only one I've locked in. But I've doubled up on it. And then I did also make that side $400 bet for me, which is more than regular. Frank, Virginia in the house. Mets, Guardians, Twins, and Rangers. Okay, we got to get to work. Let me just make sure I've got that. So that will be right under Smooth Balls, Rays money line play of the day. Jay Smooth. Real Deal Prime in the house. Mikey Money, ribeye play of the day. 2-0. 2-0 and up, like 3.6 units on 2 winners. Ribeye play of the day. Jose, we need to get a ribeye play of the day intro for sure. We need a few intros. It's just such a busy time of year. But we'll get them. We'll get them up here. D. Jenkins, Jay Stone. Doug is on the Jays minus 1.5 and minus 110. Doug believes in the bounce back from Gaussman, which I think will happen as well. He hasn't pitched at home yet. But how do you bet it? Grandma's Panties play today, also a casher. I mean, hard not to believe in trends when you hear what Mikey's doing with the Panthers on Thursdays. 18-1 to the under. Are you kidding me? New York Mets money line for Doug as well, and the Yankees minus 1.5 for Doug. I'm very interested in the Mets today. It's the number one trend that the number one angle that I've found in MLB betting is in play today. And that's fading a team on a 7 or more game win streak that switches cities. And that, my friends, is your Kansas City Royals against the New York Mets. So I plan on doing that as well, but I want to talk everything out. Fat Wally in the house. He's got his NASCAR picks, the Echo Park 400. God, it reminds me of getting egged in Echo Park. Day 5 in Echo Park. Got egged leaving the grocery store. One of the things about this egging was sometimes, usually when someone eggs you, right, they take off. No, not when they egg the white boy in Echo Park. They just sit and stare at me. It's the most emasculating thing in the world. Just sit and stare at me. Man, that sucks so much. Tigers game under 7.5 for Vinnie Mac. Randall Sheffield in the house. Steve G 2-2 yesterday. Nothing wrong with that, Steve. Nothing wrong with that. There we go. Copied and pasted. Julian Sarah says, don't love MLB card today, but dropping a K on one play or 500 on 2 plays. Wow, I like it. But his Denver Pioneers advanced. Respect to that. Saturated in the... two-timer. Saturated's a 2-timer. Jose, can we get a list of... Just start building a list of the 2-time champions? 2-time champions. Barbarito locking in the Angels first 5. Okay, we got to get to work. Oh, and Rez Mob, what a call, smashing the Seager no hits. 0 for 4. The golden sombrero. That's what they call it, right? The golden sombrero when you get strike out 4 times. All right, Mark Pote is the next head coach of Kentucky basketball. That is a surprise. Spreadsheet plays they are coming in. Vegas -1. Yankees. I'm sure Ron Crawford expects Waugh, Stevenson, and Petrangelo to be in the lineup. Let's get the spreadsheet plays of the day in here. As soon as I know that, I will be right there with you. And the Warriors. And then the spreadsheet dog is the Angels. Oh, man, a lot of... Oh, God, no, that's not right. Sorry, here, let me just paste. There we go. Paste and match style. And then we have the Angels as the spreadsheet dog. I kind of like the Angels today as well. I love the opportunity to talk all of this out with you guys. Let me just get this in here and get that there. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Great to see all of you guys. It is time to get to work. Thank you for joining us. We have a huge day ahead of us. Sammy Culmer in the house, Rodney Barton, Jake Burns. I hope I got to all of you guys because you deserve it. Jeffrey Moore ready to get to work. Fuel your fire. Antoine Seymour in the house. Locking in Suns first half and full game. I'm already on the Suns full game. I've already done that. Already got the 5 there. And I'm on the Hornets at +8.5. I am going just to fade the Celtics in every game, I expect, for these last few regular season basketball games. It is time to get to work. It is time to get to NHL. Please welcome your star of Fridays here on Betting with the Bag, coming to us from Canada's Black and Yellow Steel Town, Hamilton, Ontario. Please welcome Mr. Ian Cameron to the show. Bobano, how are you, my friend?
Always good on a Friday.
Perfect. That's what we need to hear. Let's get right to work here, Bobano. Let me move over to NHL here for the line history. And this is the only game I've moved on. So we're starting with a bang here. Carolina Hurricanes 50-22-7, 23-12-3 on the road at St. Louis Blues, 42-32-5, 24-13-2 at home Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. I've got Freddie Anderson versus Jordan Binnington listed. Binnington's been okay this year. Hasn't been great in the last couple weeks. Hofer is going to be playing down the stretch, I imagine, but at this point, we have Freddie Anderson versus Binnington. Freddie Anderson has been a revelation since he's come back to us. 12-2, 1.83 goals against average, .931 save percentage, 3 shutouts in 14 games. Not a bad shutout to game ratio. Carolina power play 26.9, penalty killing 86.4 this year. Just a complete hockey team. St. Louis power play 18%, penalty killing at 78.2%. If you want to question something about the Carolina Hurricanes, it's Billy Friedrich, who knows his team inside and out, says it's toughness. Toughness is the one concern that he has with this group. We have these Hurricanes at -205 right now. That's what it was. It moved to 205 at 5:14 in the morning. The other books that didn't follow suit. Bet365 gave me a much better number on the -1 line than was being offered. Not much better, but better than what was being offered from Pinnacle. Not only that, my team total under on the Blues was a better line at Bet365 than it was at Pinnacle. And that's as rare as you could imagine. I would say 3%, maybe less than 3% of the time that you'll get a better line on a team total at Bet365 than at Pinnacle. I would say less than 3%. So that's what we have. So we have this legit move to the Carolina Hurricanes, 20 cents. They opened up -185. They're now -205. And again, that stopped moving at 5 in the morning. From a total side of things, Pinnacle moved it to 5.5. The other books have not followed suit. You could say it's not a real 5.5 because it's -116 to the over, +103 to the under. But the other books have not followed suit. I chose the Blues team total under 2.5 over the under 6 at -120. They were both at -120. But I chose the Blues team total under 2.5. Jay Stone, Carolina is as fresh as can be. Couldn't be fresher. Joe T in the house, Sean Pulliam ready to get to work. They are healthy as can be, the Carolina Hurricanes. All players in. Slatsy says, so that was the birth of his child. I said that Slatsy would expect him back tonight. You know, there was talk about him coming back to Edmonton for that game too, Slatsy. So that makes sense that it was the birth of his child. And congratulations to the Chandler Stevenson family. The Hurricanes coming up their third straight win, 4-1 at Boston on Tuesday. As I said, a completely healthy group, and they're going to be very dangerous come playoff time. Blues coming off their second straight win, 5-2 at home versus the Blackhawks on Wednesday. Now, I believe this is the first time all season that I'm fading the St. Louis Blues as a home dog. And I'm very comfortable doing it here. They come off their second straight win, 5-2 at home versus the Blackhawks on Wednesday. They scored goals on their first 4 shots. It was just sort of a fortune. I mean, it was sort of fortunate. The wins that they have over the last week have been against very weak competition. Justin Falk done for the season, and now Torrey Krug looks like he's going to be joining him. Now, Torrey Krug is listed as day-to-day with an upper body injury, but I suspect he's done for the year. So now we have a team that's beating weak competition, a team missing 2 of their top 4 defensemen, and Jake Neighbors, who's a sniper of the highest quality, I believe, a 26th overall draft pick in the 2020 draft. I believe he's the real deal. And I don't know if Jake Neighbors, because he's a kid, they might have him return for the last game because he's a kid, but the older guys are not. You put it all together, this is a smash spot. Hurricanes -1. The line, I think, is very comfortable. Very, very comfortable line. I got a -128. I'm very fine with that. If those of you who want to go on the puck line, you can. I've chosen not to do that of late, and it really saved me last night. And the Blues team total under 2.5 -120. My only bets right now in the NHL card. There's our guy BJ in the house. Take it away, Bobano, Hurricanes Blues.
Yeah, Anderson's been good. I still don't know if he's going to keep this going come playoff time, but he has been very good. The Boston game, I think, was the one game he didn't play great. They blitzed him early in the first. You throw that first period out, he's been really good outside of that. There's no doubt. St. Louis has still got something to play for. They're still alive, barely. I mean,
yeah.
Vegas, should clinch. I mean, St. Louis is not making it. It's just probably when, not if, they get eliminated. But they're taking the ice tonight thinking, wait, we've still got a small sliver of hope. We win, and we put a little more pressure now on a Vegas team that's banged up, injury-riddled, and struggling right now. So if you're St. Louis, you got to go out there and say, hey, let's try to beat this team. It's not going to be easy. This is one of the best teams in the NHL. So motivation's there on their side for this matchup. St. Louis actually won earlier this year, 2-1 in Carolina in a shootout. So the Blues actually won down in Raleigh earlier this season. But you look at Carolina, too, with where they are. The door's open for them for the Metro Division after the Rangers lost to the Flyers last night. They're 3 behind the Rangers. They have a game in hand on New York. They have 3 games left. Rangers just have 2 left. All of a sudden, they win tonight. With 2 games left, even in games remaining with the Rangers, they would suddenly be 1 point behind them for first in the Metro Division. So, yes, there's definitely something to play for here for Carolina as well. So I think it's going to be one of those really, really good games where both teams are going to want to show something. And you mentioned the home underdog situation for St. Louis. They haven't just been good. They've been really good as home underdogs this year. They have beaten, and they've been able to beat some good teams. I remember them beating Edmonton as a home underdog earlier this year. This is a draw look for me, Jimmy, quite honestly. I like the draw here. The draw is a profitable record here on the show. I think it's got a perfect draw setup. Carolina doesn't care if St. Louis gets a point. St. Louis doesn't care if Carolina gets a point. I think St. Louis I still see effort. I still see fight. I still see, hey, we're going to keep on playing our hardest to try to somehow pull a miracle and get into the playoffs until we're officially out from St. Louis. And I think from a Carolina standpoint, hey, we can still win the division. The Rangers have opened the door for us. So expect a competitive game. We saw a close one last time between them. So it wouldn't surprise me to see this one be close, and maybe just like the game in Raleigh earlier this season between the Hurricanes and the Blues, we once again get this game past 60 minutes. So for me, I'm going to go with the draw here in this one, plus 380 at FanDuel. Very good price there with that. I'm also going to dabble a little bit on the over now that the totals dropped to 5.5. And the reason for that is because I think when you look at this Carolina team and the banged up Blues defense, they're going to be able to score tonight. I really think so. And if you look at Binnington, hit or miss is the best way I can put it, with his play of late. So I think Carolina can get on the board. St. Louis, certainly, it's a pull out all the stops kind of game for them here in this matchup. And there's still that part of me that says, you know what? Freddie Anderson's going to have a little stumble at some point. He's not this good, and he hasn't been this good for a very long time. I think the Blues might be able to rattle his cage a little bit here tonight in this game. And, you would think the Blues would struggle to score goals without Jake Neighbors, a couple blue liners out. They haven't had those issues. They have scored at least 3 goals in 4 of the last 5 games entering this matchup. And you look at what they've been able to do on home ice as well. Their offense has been fine, so trending over as well. So now that the total's dropped the way it has to 5.5, I'm going to jump on that over 5.5 here in this matchup with the Blues and the Hurricanes. Let me just find the best line for that. So draw plus 380 and over 5.5, minus 118 at Pinnacle.
Over 5.5, minus 118 for Bobano and the draw plus 380. I'm on the Hurricanes on the -1 line, minus 128, and the Blues team total under 2.5. The Blues have one defenseman on their roster that has been on the power play now because Krug and Torrey Krug and Falk are out, and that's Perunovic, who they don't want on the first line. So what are they going to do? Play 5 forward? They're going to have to put Perunovic and Kyrou on defense at that first line, but then who's going to play on defense in the second line? Are you going to have to play Colton Parayko on your power play? This is my favorite.
At least he's got a booming shot, so I think that's a logical choice. Yeah,
but there's a reason why he's not out there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not the sample size. They've had Parayko for years.
Yep.
So this is my favorite angle in hockey betting. 2 of your top 4 defensemen are out. I will fade you. I will watch your power play struggle. And this is a power play that's only at 18% on the year. So this is, to me, a great spot on the board. And I love it. And I'm hammering it. And Bobano's on the draw in the over 5.5. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Nashville Predators 45, 29-5, 23, 13-3 on the road at the Chicago Blackhawks 23, 15-5, 16, 19-4 at home. United Center in Chicago, Illinois. I'm deciding now. Things can change, obviously, but it looks pretty set, and that I will be figuring out how to bet the Predators to defeat the Vancouver Canucks in the first round of the playoffs. Whether I want to bet game by game or series or both, but I'm going to call Rutherford out for not building the Predators team is just built for the playoffs. Now, you know, if Pettersson in hockey and it's, you know, you can be struggling coming into the playoffs and you get that, you know, that it could be game 82 in a meaningless game. It happened for me one year. In meaningless game, I'd been struggling badly and I got a breakaway pass. I went top corner with it. And all of a sudden, I just felt better. We went into the playoffs and I had my best playoff. Like sometimes, so Pettersson it's possible that you can score a couple goals and get hot, but he's been downright atrocious and invisible. And I just don't trust. But that, you know, we'll get into that come playoff time, and I'm excited to get into that. We have Kevin Lankinen listed. I'm not sure if he will be in. We can get that confirmed by Bobano. Lankinen 10-6, 2.93 goals against average, 905 1 shot. He hasn't been that bad this year. It just really upset me when he was chosen to start in that Avalanche game when I wanted to back Saros on the bounce back and back the Predators, and I had to stay off because Lankinen was in, and the Avalanche went 8-5 or some shit in that game. Nashville, it's not quite locked, Slatsy, but it's very, very much expected. Nashville, 20.2% power play, 76.9% penalty killing. Now, Jay Stone says Oilers are going to win this division. I find it hard. Well, you know, we'll go over all of that, but I do find it hard to expect the Canucks to lose out. But we'll go over those after we hear the breakdown. Well, I'll go over that after Bobano's breakdown. Predators coming off their second loss in 3 games, 4-3 in overtime at home versus Jets on Tuesday. Blackhawks coming off their second straight loss in third and fourth games, 5-2 at the Blues on Wednesday. And both teams are as healthy as they've been all year. I had interest in the Predators, obviously. I think that they're playing good hockey, and they're playing against good hockey teams. And, you know, and they had that 18 straight games to the point. And there's been really no movement on the total. It opened under 6 at -117. It's under 6 at -114 there. And then from a money line standpoint, the Predators are at -249. You know, they open up at -243, so 6 cents of movement towards them. I would have to take them on the puck line. I don't really find that appealing. The Blackhawks can be a tricky team at home. We just saw them beat Dallas. You know, this just doesn't appeal to me here. What is your take, Bobano? Is there a look for you?
Yeah, I mean, Nashville would probably like to stay in the first wild card spot, 3 ahead of Vegas, but it's not like they're going to go balls to the wall to do it, you know. So it's not like that's max motivational spot to stay in the one wild
Wouldn't
card.
It be if it is the Canucks that win the division? I mean, wouldn't you? I mean, if Vegas and Dallas have to play in the first round, I mean, that is
that's a heavy. That's a Western Final caliber series in the first round, is what it is.
I think there's a ton of motivation for Nashville here. Yeah. But do you have to take them on the puck line to win the bet? Sorry to interrupt. Take it away, Bobby.
No, that's the top. Well, I know I don't want Chicago. That much I know. Even though it is home, and even though I've talked about how the Blackhawks have, shown up, on home ice and played tough at times, maybe they do that, and they beat Dallas at home recently, but they also got shut out by Minnesota 4-0. And Jesper Wallstedt blanked them. So, we'll see what happens here. But what I do know is, I look at this matchup here, and I think it's going to be, the Nashville team. I just don't want to step in front of. I know they've look, since that incredible point streak got snapped, they definitely have not been the same. They're 2-5 in their last 7 games. But you look at the schedule. I mean, the Arizona game was the flat spot, right? That was the game where they had their streak snapped after they had that miracle comeback against Vegas. Then they went to Colorado. After the streak got snapped, the consecutive game point streak got snapped by Arizona. They went to Colorado. That was a predictable spot to get beat down, or at least lose the game, and they did. So I don't really hold that against Nashville. Then they had to play the Bruins. Yeah, I think that was after, Jim Montgomery basically put the team through a bag skate, and Boston beat them 3-0. Then they bounced back and they beat St. Louis. Then the desperate Islanders, in a game where Semyon Varlamov stole the game with a 42-save shutout, 2-0. They beat New Jersey after that in a shootout. That was another team that was still in the playoff mix, at least still alive at the time. And then they lose to a surging Winnipeg team that's got everything to play for right now, trying to get home ice from Colorado. So the schedule has been tough for Nashville. So it's, even though they're 2-5 in their last 7 games, it's not like they're really playing awful. They're losing to bad teams. No, that's not the case. They're losing to teams that have something to play for right now. So I'm off the side here in this game. This is another one where I grabbed a piece of this over. Now that I see 5.5s, I think for Nashville, it's time to get some offense going. I like the idea of backing a team that lost their last game, and they're still scoring at least 3 goals in the majority of their games that they have. Nashville, last time they played in Chicago, we saw 4-3 in favor of the Predators. The game ended up going over the total, and the total in that game, Jimmy, was 6.5 for the Nashville game at Chicago the last time they were at the United Center. You're telling me now we can get 5.5 here, and I'm seeing it at the score bet -130. I will jump on that. So over 5.5 -130.
You got it. Yeah, I just doesn't quite appeal to me. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Preds first period -1.5.
And whoever's in net for Chicago, one guy's tired. I think one guy's he's played a lot of hockey. Mrazek, he's an older guy. He's had injuries. I don't know how much gas he's got left in the tank. He sure looked like a fatigued goalie against St. Louis. And the other guy's just not very good, Soderblom. So, yeah, over for me.
Ray D'Amico also just moved on that over. Steve G saying Soderblom likely here. And right now, the odds for, and I know that Slatsy has a huge number on the Oilers. Right now, the Oilers are +155 to win the division. And they play on Saturday night, Canucks at Edmonton on Saturday night. So it's the second half of a back-to-back, and we imagine that's what McDavid's being held out for tonight. But we will see. Let's go into that game right now. 9 p.m. Eastern. Arizona Coyotes 34-40-5, 13-21-5 on the road. At the Edmonton Oilers 48-24-5, 27-8-3 at home, Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. So, the market mistake with McDavid out of the lineup is, past. And, we all cashed easily. That line was the funniest line I've seen in the entire year. We talked about it. Just made no sense.
Well, here's the thing about that game. McDavid was out. Everyone flocked to bet Vegas. And look, he is one of the arguably, I wouldn't even say slam dunk the best player in the world right now.
No,
because Nathan McKinnon is saying something about that right now.
Sure.
For Colorado. Let's say he's up there. He's one of the best players in the world right now, McDavid. And they know how important he is to the Oilers. And obviously they slammed Vegas. Obviously, I get why they're doing it from that standpoint, but you actually peel it back. Vegas is struggling. Edmonton lost to this team in the playoffs last year. Edmonton had their freaking record win streak earlier this season ended by that Vegas team. They kept the receipts. And that was a team that played like it the other night, Edmonton, even without McDavid.
We talked about it here. It was the easiest bet of the year. That's what we talked about here. It was the easiest bet of the year was the Edmonton Oilers. And now the market hasn't just adjusted. Because we also know that first game without your star, the players step up. You don't think Henrique wants to be a top 6 forward. You don't think Draisaitl wants to be on, it was just a gift. And the only thing that irritates me is I didn't make enough money on it. And the idea of not, and that's when I started moving my unit size up, was after that game, because I wanted to be ready to fire if Vegas scored first. That's not the right way to handle it if you're so confident. Because then, of course, your team's going to start. I mean, it's just But is what it is. Here, the Oilers are minus 289, and that is, ridiculous. So the open up minus 280, now minus 289. I just they're pricing the Predators on the road and the Oilers at home without McDavid. They're just pricing them out of my comfort zone. We have Karel Vejmelka, who's not been good this year, 3.4 goals against average, 895 save percentage. How long will he be playing in North America at this point? Maybe he goes back to Europe. But Calvin Pickard, 12 and 6, 2.3 goals against average, 913 save percentage. Arizona power play 21.8%, penalty killing at 76.2%. Edmonton power play 26.7%, penalty killing at 79.4%. If you want to try and find another angle, or maybe you just want the Oilers on the minus 1.5 line, none of that appeals to me. In all honesty, Arizona is starting to appeal to me at this number. I'll have to hear Bobano's, but I don't need to get involved here. Coyotes coming off their third win in 4 games, 4-3 in overtime in Vancouver on Wednesday. This is their third game in 4 nights, and they're missing Barrett Hayton, but they've been missing him for most of the year, or off and on, so they're comfortable with that. Missing Nick Bjugstad, as much as I think it's such a waste of a 6'6" body when he's such a twig and he's not tough, he plays a ton and in all situations for Arizona. So they're missing him. They're missing Travis Dermott on defense. Oilers coming off their third straight win, 5-1 at home over the Golden Knights on Wednesday without the services of Connor McDavid. They've outscored Colorado, Calgary, and Vegas 15-5 over that 3-game winning streak. McDavid questionable Friday. I don't think he plays. Why would you? You got the Canucks coming to town tomorrow night. The cheapest ticket in the house right now for the Oilers Canucks game, $138 for the nosebleed, cheapest ticket in the house. People are pumped up by that game, and take it away. Do you have a feel for this spot? Is there an angle for you? Take it away.
This is, obviously for Edmonton, the worry is you've got a huge game with Vancouver tomorrow night on your home ice, and it could decide the Pacific Division. You're right there. You're 4 points back, but to make that game mean something, you got to win tonight. You got to get 2 points here against Arizona to get 2 points back and still have a game in hand and really make that game meaningful. I think if you lose tonight and then all of a sudden you go into that game tomorrow night, let's say still at 101 and only the game in hand, even if you win that game tomorrow night, there's not many games left, and you're still going to be 2 back of Vancouver. So to make that game really mean something and to really make that game tomorrow a game where, hey, we can really overtake them for this division, you got to take care of business tonight. While Edmonton, it is a concern. Now, the first game without McDavid and the opponent being what it was, Vegas, you figured that whole team is going to pull the bootstraps up. Everyone's going to play a little bit harder, do a little bit more, and they're going to find a way to beat that Vegas team, and they did. Now, the second game, sometimes that's when you see the fall off, right? Sometimes that's when the fall off happens from a team's performance level without the star player. But I think it's even more dubious, this spot for Arizona, because they're on the third road game, I believe, in 4 or 5 nights. They started in Calgary, went to Vancouver, and now they got Edmonton here. It's a little bit of a tricky spot. They've been on the road. They've got the salt. Now, I feel bad for my friend Eddie Lack, who texted me and said, I got to slam the Canucks the other night against Arizona, saying that this has got to be getting in their heads, all this Salt Lake City relocation stuff. And it's got to be going to be affect how they play on the ice. And sure enough, there's Arizona with the 4-3 overtime win there the other night, which was impressive. I got to give Arizona credit to come out there and play like the way they did against the Canucks, who are trying to nail down a division. When you've got the relocations rumors swirling, everything from what I've read is that the players aren't thrilled about having a real. Why would they? I mean, there's a lifestyle change from Arizona to Utah, no question about that. But the fact they still were able to bear down and win that hockey game against Vancouver, I was impressed. Can they do it again? That's the question. I don't think so. I think Edmonton, by the way, has dominated this Arizona team. They have completely owned the Coyotes. 7 straight wins, 4 goals or more in all 7 of those games. I actually have 2 bets on this game. An 8-2 to the over, by the way, in the last 10 meetings. And I don't know if I trust Pickard fully. Pickard's been a nice story. Pickard's done way better than people had a reason to expect since he's been there with Edmonton. He's given them some good play, there's no doubt. But there's still an element of me that as he gets more games under his belt, do I continue to trust that he's going to shut the door? And Arizona's got game breakers. Say what you will about Arizona. They got work to do with their goaltending, which isn't very good, and their defense needs work. They've got forwards that can get it done. Cooley, Gunther, Keller, You go on down the list. Now, Josh Doan, son of Shane Doan, in the lineup. They've got offensive difference makers.
Snipers.
And so I think Arizona can get on the scoreboard tonight, and I think Edmonton can definitely get to the 4 goals against Vejmelka that they always seem to. So I'm going to take Edmonton team total over 3.5 here. It's a little pricey for my liking, minus 159. I don't usually like laying that, but you're talking about a 4 goals or more output for Edmonton in 7 straight games against the Arizona Coyotes. That's 7 straight against the Coyotes. They've scored at least 4 goals. So that's why I don't mind laying the extra price here, minus 159 for team total, over 3.5. And I will also add the full game over here, 6.5, minus 106 at Bet Rivers.
You are locked in. Oilers team total over 3.5, minus 159. Full game over 6.5, minus 106. You are locked in. Let's roll on. 10 p.m. Eastern. Minnesota Wild 37-31 and 10, 17-17 and 4 on the road at the Vegas Golden Knights, 42-28 and 8, 24-11 and 2 at home at T-Mobile in Las Vegas, Nevada. I've got Marc-Andre Fleury, Aiden Hill listed. I'm not sure if it's going to be Marc-Andre Fleury. We'll let Bobano confirm that. I think that they'll give him a little bit of run because he won't be in a Wild uniform next year. 2.87 goals against average, 8.99 save percentage. Aiden Hill, I've been watching him really closely since he's come back from injury, and I don't know how Vegas does it. I don't know how they find these guys. I don't know how they look a lead immediately. He had some rebound control issues, but they've got good goaltending. I don't know how they do it. Minnesota 21.8% power play, 74.3% penalty killing. Zuccarello, you take him off of the power play, and it's just not going to be as good. That's not, and then we don't know what the hell's going on with him and Freddie Goodrow, which we'll talk about in a second here. Slotsy saying that Fleury is confirmed, same with Swiggy. And Vegas 19.1% power play, 79.7% penalty killing. We'll get into the line history here, but the most important part of the X's and O's here is what are your expectations of the injury situation for Vegas? And for me, I really believe that Nicholas Waugh, Chandler Stevenson, and Alex Pietrangelo will all be back in the lineup. William Carrier and Mark Stone will not be. And first off, I want Vegas to play Dallas so badly. Let's take one of these teams out of the equation so badly. I want it so bad. That is my dream first-round matchup, and I love that one team gets eliminated. And the other team goes through hell trying to do it. So it's just perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I also think that, and we talked about it, I do not think the Blues have a chance without, Krug and Falk in the lineup, out of the lineup. But if they could possibly catch the Golden Knights, now they would need to win here and Vegas would need to lose. But imagine if they can't bring Mark Stone back because of the salary cap implications. Imagine if he's healthy and he watches the Vegas Knights not make the playoffs. That would be the sweet justice that we so dream of. That won't happen, but it would just be sweet, sweet, sweet justice. And then if these guys are back, Chandler Stevenson and Nicholas Waugh are your perfect playoff forwards. Pietrangelo coming back. I think that Vegas smash and grabs this Wild team that have given up. And Zuccarello and Freddie Goodrow out of the lineup for personal reasons. It's unclear whether they'll return tonight or their season's over. I don't know what's going on here with them. But the Knights come off a disastrous 3-game road trip that saw them get swept. We've seen them in the last month come home from a road trip longer than this and win immediately. I don't know what maybe it's just the excitement of these home games at T-Mobile when the crowds are going bananas and everyone, they did sign Noah Hannafin to the big extension. I was a little surprised at the number, but maybe I don't give him credit for being as good as he is. So the Knights lose Friday at Arizona 7-4. That game was 1-0 after the first period. Vegas score 4 in the second and then allow 6 in the third. They lose Monday 4-3 at Vancouver, who's falling apart. Then they lose 5-1 at Edmonton on Wednesday. I want Vegas, and I will be happy to take a worse line. I'll be happy. If anybody can get me beat writer information on what the hell's going on with these guys anytime throughout the show, I'd be very thankful. Take it away, Bobano, Wild Golden Knights.
Yeah, you know what? For as long as this week's gone on, I've said it's just very tough to back Vegas, but I'm looking at Minnesota, and it's kind of looking like, they've got their golf tee time set. They're looking forward to vacation and getting to the sunshine and the warm weather once this season ends. I'm not seeing a whole lot of fight right now to the Minnesota Wild. Let's put it that way. And then now we've got Zuccarello, personal matter. Freddie Gaudreau, same. Marcus Foligno out, of course. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, to me, it's not exactly a Minnesota team I'm rushing to back. And then you look at the fact that down the last few games, for a season where they've had a coach fired, it's been a long, trying season on this hockey team. There's no doubt. I know they shut out Chicago 4-0, and I guess that was a game they got a little bit more excited about because they had the young kid, the future stud in net, Jesper Wallstedt, in net that night. But outside of that, we saw a 5-2 loss to Colorado at home, 4-2 loss to Winnipeg at home, 5-2 loss in Colorado. I thought they were good in the first period, but after that, Colorado kind of took over in that game. We'll see how Vegas does here. Vegas beat them in Minnesota. That was actually, I think, one of the last wins Vegas had. Yeah, 2-1 in Minnesota. Then they beat Vancouver, and since then they've lost the 3 games on this road trip that they had: Arizona, Vancouver, and Edmonton. The shocking loss being Arizona, that game last Friday night where they were up 4-1, and they ended up losing that game 7-4. So you're right. I mean, I think these guys are playing. I think Waugh's playing. I think Stevenson's playing. I think Pietrangelo might be in the lineup. And because, look, they didn't travel with the team, but I think the point of them not traveling with the team is that they would be ready to go for the first home game following that 3-game road trip. So, we'll see if they play. I know the form's not been great, but they're coming off just a shambles of a performance against Edmonton without Connor McDavid. Come on, that's got to sit in a bad way. And this kind of feels like what we saw in the late game last night with the LA Kings. It's time to stop screwing around. It's time to get this positioning solidified for the Stanley Cup playoffs, and let's maybe get the job done here and stop making this more difficult than it needs to be. So with not knowing who's in exactly for Vegas, because, look, we're doing the show now. We can't come back on and say what's going to happen hours from now. I'm going to lock it in now. Vegas in regulation, -104.
Knights in regulation, -104. Yeah, I expect to do the same. Lines moved 8 cents in their favor. I expect to. I'll do -1 line, but I expect to do the same. I think this is pretty simple, honestly. Let's move on to the next spot on the board, 10 p.m. Eastern. Calgary Flames, 35-38-5 AOD in the house. What up, AOD? Fat Wally hanging with us, too. Love to see you guys. At Anaheim Ducks, 26-48-5, 12-25-3, Honda Center, Anaheim, California. Dustin Wolf, versus Lucas Dostal. Wolf, 4-7-1, 3.19 goals against average, 8.96 save percentage. Generally, the best goaltender in the AHL becomes a very good goaltender in the NHL. Now, for Markstrom, we had to wait a while. He was a 2-time winner, I believe, of that AHL goaltender of the year. And we had to wait a while, but generally that's the progression. And I expect Dustin Wolf to be a very good goaltender in the NHL, or a good goaltender, maybe not very, but a good goaltender in the NHL. Lucas Dostal at times looks really good. Doesn't have the great group in front of him. Calgary, 17.5% power play, 81% penalty killing. Anaheim, 17.8% power play, 72.6% penalty killing. I have found the games that the Ducks are involved in just a stay away zone to me. The volatility is through the roof. I do not want anything to do with the Flames. There's been this monstrous move towards I get monstrous a little much, but Calgary opened up -144. They're now -128. So there's been a real legit move to the Ducks, which I get and I understand. This total sitting here at 6, it's -114 to the over. It opened up -116 over, so very little movement there. Calgary on the second half of back-to-back after losing their 4th in 5 games, 4-1 at the Kings last night. Blake Coleman, upper body injury, very, very key to this hockey team. So keep an eye on whether he's in. Joel Hanley, undisclosed, he's day-to-day. And I'm coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak with an impressive 3-1 victory at home versus the Kings. I loved seeing them lose to the Ducks because I knew they were going to smash and grab the Flames. It was just going to be a gift for our wallets. So also, Anaheim went into Calgary and beat them 5-3 on April 2nd. And I'm not going to pretend that just didn't happen. And the market sort of is, and that's fine. Mason McTavish looks like he's done for the season. Max Jones and Pavel Mintyukov are day-to-day. It's like when you have when you bet a race at Woodbine or at an A track, you can trust the thoroughbreds. When you go to some when you go to Penn National and some janky ass track that with seahorses,
Finger Lakes, yeah,
$4,000 claiming race, who knows what these donkeys are going to do? I find the same here. I have no idea what these donkeys are going to do, these Flames and Ducks, and I don't care. I want to have edges that I can trust and angles I can trust, and maybe you've got something here. Take it away, my man. Flames Ducks.
Yeah. This is your Finger Lakes NHL game of the night right here with Calgary and Calgary and Anaheim. I probably could only look at the Flames. I know it's a back-to-back, but they've owned Anaheim in this building, and Anaheim beat them in Calgary. Maybe there's a little incentive to we don't want to lose to this team 2 in a row in a short period of time, but I'm not laying a price with them. Coleman may not play. They didn't, without him last night, they lose 4-1. But they've owned Anaheim in this building, and they lost to Anaheim at home. And I was on Anaheim that game they lost at home.
Nice.
Calgary to Anaheim. Because I said Calgary is big home favorites against your San Jose's and your Anaheims. Those are the games they lose. They lost to San Jose, I remember, as a big home favorite as well. But I do think with Dustin Wolf looked pretty good when they beat San Jose on the road earlier this week. I think there's an onus to, he wants to have – he definitely is coming to play. He wants to show the Flames brass, Craig Conroy, and the management team, and even the coach, Ryan Uska, what he can do. So he might play well in this game. I would think it's going to be Dostal in net for Anaheim because Gibson's still – I think they might shut Gibson down. I don't think he's going to play again, quite honestly, this season. But, yeah, for me, this is going to be a stay away. Pass game for me. I would lean Calgary, but I'm not laying a number like this in a game like this.
And, maybe, I don't. I just despise this Flames team so much, but maybe the angle is absolutely perfect. The angle that Mikey Money is talking about right now. So the Mikey Money angle here is, here it goes. Away favorite seeking revenge from a home loss as a favorite. 555 and 286 when priced under minus 200. That makes perfect sense to me. But one of the things I do feel about these trends is when there's 3 games left in the season, he's probably right, and the Flames probably take care of business and probably have revenge, but I fear trusting teams that have nothing to play for. Yeah. That's all. So, and also
that percentage, by the way, that's how many games? That's 555 plus 841. That's over 1,400 games.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's a great angle.
That's 66% over a sample size like that. Wow.
It's a great angle.
Yeah,
and 12-1 run this past week and a half, and it's a great angle, Mike. That's one of my favorites of all your angles. That's really makes so much sense.
Away favorite after a home loss as a favorite.
Yeah,
and then priced under minus 200 as an away favorite in the next meeting against that team. Okay,
that's the thing of beauty there, Mikey. Yeah. Thing of beauty. It must be copied and pasted as well.
That is good.
Let me just make sure that I got that because I put it up there on the screen, but I didn't copy and paste it. I want to make sure that I have that here for me. There we go. And also, I know what I'm going to do now with the night spot because I'm going now with these spots. I'm really confident, and I think I'm going to be really confident. But what I'm doing is I'm just going to bet half.
Not an official play. I'm going to sprinkle a couple bucks personally on Calgary, but not an official play.
I feel
not an official play for the show.
I'm going to bet half on the Golden Knights right now, expecting to bet another half at Woolworths line, which is fine. So that's my plan, and I'm very comfortable with that. And then that's my thing is that the Mikey's angle makes a ton of sense. Fuck. And then the market moving towards the Ducks, and we can explain all of it. The problem is I'm so confident in Carolina and so confident in Vegas. Do I want to add something that I'm less confident in? But that it's a beautiful, beautiful trend and angle. So here we go. I am bullish on the Hurricanes and the Blues team total under 2.5, and I'm going to laugh at their power play. Carolina's penalty killing is 86.4%. And you take these two guys who were brought in for the power play off of it and expect Perunovic to take care of things. Put up Parenko. I'm gonna point and laugh at this power play all night. Take off Neighbors off of that power play. I mean, they got skill still. I mean, Kairu's the real deal, no doubt about it. He's a little soft, and Thomas I like better than Kairu because I think Thomas is a little tougher. But Bobano's on the draw and the over 5.5. I'm on the Blues team total under 2.5 and the Hurricanes -1. Bobano's on the over 5.5 -130 and Predators Blackhawks. He's on the Oilers team total over 3.5 -159 and over 6.5 -106. I'm off those two spots. I haven't bet the Vegas game yet, but we've said enough. We've talked enough. I'd be shocked if those guys weren't in the lineup. I probably should have already bet it, but I did want to talk it out. Bobano's on the Knights in regulation. I'll be on the Knights -1. Flames, Ducks, no action for us here. DC Capper says, great call on the Penguins. It did not feel like a great call, DC. When you win 6-5 in overtime, I was fortunate. Those aren't great calls. Great calls are the sit back, the Oilers over the Knights 5-1. But thank you. I'm happy you cashed. Slatsy, my man, love capping with you. Let's have a weekend, and Bobano and I will be hammering NHL, all throughout the weekend. So there you go.
The Pittsburgh game last night is a perfect example of why those two teams are battling for their lives just to make the playoffs. It's been a battle all year for them, and battle to survive, battle to hold leads, blow leads, still come back and win. Yeah, nothing comes easy for those teams when they're just trying to get in like that.
Brent says great calls are winners, Jimmy. Exactly, Brent. I pushed on the -1. Exactly. Great calls are winners. That was not a winner for me. Let's move on to NBA here with Bobano. This is show 3 for him, and look at that sterling NBA record from our Bobano. 11-6 plus 4.18 units, 64.7%.
23 units every day this season for the whole year in NBA. It's been a great NBA year. Yep.
I love it. And I love this time of year. Troy came in and swept the board yesterday. He added the Pelicans first quarter. It was finding who cares. Who cares? I've already moved on the Hornets at +8.5. I just saw it's at +7 right now. There's just great opportunities to fade teams that don't care. We just have to do our due diligence. We don't need to force angles. We don't need to sit and hem and haw, but we need to find out who is caring.
How about last night for me? I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, that's what 5-0 sweep for me in the NBA. And I do the Thursday show with our good friends, Ski, Dutch, and Wham. And yesterday on their Bulls, Pistons over, Knicks, Celtics over, Rockets, Jazz over. And I took the Blazers +14 last night against Golden State. So
that was a great move. That was a great move. We knew that was a great call. And the Jazz and the Blazers, I wish I had have moved on, and I wish I hadn't moved on the under. It would have been a 2-0 night because we had the Knicks, which was just a gift regardless of the line movement. Shout out to BJ as well, and then the Pelicanos was just that's just too easy. But great job. Let's keep rolling. So let me get this all set up here for NBA. We have a big 15-game NBA card, and again, it's just about finding out who cares? We have an hour for 15 games, so we basically have a little over 3 minutes a game. And let's get everything up here and prepared for us to roll. And away we go. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Orlando Magic 46-34, 18-22 on the road at the Philadelphia 76ers, 45-35, 23-16 at home at Wells Fargo, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Orlando is all of a sudden in dire need of a victory, or will the Heat start? I mean, will the Heat keep trying? I mean, there's a lot of questions around placement at this point, but the Sixers are rolling. The Sixers are absolutely rolling right now. Joel Embiid back in action, and they are playing very good basketball. Sixers in the East and the Mavs in the West are both playing very, very good. Now, Joel Embiid is a game-time decision here in this one. He's questionable with the left knee injury recovery. Again, it's hard to have confidence in some of these spots. Now, if Embiid's in, it's a slam dunk spot, and we'll let the market kind of dictate whether we think he's in. And then Kyle Lowry's missed the last 2 games with a sore knee. I doubt he's going to be available here. I mean, you just think that you got to make sure he's ready to go, and Nick Nurse knows how to coach him. And I doubt that Lowry plays. I don't know if it's that big of a deal if he doesn't play. And then you have Franz Wagner as a game time decision for the Magic. So he's missed the last 2 games with an ankle sprain. Do you want him in? This is the penultimate regular season game for them. I mean, that's difficult to decipher. They've lost 3 of 4. All 3 of these losses have come on the road. They lost at Charlotte 124-115. That was a shock and awe spot. That was last Friday. Lost outright. Then they beat Chicago home. Then they go back on the road. They lose by 12 to the Rockets. Then they lose by 18 to Milwaukee on Wednesday. A Milwaukee team that didn't have Giannis Antetokounmpo, so they're losing by margin. This is their third game in 4 nights, and the Sixers are rested. The Sixers team hasn't played since Tuesday, so you'd think this would be an okay spot for Embiid to play. We're going to be using Pinnacle line moves. We have Orlando right now plus 7.5 at minus 107. They opened up at 8. A half-point move towards Orlando. And from a total side of things here, sorry, let's move over here. Get the total up. And from a total side of things, we're dealing with I'll have all this up moving quickly here in a second. A 212.5. This 212.5 is a minus 109 to the over. So we have a half-point move to the over. It is slightly juiced to the over. And then from a cash flow standpoint, we have, here we go. We have 81% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, if you're looking at BetOnline opener numbers, it's going to be different than Pinnacle, coming out about 6 hours later. But this has a half-point move to the Magic. 81% of tickets, 93% of cash on the Sixers. We have no help on the total, no information here on the total. Orlando playing at a slower pace, 96.10 possessions over the last 5 games, 2 and 3. They're shooting the ball horribly, 32.3% from 3, 32.3% on Orlando. Dave Redling saying, why are people betting the Flames? We can't go over it all, but the breakdown was pretty interesting. So if you want to just slide back there, Dave, all your questions will be answered. Now, Bobano is going to put a small bet on it, but not an official here. But I can understand from Mikey's angle. And then Philadelphia playing 12th fastest pace, 46.9 from the field and 37.3 from 3. Troy Torrance says the 76ers have everything to play for here. Both teams, need a victory. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Game 1 on the board. Sixers at home to the Magic.
And this is one game of meaning for sure. I mean, you're talking about the possibility of avoiding the play-in, being up to that top 6 spot that would ensure not being in the play-in. So there's definitely reasons for both teams here to be ready to go, because the Magic are 5th, but they're tied with Indiana, 5 and 6, equal record, 46 and 34. But then the Sixers are right behind both of them, just 1 game back, and they all have just 2 games left. So this is big. It's big for both teams. So both teams should be amped up here. Again, we're going to have to see what the status is going to be of Embiid. I mean, they want Embiid obviously healthy for the postseason, but I think Nick Nurse and company also realize, we'd love to be able to guarantee ourselves a spot outside of this play-in tournament. So I get that feeling, if you ask me, put my doctor's hat on, that he's probably going to try to give it a go tonight, Embiid, here in this game against the Magic. Meanwhile, you look at Orlando. This is a team that, for me, all season, one of the reasons I've had a good winning season has been basically circling Orlando from the start of the season, saying, I think this team's going to be a lot better than people think. And sure enough, one of the best ATS teams in basketball, 50 and 30 this year. But you look at the way they've played the last few games, they've struggled. They lose to Charlotte as 12-point road favorites. They lose as 2.5-point road favorites to the Houston Rockets, who were knocked out of the playoffs, several games ago. That's a bad look, bad loss. I know Milwaukee's, when they're on their game, they're a good team and a very good team in the East, but that version of Milwaukee, we haven't seen a lot of it consistently, and Orlando just gets routed by them, 117-99. So I don't like the form for Orlando going into this game. What's happened to their defense all of a sudden? They've struggled a lot more at that end of the court. It looks like Franz Wagner's a game-time decision here for the Magic. We'll see how it goes. Philadelphia, meanwhile, 6-0 straight up, 6-0 against the spread. In fact, they've covered 8 straight going back to March 27th against the Clippers. So I think if Embiid plays, I wouldn't want to step in front of the Sixers. And even if he doesn't, I'm not sure I want to take Orlando in their current form. So this is not a bet for me yet, but be hard for me to go against the Sixers in this spot.
Yeah, and maybe Ricky Bobby nailed it. So if Embiid plays, I'm all over this first quarter. It's a very, very interesting take, which I think makes a lot of sense. So put Ricky Bobby here. I'm interested in your take, Ricky. You have to think that he plays. Joe Yurgowicz says, the line says that he's in as of now. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us is Chicago Bulls at Washington Wizards. North Ender moved on the Wizards plus 2.5. Still likes them now on the money line. Right now, of course, Wizards are a rested basketball team. Now they're a bad rested basketball team, but they looked pretty good against Minnesota for most of that game, losing 130-121 on Tuesday. And the Bulls are on the second half of a back-to-back, playing their third game in 4 nights. So it's a big advantage here for Washington. Not only that, but the back-to-back with travel. Let's see if they expect anyone out. At this point, Drummond and Ayo are game time decisions. We know Drummond didn't play last night. We expected that. I'd be surprised to see him play tonight. And then for Ayo here, he is didn't play last night with the right quad contusion. I don't expect him in the lineup. So we got these guys out of the lineup. Then for the Wizards, you have Poole, a game time decision. We know that Bagley's out and Kuzma's out. So then Rashawn Holmes and Jordan Poole become more important. Now Jordan Poole's sick. He hasn't missed a game since January 31st, but he's sick. Does he care? Do the Wizards care? I mean, this is another spot where how do you know if they even care? And then Rashawn Holmes, questionable. Now he's missed 7 straight. Why would he play? I mean, I don't. So I expect no Rashawn Holmes. We know there's no Bagley, and then we know there's no Kuzma. And then does Jordan Poole have heart? You think he's gonna roll out of bed?
Get it out through an illness with a meaningless game and late in the season? Come on.
I think we know the answer to that. But we need to know.
But the market's moved to Washington. So do they think he's playing? Do they think Chicago doesn't care? Is it Chicago on a back-to-back? Is that what they're concerned about? Yeah.
Or they're saying that everything is set for the play-in.
Yeah.
Right now. So a quick look at the play-in game.
Chicago. It's kind of a nothing game for the Bulls.
Yeah, there's a nothing game for the Bulls.
Yeah.
And it's a nothing game for the Wizards. So, I mean, what a move by...
Well, I do have a bet on this game, but I'll wait till you're done.
What a move by, North Ender getting the 3.5. Opened up this morning at Pinnacle at 2.5, but we know the other books had it higher. So there's been a 4.5 point move towards the Washington Wizards. Now, are some of the Bulls going to play for, playoff opportunity? Do they want to show out so they can get on the floor in the playoffs? Chicago 20. I don't think the pace or I don't think anything matters here other than we know the Wizards are going to play fast. But other than that, knowing the Bulls information doesn't help because these guys just aren't going to play and aren't going to try. Guillermo, I know that was rough, but we love what you're doing with your Santa Anita pick of the day. So we'll be excited to see you next Friday, my man. Doug says Jordan Poole's flu game incoming. I love it. Take it away here for us, Bobano. Bulls, Wizards.
I cashed a ticket with Chicago over the total last night. I'm going right back to it here. You got pace for Washington. They still aren't going to play a lick of defense. That much you know from Washington. It doesn't matter if Poole's in. Doesn't matter if Kuzma's in. Anybody. This team does not play good defense. We know that. They just gave up 130 to Minnesota, 130 to the Raptors. That's hard to do with Toronto's current state. And they somehow gave up 130 points to the Raptors 5 days ago. They've been trending over the total, 5-1 in their last 6 games to the over. Bulls have gone over in back-to-back games since all of a sudden they got to this point where the games suddenly don't matter. So when we saw it last night, it was kind of a track meet against Detroit. And they scored a lot. They gave up more points. And remember, that was a Detroit team with no Cunningham, too. And yes, there may be no Jordan Poole, which hurts offensively a bit for Washington. But I've seen some games with Washington this year when Poole and or Kuzma or both have missed. And suddenly you have Daniel Thea stepping up and making baskets. And Corey Kispert gets more opportunity. So I think there's still offense that can go around. And the absence of Poole is not going to change the fact they're going to play fast. They're not going to play much defense. And on the Chicago side, I talked about this yesterday with Dutch, Wham, and Ski, that without Drummond and without Drummond, and I don't think he's going to play, it looks like Caruso might, and that does help them defensively. I was hoping Caruso maybe wouldn't play today because without him, they're a worse defensive team. But I still like the over here. I'm still going to stick with it. I think it can get up and over the number. I just don't see where the intensity is there in this game for either team to really lock things down at the defensive end of the basketball court. So Betway has over 221.5 minus 120. So over 221.5 minus 120.
You got it. Over 221 at minus 120. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. A game I bet. I could not believe this moved 1.5 towards the Celtics this morning. It's come back, but I was just like, what? Who cares if these guys are in? They're not trying. Like it doesn't. Having your stars in these meaningless games is not like, oh, nice. They're not trying. you have to have that edge, that need to compete, to succeed in the highest levels in the world. And if you don't have it, you're just going to lose. So Hornets Celtics, I got in on the Hornets at +8.5. Let's take a look at the line history here for I got the total up. We'll start with the total. From a total standpoint here, we have it sitting at 218. This opened up at 217.5, so we got a half-point move towards the under. And then from a spread perspective, we are sitting here with Charlotte +7.5. There are sevens out there, but this is at 7.5, -105 either way. It opened up at 7, so you've still had a half-point move towards the Celtics, which makes very little sense to me. The Hornets are playing pretty good. I mean, look, they looked pretty good in that homestand. I know they lost 89-86 to Portland, and that was just as ugly as basketball gets. But then they came back. They beat Orlando by 9. They lost to OKC by 3. Then they got destroyed by Dallas. Then they looked good against Atlanta. I mean, Trey didn't play late, and because of, so that helped them very, very much. But, when I look at this Hornets team, when I watched that game with Trey not in the lineup, I was certain that the best player on the floor was Brandon Miller. Like I was so certain of it. I was like, watch, this is going to cash. Now I didn't know that we're going to win outright, but I was like, watch this cash. They're shooting the ball really well. 49.6 from the field over the last 5 games. 22nd fastest pace. Boston 27th fastest pace. They're shooting. So Boston's been so electric from 3. Charlotte has the exact same percentage from 3 over the last 5 games. So things have changed. And the question now is do you still like it at 7.5? And my answer would be like, yeah, I still like it at 7.5. So let's take a look at the cash flow for this one. By the way, I forgot to mention the cash flow for the last one. And that cash flow for Bulls Wizards, 76% of the tickets right now are on the Wizards, 71% of the tickets are on the under, but we have no cash flow information. In this one, 68% of the tickets are on the Celtics, which boggles my mind. It absolutely boggles my mind. Right now, there's no, let me refresh this, but they don't have Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, or KP on the questionable list, which is, of course, one of them sits. Do they all sit? Just because it's not listed here now. And my initial thought was, I would like to know if Grant Williams is in. I really want Grant Williams in. I know that he's going to care and play. But he's listed as questionable with the right ankle sprain. And I was like, no. If I wait for Grant Williams to be announced, what happens when one of the 3 or all the big 3 get announced out and I've missed the line move? So I was like, no, just fucking bet it. Take it away for us here, Bobano, Hornets, Celtics.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I actually like the over as well in this game. So it's not just Charlotte plus the points for me. It's also the over as well. Same 2 bets I had with the Celtics last night. Knicks in the over. In that game. Looks like best number out there right now, plus 7.5, -105 at Pinnacle with the Hornets. Look, I saw all I needed to see last night with Boston, and I didn't know it was going to be that much of a malaise for them against the Knicks because I thought they could still be competitive, especially with their starters being in the game early on. But no, it was just a blow. You could tell, and they just didn't have the incentive to be there and be dialed in the way the Knicks were last night. And obviously when the Knicks play well, they're a very good team, and it was just a rout. It was a romp right from the early part of the second quarter. And this quote from Joe Mazzulla tells me all I need to know about Boston's mindset. I did not like the effort level in the first half, but this is a tough spot to be in. I thought our guys have handled having nothing to play for as best as they could. In our last 2 games, we faced 2 teams that are highly desperate. As much as we want to simulate that, that's just not the position we're in. I don't mind the result of the last 2 games that we've lost. I think that's important. Going into the playoffs with a bunch of wins and feeling good about yourself isn't any better than having a little bit of a bloody lip. Okay? Read between the lines of that quote. They couldn't give 2 shits about finishing the season strong, this Boston Celtics team. Boston not so strong when it comes to the Celtics. Right now down the stretch. So, and again, the way I see this is they're not going to play a whole lot of defense and show a lot of intensity on that end of the court. We didn't see it against the Knicks last night. And I think in this spot here, you'll see something similar. And if somehow Boston makes a lot of shots and then they can get red hot offensively, and maybe it's a night, even against a Charlotte team that's played well, and they've covered numbers lately, that maybe Boston's making shots, the game probably would go over. So I think worst case scenario, I go 1-1 with these two plays. But I think even if Charlotte covers and or wins, the game can go over the total as well. So I like both. Plus 7.5 Charlotte, over 217.5, minus 108 at Bet Rivers.
I like it. I like it. I'm right with you. I'm staying off the. Oh, sorry. What was the over? Sorry, I didn't write that one.
217.5, minus 108.
You got it. All right. Big game for me. Next one. So BJ's best bet is the Pacers plus 2.5. And if the Pacers win this game, I win $1,375. Thank you to Dan Kelly for that. 500 at plus 275 on the Bucks to win the division during the All-Star break. So I don't feel like I need to get involved here, but good God, will I be cheering for the Pacers. It takes all the pain away. I mean, the pain's already gone. I should say it takes the pain away from. It's already gone. The Dan Kelly's, friendship aside, Dan Kelly's put a lot of money in my pocket, and I'm so thankful. So thankful, Danny, baby. Thank you. Good God, thank you. But we need to get to the end of the story here. So I need the Pacers to win this basketball game. Pacers 46-34, 21-19 on the road at the Cleveland Cavaliers, 47-33, 25-14 home at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland, Ohio. Pacers 4-1 over their past 5, playing well, playing fast, looking strong. 50.7% from the field, 34.8 from 3. Their 3 shooting leaves a little bit to be desired, but Cleveland 2-3 over their past 5, playing poor basketball down the stretch. 14th fastest pace in the league, 99.30 possessions a game, 47.4 from the field, and 35.9 from 3. The Pacers are on the 3-game winning streak, have a 1-day rest advantage over the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers stopped their 3-game losing streak by beating Memphis 110-98, beating them and not covering. It was 19 was the spread at the end of it. That's ridiculous. So the Pacers, they were just toying with the Raptors. They turned it on late and covered. I shouldn't have been on first quarter, first half, obviously, looking back at it, but they're playing good ball. Winners of 3 straight, beat OKC by 14, beat the Heat by 2, beat the Raptors by 17. And here we go. So take a look at the expectation here of who will be in the lineup for the Cavaliers team. We have everybody good to go. Sam Merrill is game time decision. And for the Pacers, good to go. And Nembhard and Naismith have been playing very good basketball. Halliburton in complete control. I still have my own issues with Siakam. Northander says Cavs look like shit lately. Pacers 8-3 straight up with 2 or more days off. And Joe Jurgensen said Cavs had to turn it on to beat Memphis. So here we go. Oh, Gagnon says that he might have to jump on the Celtics tonight. Gagnon, you're not alone. At this point, there's 70% of the tickets on them. So, Cheshire Cat saying McConnell is dope. What a player he is. I mean, the guy's just so consistent, so trustworthy. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one here. Pacers, Cavs. We have the total sitting at 233 at minus 114. That's where it opened. So we got 6 cents of movement to the under. Then from a spread perspective here, we have Cleveland minus 2.5. So this opened up with Cleveland minus 4. It's gone 1.5 in the direction of the Indiana Pacers. And then from a cash flow perspective, we have 54% of the tickets on the Cavs. You got a 53 and 50 on the over. And then when you question, are you sure? Are you certain that this is, an important game? First off, if the Cavs win, it ties the season series up at 2. I don't think that's too big of a deal. But the Pacers need to win here, and so do the Cavs. The Cavs have home court, but if they lose this game, they could lose home court. They could also end up as the 7th seed and be in the play-in. There's a lot on the line. Take it away, Bobano. Pacers, Cavaliers.
No doubt. It's a very fascinating matchup here. But you look at Cleveland, it still feels to me like Cleveland's best was before the All-Star break. I mean, this team's been out of sorts quite a bit, in my opinion. Following the All-Star break. We just haven't seen that same level consistently from them. It looks like everyone's good to go tonight. That's the good news outside of, the usuals. Ty Jerome and Dean Wade have been out forever, but you've got Garland, Mitchell, Strus, Mobley, and Allen expected to be in there for Cleveland, and fully healthy for the Pacers with Ty Halliburton, Andrew Nembhard, Aaron Nesmith, Pascal Siakam, and Miles Turner. So it looks like we've got best on best pretty much here tonight for this big Eastern Conference matchup. Cleveland, like I said, I mean, from a point spread standpoint, 3-7 against the number their last 10 games, only 4-6 straight up their last 10. Now they do have a win against Philadelphia on March 29th at home, but an Embiidless Philadelphia team that night, and they didn't cover. They were 7.5-point favorites. They won by 3. Other than that win against Philadelphia, these last 10 games, you know what the other wins were? Utah, Denver, and Utah, Charlotte, and Memphis. That's it. That's it as far as victories on the board here for the Cleveland Cavaliers. So can't say I love this spot, this form that they're in right now. I'm going to be on Indiana here. I think I like Indiana here as getting a small road underdog spot in this game. The Cleveland beat them on March 18th in Indiana, 108-103 as dogs. This has kind of been an underdog series history. Indiana won as dogs back in November, 121-116 at home. You look at the Pacers, 5-1 straight up in their last 6 games. They have a win against Oklahoma City on their resume, Miami, the Lakers. They've at least been able to get some victories against good competition during this stretch. The Clippers, the Warriors beat those 2 teams on the road. I think when you look at it here, I'm not impressed with what I've seen from Cleveland. It's almost like they had their best part of the season early, and now we're not seeing it as much. So I'm going to take Indy here, +3, -115 at Bet Rivers.
Yeah, I would be with you, but I'm not going to. I've got enough on it, but I would be with you. I think the market's also telling us Pacers are live now that Cleveland's getting fully healthy.
You're seeing the potential that they're dangerous in the Eastern Conference playoffs, I think.
Cleveland's just been such a Jekyll and Hyde team. Yeah. There was going into the All-Star break, they were no team was playing better.
Yeah.
So
they've kind of lost the plot a little bit, Cleveland. Not saying they can't get it back. Maybe they play well, they win tonight. They're capable of it. There's no doubt. Donovan Mitchell can take over. Garland can play a great game. Mobley can contain Siakam maybe, and they're going to get the job done. But the last 10 games and this sample size going all the way back to the All-Star break tells me that I'm getting 3 points with the team that's played the better basketball since the All-Star break in a game where that they're just as much up for as their opponent.
Oh, it's going to be a celebration.
Good game, though. Yep.
But I need you not just to cover. I need you to win outright.
Yep.
And it will be.
No, I like the idea of just the +3. I'm not getting greedy with the money line here. Just the +3. I could see Cleveland by 2, and that would be okay with me.
That would make me angry. And it's really in the cards too. Don't think it isn't. I know that they're 2 games back. They hold the tiebreak, but right now to win the division, NBA futures at Bet365, Cavaliers are +210. So, you don't count your chickens, baby.
All I see is a Cleveland team. Last 10 games, the wins are Utah, Charlotte, and Memphis, and Sixers with no Embiid in a game they didn't cover. So I don't know. I'm not impressed with that.
Humble Money family in the house. Welcome, my friend. Let's get to work. And let's roll. Look, I'll be cheering heavy for you, BJ. You know that. I need this. I need this money bad. I need this money, man. Brooklyn Nets, New York Knicks is our next spot on the board. Nets 32-48, 12-27 on the road. Knicks 47-32, 25-14 home. Madison Square Garden, New York. I asked Dutch when the Raptors played the Nets, is Emmanuel Quickley the best player on the floor in this game? And he didn't think so. I watched the game. He's the best player on the floor. Now, will he have the best career or anything? I mean, there's that's in question, but he is. I'm excited. We're excited. We're excited about him being our point guard as we move forward. Nets have won 3 of 4 and they've looked bad doing it. Now, they beat the Pacers at home 115-111. That was important. Then they beat Detroit 113-103. They lost to Sacramento by 30. And they showed very little heart against the Raptors. Very little care. I was so fortunate to cash the -3.5 at +115 live. I got that by a hook. I mean, it was very fortunate. I also had them on the money line at -1. But I was wrong in that game. I was a Nets first half full game. That just got me back to even. The Knicks are on the second half of a back-to-back. They've won 3 straight, all on the road. This is their third game in 4 nights. This is a horrible spot for these New York Knicks. Horrible spot. Now, everybody good. Hartenstein, Anunoby, Hart, DiVincenzo, Brunson. And then for these Nets, it's still, they're still sitting back, figuring out whether Cam Johnson's going to play. And I think you need him in there. He didn't play very well against the Raps, 13 points, 27 minutes. And I think it was 2 rebounds or some shit. But I think you need him in there. Now, the problem is, can you trust Brooklyn to care? And the game's at Madison Square Garden. This is the last game that they should be caring about. And they should care here. But I don't know. I have to hear Bobano's breakdown to figure out whether or not we can trust them to care. They opened up as 10-point dogs. It moves to 11. From a total standpoint, this opens up it's at 211.5 right now. That's where it opens. So there's been a 2-cent move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 59% of the tickets and 96% of the cash on the New York Knicks. 59% of the tickets on the under. Take it away, Bobano. I'm curious if you think Brooklyn will care playing at Madison Square Garden, the mecca of basketball.
I'm going to have to see it before I believe it. This has been brutal from Brooklyn. Terrible. They did actually win 2 of the 3 games, Detroit and Toronto, but, they were double-digit favorites, and they're lucky to win both of those games against bottom feeders, and then they get blown out by 30 on their home floor against Sacramento. There's no way I want Brooklyn here. No way. But Knicks are coming off, they wanted to beat Boston last night. And look, there's still incentive to win for the Knicks as far as positioning goes. They're third in the East. If they get a Milwaukee stumble, there's a chance maybe still for second, slim chance. But it's back-to-back for them. A lot of games played this week. They got to win by a big margin like this. So it's a tough spot for the Knicks to want to lay 11 with. But I would still take the Knicks before I take the Nets here in this game. Sharon says first half. I think that's, if you like the Knicks, maybe look first half. But again, we're coming off the big win against Boston last night in Beantown. And I'm not even sure I love the first half spot with the Knicks. So I don't love the spot the Knicks are in, and I have zero confidence in Brooklyn showing up because they have not been good these last few games. So this is an easy pass for me.
So I'm get this there for. Sorry, I didn't finish that answer to you, Londo. If Waugh, Stevenson, Pietrangelo are all in, maybe the Knights are, but I like the Hurricanes -1 as the best bet. But that Knights could be a smash spot if everybody's in, and we expect them all to be in. So I expect to be betting it here shortly. And as I said, I'm going to put half on it now. And then when I hear, I'll put half on it at a worse line or just leave it at that. I hear the breakdown. That all makes sense to me. It's a terrible spot for the Knicks.
Yeah. And even the total's tough. New York's trending over right now, and the Brooklyn Nets are trending under. They can't score some of these games lately.
I mean, this is such a bad spot for the Knicks.
Yeah.
But I don't see anybody trusting the Nets here.
There's a lot of people that don't know what to do with this game. That's why the line hasn't budged.
Come on, though. Madison Square Garden. We've got 1 game left to try. You're not going to... I mean, this is heaven on earth for basketball players. I mean, I can't even write it down. I'm trying to write down Nets, and I can't even write it down, let alone bet it. Can't even write it down. Billy Friedrich, play of the day. Pig Milk play of the day is the over 211.5. Knicks went over against a team that didn't carry us. Same thing in this game. God, I might add that.
I'll make a decision on that at the end of our segment here, but I might add that over because it feels low at 210.5. It really does.
Okay,
And I don't expect the Knicks' defensive intensity to be there tonight like it was against the Celtics last night.
No chance. Yeah, no chance.
So I'm interested in that over. So I might add it at the end of the show.
I may be on the Nets here. I don't think the fact that I can completely understand what you guys are saying. I think sometimes you've just got to I don't like the plug your nose line, but just.
And this falls into that double-digit favorites in the last 15 games of the regular season that Mike M threw out there, going over the total at 63% over the last 2 seasons.
Wow. Okay. All right. We're going to need more time with that. This next game is a game that's very important to our young Jose Bouquett. Now, he'll have an idea of what's going on. Now, Jose also, he's sitting here with the Magic at 10-1 to win the division. And he'll have an idea of how badly he needs the Raptors. And I tell you, there's one team that you don't want to have to need, and that is your Toronto Raptors. I can't even wear their NBA championship hat anymore. It was just such a horror. I mean, let's not play pretend. I mean, you're wearing a hat that has a fucking trophy on it when they're the worst team in the fucking league. Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. Raptors 11-28 on the road this year, and the Heat are just 20-19 at home this year. Toronto 2-3, playing at a very fast pace, 103.20 possessions a game, 44.2 from the field, 33.5 from three. They're shooting poorly, but they're playing with heart. Miami 2-3 over the past 5, 95.14 possessions a game. That's second slowest in the league over that stretch, and they're shooting the ball poorly, 45.2% from three, 45.9 from. 45.2 from the field and 35.9 from three. So the Raptors, they looked good for a half against the Pacers. The Raptors are playing pretty well. They hit rock bottom possibly in that 133-85 loss at Minnesota, and they're actually playing pretty well. They beat Milwaukee in Milwaukee. They beat Washington at home, and they were in complete control of that basketball game. They played good for a half against a tough Pacers team. And then, they could have easily won that basketball game at Brooklyn. The Heat now are playing their third game in 4 nights, but they didn't play last night. They lost badly at home to Dallas, 111-92. They barely got past Atlanta. They're not playing their best basketball, clearly, but we know what happens in the playoffs with this squad. Duncan Robinson, we know, is out. The only questionable person really is Scary Terry. He's questionable with the neck injury. He's missed 2 straight. DeLong Wright, we love him. And Toronto will always love him. And he has a chance now to step up. It'll be him and Patty Mills. I don't see how or why Scary Terry would play in this game. So here we go. Let's set this one up from a line history standpoint. From a total perspective, here we have it sitting at 218.5 at -106. It opened up -105 to being a 1 cent move towards the under. From a point spread situation here, we have Miami at -14.5 at -108. They opened up at -13, a 1.5 move towards the Heat. I don't know. And then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have 87% of the tickets on the Raptors and the line moving towards the Heat. Now, I screwed this whole thing up with the Rockets and Jazz yesterday. Should have been on the Jazz and wasn't because of this similar situation where the public is backing a spot and the line's moving away from them. And then we have 94% of tickets on the over. So Rez Mob says, Daby in here went up 10 units on Seager no-hit props last night. Daby's got best bets. He's going to be rolling with us here in very shortly. Fanatical Jim says, Raptors first quarter has been an easy casher the last 3. It has been. And what do we expect from this spot? You have to think that, RJ Barrett's in. He's not even on the injury report. So then you have Gary Trent as a game time decision. And I could care less if I ever see him play basketball again. I don't care. I just don't care. It's so funny how what a boon we thought he was in that trade from the Blazers after a year and how lucky we were. And now I just could be very comfortable never seeing him play basketball again. And then Bruce Brown, I like, and he's a questionable, he missed the Wednesday game with knee inflammation. And I like Bruce Brown. I think he plays defense and plays hard. So Bobano, take it away here. The public on the Raptors line moving towards the Heat. We have another double-digit spread late in the year, but the Heat would like to win this basketball game. Take it away, my man. Raptors Heat.
They would. I mean, I think it's one of those games here where, Toronto's actually covered a few in a row here, no doubt, but there is incentive here for Miami. It looks like, as you mentioned, Rozier game time decision. Trent's a game time decision, as is Brown, and of course the usuals are out, including of course Pirtle and Barnes, who are out for the year. So the Raptors have at least shown a little flicker of effort, especially in that game at Brooklyn. But Miami ain't Brooklyn, so Miami's a lot better. Miami's coming off a 111-92 beatdown too at the hands of Dallas. So this might be a situation where Miami comes in and does some damage. I don't want to guess what the Raptors are going to do. Raptors could be in this game down by 3 or 4 with a few minutes left, and they could lose by 25 tonight. Let's be real. I mean, it could really be one of both ways for them. There is something to what people are saying in the chat. If you like the Raptors, they have had a good start to the game in the first 12 minutes. The first quarter's been good. So if you like them, you maybe take that. But for me, I don't trust them enough full game. Don't want to lay this many with Miami either. So for me, it's probably a game that we will stay on the sidelines for. This is another one where I'd lean over, but this is one where I'm going to stay off the total.
If Scary Terry's not in the lineup, and I wouldn't play him. So I think we can I guess that he's not going to be in the lineup. Well, why wouldn't the Raptors first quarter be another good look? Yep. Is it because they just lost? Is it because the Heat just lost so bad to the Mavericks and they're an angry group?
That could be it. That's what I thought of when I saw that. Okay, the Raptors have shown up early in games, but would Miami want to show up early after getting drilled by Dallas in their last game? So yeah, just all around. I don't want the Raptors, and it's too many delays. So,
Uncle Jay in the house, Johnny M saying, "Are we doing any hockey brackets for the playoffs?" We are doing, and we need you in Bobano for $50 USD. We are doing our first NHL playoff pool. And I really like it's a fun one. And it takes a lot of strategy. It may not sound like it does, but it takes a lot of strategy. This is it. You get a roster of any 20 players. Any 20 players. And it's a point for an assist, point for a goal. We go head to head. And trust me, it's 20 players is tricky. And no one ever has the same team. Ever. So we're going to be Jose and I are going to film the commercial this weekend, and our NHL playoff pool. Your roster has to be in before puck drop for opening night, which is I believe Monday the 22nd. I believe the playoff starts. So that's our NHL playoff pool. Markel MLB coming up next. Saturate says, why aren't we doing this with the NBA? We can talk about that. We can talk about that for sure. But this will be our first NHL playoff pool. And Swiggy says it'll be set up by Tuesday. So it's really fun. That's all you have to do. It's not an NHL bracket pool. It's just 20 players of your choice. Troy saying, can we do that for NBA? Well, NBA starting really soon, but let's talk about it. Yeah, it's really fun, Jay. It's really fun. So that's going to be up. Maybe we okay. We'll discuss all that. And I'll talk to Troy about possibly doing that for NBA. But NHL is locked in and done. 8 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. Los Angeles Lakers 45-35, 17-21 on the road at the Memphis Grizzlies 27-53, 9-30 at home at FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Lakers 3-2 over the past 5, playing at the second fastest pace in the league, 103.7 possessions a game, shooting the ball pretty nice, 50 from the field over that stretch and 37.8 from 3. Memphis 2-3 over their past 5. Nate Cerna, what's happening? Great to see Nate Cerna, Markel, Lower Alabama Hooper group getting together. Memphis 2-3 over the past 5, 23rd fastest pace in the league, 97 possessions a game, 42.3 from the field, 32.4% from 3. I haven't done one of these 20 players pools in 10 or 15 years. They used to be quite common a long time ago, just when you couldn't get everybody together for a pool. And there was a strategy that I've been thinking about for 15 years. And I'm not exaggerating, 15 years, maybe 20 years. And I've never applied it. And I'm gonna do it for this pool. I've been thinking about this fucking strategy for 20 years, and I'm going to finally get to implement it here against my friends. So I'm excited. Here we go. Line history and who will be in the lineup here for Lakers Memphis. For the Lakers, of course, LBJ and Antonio Davis questionable. He missed LBJ missed Sunday game with an illness. Return to action Tuesday and put up 33, 11, and 7. So that's the biggest question. That's always going to be the biggest question. And then Antonio Davis, head is probable to face the Grizzlies. So we can imagine that he will be in the lineup. He's been taking a lot of heat lately. From a spread perspective here, we have the Lakers at -15. They opened up at 15.5. We have a half-point move towards the Grizzlies. From a total standpoint here, we have it sitting at 225.5. This opened up at 226. It's dropped a half point to 225.5. And then from a cash flow standpoint, we have 66% of the tickets on the Grizzlies. We don't know the cash. We have 83% of the tickets on the under, and we don't have the cash there. And then from a rest perspective and last few games look, we have these Lakers coming in off back-to-back losses. So they lose at home to Minnesota 127-117. And then and that was on Sunday. Then on Tuesday, they lose 134-120 to the Warriors. For the Grizzlies, they've lost 3 straight. This is their third game in 4 nights. They're playing with this makeshift lineup. Take it away, Bobano. Anything interest you, Lakers, Grizzlies?
Yeah, this is one of those games where when it comes to the Lakers, obviously down the stretch, I definitely now I know Memphis can be wretched offensively. Yeah, he is playing Anthony Davis and LeBron questionable. Yeah, I was going to look maybe at an over if Davis didn't go. Davis obviously not as good defensively. They play a little faster when he doesn't play, but it looks like he's in. And when you look at Memphis, obviously from an offensive standpoint, sketchy to trust this makeshift lineup night to night. I mean, we've seen a team's not even hit the 100-point century mark in the last 3 games in their losses, and they've gone under in 5 straight. So not an appealing game at all to me. Pass. It's too many points to lay with the Lakers.
Yeah, it's not appealing at all. We'll hear if you guys have moves in the chat. Let's roll on. Next up for us, Atlanta Hawks, Minnesota Timberwolves. Hawks 36-44, 15-24 on the road. At the Wolves, 55-25, 29-10 at home at Target Center, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Atlanta 1-4 over their past 5. They know what's going on. They gotta go into Chicago and beat them with all eyes on that basketball game with Trae Young back in action. They're not trying right now against the Timberwolves, who still have a lot of reason to fight here. A lot of you guys, BJ, Scotty Rock, best bets on the Nuggets in that Timberwolves Nuggets spot. You guys were bang on. You guys nailed it. I got in live -2.5. I mean, Jokic completely took over that basketball game. That snapped a 2-game winning streak for Minnesota. For Atlanta, they've lost 4 straight. They weren't going to lose to Charlotte if Trae played late, but he didn't, and they have to deal with the consequences. They were sitting a lot of players, and right now, at this point, they have DeJounte still a game-time decision and Capella a game-time decision. Questionable to play tonight with the quad injury. I don't see why you would play him. But the last thing you want to do is make a bet expecting him to be out. Capella rest is questionable. 2 games left in the season. So is this just going to be is there 2 more maintenance days for him? I don't know. And maybe we can use the odds to tell us if that's the case. And, Jalen Johnson, of course, he's out for the rest of the regular season. So that is the situation here for Atlanta and Minnesota. When's Cat? Is Cat going to get a little bit of run? He's questionable Friday, so he's cleared for full contact 5-on-5. Do you want to give him a little bit of run so he's rolling? I mean, this is the tricky part of this time of year. So Minnesota 14-point favorites here. They open up at 13 and now 14, so a 1-point move towards them. From a total side of things here, we are dealing with a 227. This opened up at 226. We've gone up a point. And from a cash flow standpoint, in this one, we have 82% of the tickets on Atlanta. It's 50-50 on the total. Does Trae get to play a little longer? This is tough. My dude says this game is stay away. Just too many questions to be answered. What's Bobano say? Hawks, Wolves?
I'm very tempted to lay it with Minnesota, in this spot, coming off the loss to Denver. It's still, second or third, probably not first anymore. Can they get, but second or third in the West, it's still there. Them and the Thunder, they're all right there for that top 3 seeds in the West. And Atlanta, coming off a 4th straight loss, 0-4 straight up, 0-4 against the spread. The last 2 times they've played class opponents on the road, 14-point loss at Dallas, 32-point loss at Denver. So this feels like a smash spot. I'm going to lay it. Give me Minnesota here, Jimmy. I'm going to lay it with the Timberwolves here in this spot. I don't trust Atlanta one bit. You can lay it -13.5, -115 at FanDuel. we're laying it with the Timberwolves here.
Did you think about a first half full game split, or were you just want all?
I want, because they're coming off the road, maybe a little sluggish road legs early. So just full game for me. Yep.
All right, let's roll on. Well,
and the one thing about Atlanta and that Dallas game, I remember the Dallas game because I snuck out of there with a win with Dallas minus 11.5. Atlanta showed up in the first quarter and first half. And it was really not until the third and especially the fourth quarter, Dallas put their foot down and blew them out. You could see something similar tonight. Maybe it takes until the second half for Minnesota to really ramp up. That's why I only am on full game. If Atlanta has a good start, I would say bet Minnesota live.
Here we go. Next spot on the board, Milwaukee Bucks. 49-31, 18-20 on the road at the Oklahoma City Thunder, 55-25, 31-8 at home. We're at Paycom. Man, I needed Milwaukee to win these last two games, and they did it for me. And now we need to get to the finish line here for the division. And, who's going to play? Well, so we know Giannis is out. So then we go to Dame time. Is Dame going to play? Dame doubtful. So we have no Giannis, no Dame. So then we take a look. Is Bobby Portis going to play? Can we get Portis in there? He's questionable. Rest. Looks like he's going to very likely be rested at this point. So we've got to wait and see. So then we say, okay, is Chris Middleton going to be in line? Do you get Middleton? Questionable. He was a late addition. So Lopez and Portis are expected to be rested. And then Middleton, is he going to play? That's what we've come to here. Thunder have won 3 straight games. They're playing good basketball. They're ready to go. And everybody's listed as going to play here in this one. This is an absolute mess. Just a horrific mess. And the line is moved, of course, 15.5 for OKC. They opened up at 15, so a half-point move towards the Thunder. Then from a total side of things, you have it sitting at 233.5. 223.5. This opened up at 223.5, so 2-point move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow here in this one, we have we have 60% of the tickets on the Bucks. You have 91% of tickets on the under. One of the things about OKC is there's been a couple spots where I was like, do they care? And they smashed because they were at home. So I'm very hesitant because I like backing these teams early who are missing all their stars. You have to wait right until tip off to get the exact best number, but I fear the Thunder at home on a Friday night. Take it away, Bobano. Bucks Thunder.
Yeah, this for me, if I were to look at anything here, Thunder first half, I think that might be something to consider in this game. Obviously there's still seeding implications for them going into this matchup here tonight. We know how good they've been at home. They haven't been great on the road at all. And of course, Giannis and Dame Time both out for the Bucks here in this game. This is a team that's done very well at home all year. What are they? 31-8 home record, the Thunder. I think early in this game, we can see them come out. I think 16 is a little dicey for the full game, but I'm going to jump in on Thunder first half. That's going to be the look for me. I think they have a good, fast, strong start. Don't take advantage of this depleted, Milwaukee team here in this game. And so that's what I'm going to move on here. Minus 8.5, minus 110 at BetMGM. Thunder first half.
Wow, that I like that angle. None of the starters are going to play in the fourth quarter. Friday night, put on a show, and then sit down on the bench. That's that's a very appealing look.
Yep.
Okay, that's a very appealing look. Let's roll on. Next up for us, our guy Brian Watson saying, "Are we going to talk about the Nuggets?" We are. Let's get into it. Denver Nuggets at San Antonio Spurs is next up. The Nuggets 23-16 on the road this year. Spurs 10-29 at home. We're at Frostbank Center. And these teams just met, and Wemby was spectacular, and the Spurs almost won as huge double-digit dogs. And they're coming off a game without Wemby and where they lose by 38 points. I mean, that's how special this young man is. And when we get to the line history, who's going to be in, who's going to be out for this spot. God, sorry, so many games. We have, we know that Johnson's out and Branham's out and Chetty's out. Everything's set, but The one man we need in is in Victor Wembanyama. And then for the Nuggets, it's a complete cluster, and we'll let the odds will kind of help us dictate who's going to be in. Jokic is probable, so there's the key. Jokic is probable, and they need to win this game. Maybe is need a little much. Maybe need is a little much. They would like to win this basketball game.
They've got the inside track, but they haven't clinched anything yet. They haven't clinched the 1 seed. Yep.
Oh, yeah. No, they have not. They've not. Gordon is probable. Jokic is probable. Porter is probable. So Caldwell Pope here. Caldwell Pope is probable. So is everybody going to be in? Jamal Murray is, as the last we looked, is probable. So they're all going to be in the lineup. I think they're all going for the number 1 seed. I mean, I think it's just clear. Let's get this number 1 seed. Have a home court against every team we play out west. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the total at 222 right now. This opened up at 223. It just went back to 223. It just got back to 223, so no movement on the total. On the spread here, we have Denver is 12-point favorites. They know not to take Wemby lightly. It's been a 1-point move towards the Spurs. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 66% of the tickets on the Spurs and no help on the total. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Next one on the board, Nuggets, Spurs.
Yeah, obviously we've got the Nuggets double-digit road favorites here, needing obviously to clamp down and win this game in order to get the 1 seed in the West. So they've definitely got everything to play for. But I was on the Spurs last time in Denver, plus 17, 16.5. And
great bet.
They covered wire to wire. I don't think they're going down without a fight. This is one where I'd be tempted a little by San Antonio, especially with the huge win against Minnesota that was billed as a showdown for first in the West against Minnesota the other night. And there are still a lot of question marks injury-wise for Denver. I think most of them are going to play. I mean, only Jokic is confirmed in right now, but
all 5 are listed as probable.
Okay, all 5 are listed as probable. Yeah, you would think so. I mean, you got to try to seal the deal tonight, but doesn't mean you have to seal it by more than 13 points or 12 points in this game. I'm gonna go with the Spurs here, full game in this. I am. Like I said, I mean, Denver is. I think we'll get a battle. You've got the guy that matters the most for this San Antonio team in Victor Wembanyama playing tonight. Not to mention that we've even with Branham and Keldon Johnson out, we've seen he's been able to take over games and keep this team competitive. And to be honest, Trey Jones at the point guard spot for this Spurs team, he's been fairly consistent for them. He's given them, a solid stretch of play, from that position for San Antonio. So we'll see how this one goes. But like I said, in this kind of spot here, I think San Antonio can maintain being competitive here. Home floor as well for San Antonio in this game. This is and I know they have their home finale against Detroit, so it's not a last home game situation. But no, I think you get a good effort here from the Spurs team, and they have covered 3 of the last 5 head-to-head meetings against Denver, including, of course, the last game in Denver, 16.5-point dogs. They lost by 5. They were right in that game from start to finish. So, yeah, I'm going to grab a little San Antonio here and plus 12.5 minus 110 at Caesars.
You got it. Spurs plus 12.5 minus 110 for Bobano. For those of you who are joining us late, this is our 3rd NBA card that we're breaking down together. He's 11-6, 64.7% plus 4.18 units with an ROI plus 24.59% through his first 2 NBA shows with us here on Betting with the Bag. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, and that is Detroit. 5 games left, and we have about 6 minutes left of Bobano, so we got to speed up. Can we keep you for 2 or 3 extra minutes after one, or is it hard out?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay, but we got to go quick. Detroit Pistons 13-67, 6-34 on the road at the Dallas Mavericks 50-30, 25-15 at home at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Detroit over their past 5 playing at 15th fastest pace. They're 0-5 over that stretch, while the Mavericks are the opposite, 5-0 over that stretch, playing a little faster, 9th fastest pace. And the funny thing is Detroit's 3-point shooting has been much better than Dallas's over the last 5 games. It's when these Mavs penetrate, they are scoring. And can't say the same about the Detroit Pistons, and Cade Cunningham nowhere to be found, and I don't expect him to be here in the lineup this evening. So here we go. Let's set up this one for you guys. First off, These Pistons are playing their third game in 4 nights, and so are the Mavericks. The difference being the Pistons are on the second half of a back-to-back, and the Mavericks are not. And the Mavericks did have to travel yesterday after beating Miami 111-92. So the Pistons lose by 22, and there's no Cade Cunningham coming to help them. From a spread, I had it all set up. Sorry. From a spread perspective, Detroit's sitting at plus 13, just moved to 13.5. So a half-point move towards the Dallas Mavericks. From a total side of things here, we have it sitting at 218.5, juice to the under. This opened up at 219.5, so a 1-point move towards said under. And cash flow-wise, it's 50-50 for the tickets. Only 2,837 tickets in. They're not giving us any cash information, and no help on the total. Take it away for us here, Bobano, Pistons, Mavericks.
Yeah, this is, the Pistons, obviously, we saw what happened with them last night against Chicago, 127-105. We saw it happen at Philly. They lost by 18. So they've lost by 18 and by 22 in their last 2 games. I want no part of them here in Dallas tonight. Dallas laying a big number. Well, they've covered 5 in a row. And, at times at home, they have been able to get they won by 26 at Charlotte. They won by 19 against the Miami Heat the other night. So we'll see how this one goes. But this is clearly, for me, going to be Mavericks or nothing in this spot tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Again, when you look at it, they've got the potential to blow this team out for Detroit. Cunningham, Cunningham is one of those situations where why play him now? He's missed the last 5 games. You're playing out the string. There's really no reason for him to get in there. So I think when this matchup, Dallas has the potential to roll, put up big points here in this game. You know what I think I'm going to do here in this game is take Dallas over 115.5 team total. I'm going to rock with that. I feel a little bit better about that than the spread, just in case it is a big number. But I think they've got the potential to at least get to that 116 that's required here in this game at home against a Detroit team that, as we've seen here, they've given up 120 and 127 in each of their last 2 games. So I think for the Mavs, they can exceed that team total here. Over 115.5, minus 110 at Bet Online.
Minus 1. Sorry, what was the juice?
Just minus 110.
Minus 110. Do you have any interest in the Mavericks first quarter or first half, or are you concerned that they don't come in as locked in as you would like them to because of how bad their opposition is?
That's exactly. It's kind of like with Atlanta, Minnesota. There's reasons there where I think, Atlanta early could hang around. Maybe here Detroit early could hang around. So I think when you look at this spot here, I trust Dallas maybe to pull away late. And Dallas has had a track record of doing this.
Kyrie is out. Sorry, I should have said that off the top. Kyrie is out. Luka questionable. Kyrie out.
Yeah, Kyrie out, questionable for Luka Doncic in this one. Like I said, I don't like what I'm seeing here from Detroit at this point. And I just feel better about the team total than I do the point spread. So that's why I went with the 115.5. And again, full game, because you could see, and Dallas did this with Atlanta, where Atlanta hung around in the first half. They were kind of sleepwalking the Mavericks, and then they put the boots to them in the second half. So that's why I veer more to the full game.
All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, New Orleans Pelicans at the Golden State Warriors. Pelicans did us nice. Troy also added the first quarter last night for the double up. Troy swept the board yesterday here on NBA coverage. Pelicans 3-2 over the past 5, playing 21st fastest pace, 48.8 from the field and 40.5 from 3. You want to see shooting. That's really nice shooting. But playing the Warriors, 52.1% from the field over the last 5 games, 44.8% from 3, which means the Warriors from 3 are shooting better than the Pistons from the field, the Spurs from the field. I could go on. The Memphis Grizzlies from the field, the Toronto Raptors from the field. I mean, this team is locked in and playing very good basketball. So let's set this one up. Both teams on the second half of a back-to-back. Both teams playing their third game in 4 nights. Both teams on 3-game winning streaks. These are 2 good basketball teams. So let's see. Is anybody possibly resting? Let's start with that. We knew that Clay and Draymond wouldn't play last night. We expect them to play tonight. Their game time decisions right now. There's nothing here to help us. It's a West Coast game, so the shoot around hasn't happened yet. But we had this all planned out yesterday, and I should have been on the Blazers like Bobano was, but we knew that they were going to be ruled out, and we expected them to play tonight. Now, BI here, game time decision. Of course, he was ruled out last night. Now, we do think that he will play Friday and then Sunday against the Lakers. Larry Nance is obviously less important than BI. He was out for personal reasons, so I have no idea what the hell's going on with Larry Nance. So here we go. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to Bobano. And then they're saying that Zion went down last night. Check his status.
Yeah,
because I don't have him here at all anywhere. He's just good to go at this point. But I will get a quick update on Zion. Yeah, came back for the second half. Wrist injury, he's fine. He's not on the injury report at all.
It's one of those deals where he looked like he was fine after the game, but they realized, maybe he's still feeling the effects closer to game time, and with playoffs right around the corner, they're cautious and they keep him out.
So the shoot around will obviously tell that tale. So if so keep that in mind. Important notes. This total though opened up at 219.5, went up to 221. So you'd have to think, he's going to be there. Oh shit, is that the right one? Sorry. Yes, 219 to 221. And then from a spread perspective here, we have the Warriors at -4 at -107. They opened up at 4.5. We have a half-point move towards the Pelicanos. And then cash flow-wise, 60% of the tickets on the Warriors, no cash flow information, 84% tickets on the over. Take it away for us here, Bobano, a nice one. Two very good basketball teams. Take it away, Pelicans, Warriors.
Yeah, I think the total's a little short here, given what we've seen offensively out of both teams. New Orleans offense, even without Ingram, it's been humming. Look what they did last night against Sacramento. I mean, 135, points in that game. During this run, they've been very solid. They've gone 4-2, I should say, to the over in their last 6 games. You look at head-to-head between these two teams. In October, it was a game that got into the 232 range. We saw a 246 in the previous meeting at Golden State between these two teams. So I just thought the total was a little light. I have nothing on the side. I think both teams on a back-to-back. Both teams have very good records ATS on a back-to-back as well. So both teams have actually done pretty solid this year. Second night of back-to-back games. Both teams, with something on the line, something to play for here tonight. So I don't really want to get involved with a side. I just thought the total was a little bit lower than I think it should be and could be. So given the offensive efficiency we've seen from both squads down the stretch here. So over 220 for me, -112.
Over 220, -112 for Bobano. What do you think of Mikey Money's play of the day today on the Golden State Warriors? If I gave you a free $500 bet right now on the side, is that where you would be leaning towards?
So they've had a bad ATS record as home favorites this year, Golden State. But how many times have they been only laying 4? And I do feel that they've been playing better later in the season at home. And if you look at what we've seen from them, they beat a very solid Dallas team at home. They had some good home wins prior to that. If you look at their schedule and go before that, we saw them beat, the Lakers, obviously. We saw, we've seen them play. They beat Milwaukee in a big-time home game. And they're only laying 4 here. It's not like you're laying a bigger number. So again, while they've struggled ATS at home this year as favorites, this is a lower number. And, there's a Warriors team that's coming to play. So are the Pelicans. But to me, that's why I think from a side perspective, I'm staying off. I actually think the Pelicans, I'd lean that way, but not in this spot.
Troy says Pelicans win tonight. He's very high on that basketball team. Do you feel like it's possible, or maybe I'm taking this too far, do you think it's possible that we're taking advantage of the fact that the Warriors looked bad yesterday and the Pelicans looked very, very good?
That's true. I mean, that was a lackadaisical game from Golden State. That's why I like Portland. I figured this is the game that they're more incentivized with tonight against New Orleans, and it was an inflated number, took advantage of it, flat spot, and they just went through the motion. They did enough to escape with the win. They'll be better tonight. I'm sure they will be. But I'm not stepping in front of New Orleans, though. I like what I'm seeing from this Pelicans group at the moment.
Oh, wow. Interesting one. And BJ saying that line at 4 is the market saying that it could just go either way. I'm interested in joining Mikey Money in this one. And Mikey's breakdown: road dogs are small favorites with no rest, are 0-25 against the spread if they are off of a win as a dog, and they are favorites on average this season.
And don't look now, Klay Thompson's actually starting to make shots again, and that's, scary proposition.
Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 3 games left. Houston Rockets at Portland Trail Blazers. Rockets 39-41, 12-27 on the road. Blazers 21-59, 11-29 at home. We're at the Moda Center in Portland, Oregon. Houston 1-4 of their past 5, 13th fastest pace, 44.7 from the field, 38.2 from 3. Nobody's worried about the Rockets' offense. We're worried about their heart and their defensive acumen. Portland 2-3 over their past 5, 96.2 possessions a game. It's 25th fastest in the league, 41% from the field and 30.9 from 3. They're the worst shooting team in the NBA over their last 5 games. They're coming off a 192 loss at home to Golden State Warriors. Came on the heels of that 110-100 loss to the Pelicans. Covered both those spots. So they've covered 2 straight at home as double-digit dogs. And here, Rockets just failed to menace against Utah. They just did nothing all game long. And I hate that I wasn't on the Jazz and that it was the spread getting bigger, just messed with my head. 7-11, and they show nothing. Here from a line history standpoint, from the totals at 219, opened up at 217.5. We've gone up 1.5 points. From a spread perspective here, we're sitting with Portland as 6.5 point dogs at home. This opened at 5, so we have another 1.5 move towards the Rockets. And when we get to the cash flow, 70% of the tickets are on the Blazers. Lines, growing. 75% of tickets on the over. And then with the second half of a back-to-back in a meaningless basketball game, we know that Sengun's out. The issue here is that all of the Blazers, who we expect to all be out, are game time decisions, which doesn't make sense. I mean, Simon's missed 9 straight. He's not coming in. I think we can I'll go over them all individually, but I think we can expect them all to be out. Ayton in, Scoot in. Take it away for us here. Bobano, Rockets, Blazers.
I'm actually going to go with 3 different bets on this game. 3. Because I think the Rockets have completely and utterly, as Saturated says in the chat, checked out. I really do. I mean, the defensive effort was pathetic last night against the Utah Jazz. Pathetic how bad it was. Jalen Green didn't get hurt. He actually he just sucked. He had a bad game last night. He looked worn down. He was obviously not very efficient, missing shots that he normally makes. He's been great for the Rockets, but even he looks like maybe this just the losing and being knocked out of the playoffs, several games ago has taken its toll. They're betting Houston, and I get it. This Portland team, it's a little scary right now, but Houston is now 7 straight games for them have gone over the total. I think I've been on a bunch of those. I'm going right back to that here in this, and I know this is a Portland team that struggles to score with their current makeshift lineup. Totally get that, but gosh, I got to think Portland can do some damage here with what the lack of anything defensively we're seeing from the Rockets at this point in time. So I'm going to rock with the over 219 minus 110 at Pinnacle. I'm going to also grab Portland here plus 7.5 minus 115 at Proline Plus. Yeah, Portland plus 7.5 minus 115 at Proline Plus. And I'm going to take the Portland team total in this over 106.5 as well. I know, again, this is not a great offensive team, but it's a home game for them. It's final home game because they finish on the road after this on Sunday. I think they could find themselves to the 107 plus mark against a team that I think has QUIT on defense, Houston. So there you go. I'm going to go with Portland plus 7.5, Portland team total over 106.5 plus 102. That is the price with that at Pinnacle. And also that over 219 full game total minus 110.
You got it. Triple up.
I know the Portland offense is disgusting, and if I pay the price for this, I'll pay the price. But I see a team that just couldn't give 2 shits right now on defense, and that's enough for me against a team that's playing their home finale. Let's see a little heart, and let's see if Portland shows up tonight.
God, I'm just so angry watching that Jazz game last night. hate leaving money on the table. The market just got the best of me. 7-11 messed with my head. Let's see what we're going to do with the Jazz.
And they got to go from Utah to Portland as well. Not easy travel for Houston either.
No, that all makes sense. It all makes sense to me. Okay, I'm going to need a little bit more time on it. And again, we're just seeing the line move towards the Rockets, but sometimes the models aren't going to correctly adapt to heartless, teams without character and
they're thinking of Cancun, and it looks like Houston's thinking of it.
Utah Jazz 30-59-30 on the road at the LA Clippers 51-29, 25-14 at home. Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. Utah 1-4 over their past 5, snapping their 13-game losing streak last night. 18th overall in pace, 44.6 from the field, 37.2 from 3. They're actually not shooting so bad from 3. Clippers 4-1 over their last 5, 6th fastest pace in the league, 47.2 from the field and 35.2 from 3. Obviously, with the Clippers, it's who will be in the lineup. We play that game day in and day out with them. And at this point, Paul George will be playing tonight. Harden is questionable. He missed the Wednesday's game with right foot inflammation. If they need one win to lock in the 4th seed in the Western Conference. And that's important. That's really important, And then the Jazz, the group are all game time decisions, but we're sure they're all going to be out, right? Clarkson, Collins, Dunn, Kessler, and Sexton. I'll go through them one at a time. Markkanen's out, but we know the other guys are all out, right? So let's set this one up here and set up the rest situation. But again, the important thing is get one win and then rest everybody in game 82. I think it's a pretty simple situation here for the Clippers where they need to try tonight. So this is their 3rd game in 4 nights, but they were off last night. They had the home and home with Phoenix, winning the first one and then losing the second one. And then, of course, the Jazz coming off the victory last night. So from a spread perspective here, we have the Clippers -15, -107. They opened up at -14. We have a 1-point move towards them. From a total standpoint, we are sitting with this at 224 plus 101 to the under. Actually, it's just moved up to 225. So we've gone up a point. That happened a while ago. I guess I haven't refreshed this. And then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have 67% of the tickets on the Jazz line moving towards the Clippers, 86% of tickets on the over. Can you trust the Clippers to win by margin here? Bobano, take it away.
They can. They should. The last time they hosted Utah, and it was only a week ago, they won 131-102. So they destroyed the Jazz in that game. They have the capability of doing that again. And they obviously have a rest advantage here as well. It's back-to-back for Utah after the win against Houston last night. But we have seen the Jazz, they covered at Golden State, in between after that loss to the Clippers. And the offense is still there for the Jazz. Their defense obviously has been the issue, not only lately, but all season. Clippers, again, there is incentive here for them to win. They need to show up given their standing right now. But I feel better with the over here. Again, it's that double-digit favorite trend, 62% as Mike M threw out there. I definitely trust the Clippers to score in bunches against Utah, but do I trust them defensively? I've still got some issues with the Clippers just in showing up consistently, quarter in, quarter out at that end of the basketball court. And you look at the series history, it's trended over. So I could only look at the Clippers. I definitely lean that way, but I felt the total was the better bet, the safer bet. So over 223.5 -110 Bet Rivers.
Over 223.5 -110 at Bet Rivers for Bobano. I love Bobano firing all these shots because I'm very hesitant here. I have made 2 bets, and here's one of them. I took the Phoenix Suns -5. One thing that I've noticed, and I was late to the party. I got that this morning pretty early, but I was late to the party. One thing about the Kings is they don't fight through these tough travel situations. They don't fight through these, when they win a huge basketball emotional game, they play the next night. They just lose badly in these situations, And when they had that tough flight after their homestand over to New York, they played hard for 3 quarters and just let go in the 4th. Then they played really well and hard against the Celtics, and then beat up on the Kings, fell apart late against OKC. And then last night was a very tough spot. We talk about it all the time, the Malinsky spot. But we also talk about when you get the extra day rest, you can back that team. They didn't get the extra day rest. They traveled across North America on their off day and then played the next day, and then they lose. And then they play again. I mean, you'd be losing your mind if you were a big Kings fan. This travel is just not fair. And they've lost, 2 straight and 4 or 5 going up against the Suns, who are in a similar spot with 3 games in 4 nights, but they had last night off and they had a home and home with the Clippers. So it's not like they had a lot of travel. Suns are in a much, much better spot here this evening. Let's get into the line history. Our final game on the board, Bobano, excellent work. And you can bounce right after you do your job. I'll review all your action and get everybody to make sure that they follow Bobano Bets, the new handle here for Bobano. So this total sitting at 224, opened up at 225.5. We've dropped 1.5 from a spread perspective. This is sitting here at a -5. I thought it moved to 5.5. Damn, it moved to 5.5, but it came back. Damn it. Oh, it takes a lot of the joy I had away. So this opened up at Pinnacle at 5. That was at 7:17 this morning. Bet Online opened this up at 3, and that was at 1:47 p.m. yesterday. And it was there for 8 hours. So it was my fault for not getting it. Then from a cash flow perspective, you have 80% of the tickets. It's a public look on the Suns, 60% of tickets on the under. You hear the question, and the Yankees-Guardians game postponed. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you. Dan Kelly says, Kings without Herter and Monk are done. Their season is over, like Houston. Saturate said, going to miss Herter and Monk tonight. Fat Wally says, what I've noticed about Sacramento, good for 3 quarters, out of gas in the 4th. Take it away for us. Oh, and then a quick look just to make sure, because of the back-to-back, there's no new information on Phoenix is good to go, and there's nobody expected to be rested. We know Herter and Monk are out. Take it away, Bobano. Your last game on the board. 15 games in NBA. Did a hell of a job. Take it away, Suns Kings.
I'm right there with you on Phoenix here. -4.5 at FanDuel, -110. Still out there, so good to see that here. I mean, for me, Sacramento, terrible last night down the stretch against really from the beginning. New Orleans just took it to them. You can tell right away there's something wrong when you're not ready to come out better than Sacramento did last night. I mean, New Orleans just took it to them right away, and you could tell right away it's not going to be their night. And it did make a little push in the second quarter, but every time they got close, defense lagged, stopped making shots, and New Orleans kind of took over. For the Suns. Now, the important thing for the Suns is they can not only move up to 6th, but if they tie New Orleans for 6th in the West, they get it over New Orleans if they're tied with the same record, because they own the tiebreaker, the Suns. So they really have a real shot to get out of the play-in. There's no question if they can get the job done here down the stretch. So I do like Phoenix here, -4.5, -110. Better team. And right now, Sacramento struggling. And there's definitely incentive to play here for Phoenix. So Suns -4.5, -110. And I will add over 211, -110 for Brooklyn, New York as my final play. So Brooklyn, New York over 211, -110.
Over 211.
And that is all she wrote.
All right, spectacular job. I know you got to run. I'm going to review all your action, Bobano, but spectacular work. Please follow our guy, Bobano Bets on X, and support the Ice Guys. Bobano, any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Just have a great weekend. We love doing the Friday shows with Jimmy. Good luck to everyone. Cash some tickets this weekend. Same to you, Jimmy. All the best this weekend. Let's make some money. We'll see you next week.
There he is, Mr. Ian Cameron. Let's review all NBA action here before we get into MLB. First off, Orlando Magic, Philadelphia 76ers. Ricky Bobby says if Embiid's good, he's going to be on the Sixers first quarter, and I would like to join him. Bobano's on the over 221.5 in Bulls Wizards. North Ender got the Wizards plus 2.5. Great job. Bobano's on the Hornets plus 7.5 and the over 217.5 in the Hornets Celtics. I'm on the Hornets plus 8.5. Bobano's on the Pacers plus 3, and it's BJ's best bet. Pacers plus 2.5. I just need the Pacers to win. It's important. I'm not going to compound losses. I'm just going to sit back and cheer you guys the fuck on. Then, look, I want the Nets here. This may be just an absolutely stupid bet. And I don't know if I bet it right after the show. I might hem and haw. Over 211 at minus 110 for Bobano. I just think it's Madison Square Garden. I know this team is devoid of heart and character, but come on. MSG, try for one more night and then give up. Raptors Heat. I wish the Heat weren't destroyed by the Mavericks, or I'd be on the Raptors first quarter. I'm not going to. Lakers, Memphis, I probably need a little bit more time with. Bobano's on the Timberwolves minus 13.5 and minus 115. He's on OKC first half minus 8.5. I'd like to join him on that. Bobano's on the Spurs plus 12.5. I fear the vividness / recency bias of what happened. The last two teams met up. And I think that I get it. Wemby's a monster. He didn't play last game. Now here he is. But the Nuggets, the Spurs played excellent in Denver in that game. And I just, Bobano's on the Mavericks over 115.5. Again, Kyrie out, a Luka game time decision, but expected to play. Your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today from Mikey Money is Golden State minus 4. Bobano's on the over 220. I like Golden State minus 4 in this spot. Now it makes me nervous that, Troy says Pelicans can win this outright, but I feel like we're taking advantage of what happened last night. I would like to join them on that one. Then Blazers over 219 and minus 110. Blazers plus 7.5 minus 110. Blazers team total over 16.5 plus 102. I've got asterisks beside the Blazers, but I know what's happening psychologically for me. I'm interested in the Blazers because I didn't back them last night. And this is the type of thing that gets in my head. And when I miss an opportunity to get paid and then back the team the next night and lose, I'm fucking livid. And I just, I don't want to walk into that trap because sometimes there's not a bear in that fucking cave, but there's some guy cooking meth with a sword. Next spot here, Jazz, Clippers. Bobano's on the over 223.5 at minus 110. Bobano's on the Suns minus 4.5, minus 110. I already moved on that at minus 5. So there we go. No, BJ, they can't maybe move that much, but they can pass the Milwaukee Bucks. Subhuman Gaucho now a PSR Gold member is perfect time. No, I'm not on the Wizards, King Al. I'm not on the Wizards. That's just, look, I love bum fights. As long as there's no weapons. And this is a bum fight that I don't really want to be involved. BJ says Cavs ain't passing Milwaukee. I love hearing that because, as I said, they're only plus 210 to win the division and pass Milwaukee. So it's not like it's a far reach here. No, Nasty Nate. MLB is next. Subhuman Gaucho, now a member of PSR Gold. So there's $100 up for today's race, Jose. So I think, can we do 3 heats and get the finals for $100? Thumbs up. Okay, beautiful. And I know that takes time, and thank you for putting all that work in. We love you, AEOD. It's time to get into Major League Baseball. Please welcome star of Say Hey Plays of the day. Coming off a strong start to the season, but we know the marathon that Major League Baseball is. Please welcome San Antonio, Texas, home of the Southtown 101 and Pub Sports Radio, Mr. Jose Bouquett to the program. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Jimmy, I'm all right. I'm glad that Troy let me win at least one of my unders yesterday, so thank you to Troy. But 1 and 2 day yesterday, not good, but not devastating. So it was all right. I have a bunch of plays lined up. We're definitely aligned on the Mets, but I have a fear that game might not go.
And which game did we lose? Sorry, we lost the
Yankees. So that's why I feel like if the Yankees are down, then the Mets might be right there to follow. But I don't know New York geography.
The Yankees game is in Cleveland.
Oh, good. Good God. I thought I was in New York. All right. Never mind.
All right. I don't think your geography is going to help in this one, but let's roll. Jay Stone says you haven't started baseball yet. Fuck right on time. Let's roll. I'm going to set up a couple things here. While I'm setting this up, how many bets did you place today so far?
I haven't put any in. I've been doing a pretty good job about waiting and, capping everything with everyone. And I haven't been really fucked yet waiting, like on those totals. When I've seen those market movements, I haven't been hooked or anything like that yet. I got one that went from a win to a push from an 8.5 to an 8. So, that sucked, but it's been pretty good waiting. So that's been nice. I actually looked at last year so far to compare to this year, just to see how I was doing. I was actually curious to see how many bets I put in, and I couldn't figure that out. But last year I was down already double-digit units at this point. So can't complain of being right around even right now. So
I can complain. I taking the Orioles first 5 and not moving on the first 5 under, and the Orioles winning outright. It was just I had this great opportunity up all this money to start with that Mets double up first 3 and first 5, and then gave it back. So I'm a little perturbed with how I handled things yesterday. But we have a fresh new day here. We've lost that Yankees Guardians game, but lots here. We also have best bets. God, my computer's going so slow. I'm just going to shut everything down. We also have best bets from both Daby Cab and TJ. Best bets here. So let me get this up here and let's roll.
Yeah, and Mikey, don't worry. I looked at how I did in 2020. I've already forgotten the fucking seasons. The year before last year.
2022.
Yep, there we go. I looked at that as well, and it's weird. The season started, I guess, on April 7th. So that made it made finding out how I have done a little more difficult. But at that point, April 12th from April 7th, I actually was already up 18 units somehow in 2022. So I'm not, again, it's not the best start, but we'll take it. And apparently I just cashed out on Nerfies to fucking start the season in 2022. So yeah, but let's keep on trucking along. It's going to be a lot of interesting games today. I have a lot of bats. I'm thinking of the bat I have in my hand now since you guys are talking about it in the chat. Well, of bets, written down that I'm interested in, and the market, let me tell you, is not really helping me out on any of them. So I'm interested to talk them out with you.
Well, let's get right to work. I'm all set up. So, I'm on this. Let me get this out of here. We're all set up, so let's roll. We start at 6:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the Minnesota Twins 4-6, 3-2 on the road at the Detroit Tigers 7-4, 1-2 at home at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Let's get into the weather in Detroit. 49 Fahrenheit drizzle to start the game and 21.2 miles per hour to left field. 21.2. Remember, they brought the outfield fence in slightly because there was no home runs being hit. Certainly none by a man named Javier Baez, who's taking a ton of heat up here.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
Wind between 21.2 and 20.2 miles per hour. And so drizzle to start it off. So there's an expectation that this game will be pushed back an hour or so. We have Pablo Lopez and Tariq Skubal on the bump, respectively. And these are two very good pitchers. They both staffs. Pablo Lopez, 101, 2.84 goals against, 2.84 ERA, 0.87 whip, 9 Ks and 1 walk through 12 2/3. He's allowed to 1 jack. He had a spectacular first start, and then he lost in his next start. That was the home opener, I believe, for Minnesota. He went 5 2/3, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which were earned, just 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. Skubal also got touched in his second start. The A's got to him late. He went 6 1/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 9 Ks, 2 walks, and a 5-4 win at home. That was their home opener, right? So both pitchers didn't pitch great in their respective home openers. Let's get into the line history here for this one. And we're going to be using Pinnacle line moves. This total sitting at 7.5. This opened up at 7, has moved to 7.5. It's still heavily juiced to the under. And there's still 7s that are juiced to the over that are widely available. And let's sorry, I don't have the money line up here, but I'll have everything up here moving very quickly here shortly. From a money line standpoint here, we have Detroit at -117. They open up at -119, so 2-cent move in the opposite direction. And then when we get to the cash flow, you have 65% of the ticket. You have 41% of the tickets and 79% of the cash on the Minnesota Twins. Very, very slight move. And then from a total side of things, 70% of tickets and 91% cash on the over. And obviously that would be based on the weather. Big Scott says wind's still blowing out at 20 miles per hour. Yes, I did just refresh. Take it away for us here, Jose, Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan, Tigers Twins.
Yeah, that wind really does make me want to bet the over in this game, truly. I know these pitchers are both really, really good, but it's fucking heavy. That's Wrigley Field-esque right there. And exactly, Big Scott's right. Even I could have elevate a ball maybe out of this ballpark today. So I lean over in this game, shockingly enough, with both these aces on the bump. Pablo didn't have the best start of the season. I mean, he had a good start, bad start, but last year against the Tigers, 7 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs, 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 10 Ks, 1 walk. So he still dominates these guys as well. And obviously, we didn't see Skubal versus the Twins last year, but he had 3 starts against them in 2022, dominated them in back-to-back starts in 2022 there to end the season, or to end that little sample size. So it's kind of tough to say that these guys are going to dominate here today, honestly. I know that Wine Time just put out that the Twins offense has been horrible, to start the season, obviously, but I think they're still a good enough offense to bounce back here for sure. I actually want to check and see what they're doing against righties this year, because it's a better sample size against righties. And he's right. Dead last against righties this year. 70 weighted runs created plus. By the way, I'll give you bottom 5 teams against righties, because they're all pretty surprising this year. And, it's a decent sample size now, obviously. But your Cardinals are 26, 81. The Giants, 78. The Mariners, 75. The Phillies, 74. And then the Twins at 70 weighted runs created plus against righties. So that's pretty interesting, to say the least. But yeah, I just ultimately probably pass this game. I think it leans over, or I think I would bet the over if I had to make a bet in this game. But I didn't want to make just a bet off weather, I guess.
Neither of these teams are hitting, whether it's righties or lefties or anybody. Twins 184 with a 285 on base, 325 slugging. I mean, that's just horrific. Detroit 218, 292, and 330. I mean, yeah, I get the over, but I think that this over is completely predicated on wind, completely on weather. It's not about an X's and O's thing, which I just don't want to be involved in. I do not want to be involved in. So let's Drummond and Io out for the Bulls. That's what we were thinking. Thank you, North Ender.
And I mean, like in a normal day, this is first 5 under all day, every day. So
I agree. Let's move on. 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-4, 6-2 on the road. The Philadelphia Phillies 7-6, 3-4 at home at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, here is the spot where I would like to go over. Both pitchers coming off nice. Well, not as nice for Sanchez, but nice for Falter. I don't trust any of that shit. And remember Falter watching the Phillies win the division last year in the Pirates dugout, all sad, watch him. I do not trust him to keep his emotions in check here. I don't. But 13.7 miles per hour to right field, 61 Fahrenheit at first pitch, goes down to 56 Fahrenheit. Falter, 5-4 extra inning win at home over the Orioles. Yeah, he looked great at home. Now go face the team that ditched you on the road. So at home, he was great. Now, he only threw 1 strikeout. He allowed 1 hit. He was pretty fortunate on a couple of those barrels where it just went to the wrong spot. And Justin McKelvey says Pirates over 9 on his card with confidence. See, I like where you're at there. I hope I can end up. Christopher Sanchez is, I'd like to hear your take on Sanchez. And we need to feel your thoughts on these 2 squads against lefties here, and we know that Pittsburgh has started the year hitting the ball hard, much harder than the Phillies, who are hitting 233 with a 354 slugging so far. Pirates 266 and 397. But again, this is versus a lefty, so we want to hear Jose's thoughts here. And we're going to start bringing in the stats now. Sample size is close, so I'll have everything set for next week, where I don't think we'll be overdoing or taking these numbers too far, which was my concern. Sanchez coming off a 3-2 loss at the Nationals, 4 1/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 K, 3 walks. I mean, neither of these guys can get strikeouts if they need them. So the wind's blowing out. We have Justin McKelvey confident on the over. Let's start with the money line, sitting with Sanchez and the Phillies at -152. They opened up at -149. This was all over the map. This was -159 at 9 a.m. This was -143 at 11 a.m. Now it's sort of splitting the difference. And then from a total side of things here, sorry, let's move over here. From a total side of things, God, I meant to have that set up, but I was too caught up in that last game. We are sitting here with a 9. minus 115 to the over. This opened minus 111 to the over. It got up to minus 117. There was a little bit of buyback, but still 4-cent move to the over. And when we get to the cash flow, when we get to the cash flow, we have 80% of the tickets on the over. I wonder if we deem that 4-cent move enough. I don't know if I do. 35% of tickets, 41% cash on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And BJ saying the books cleaned house on game 1 of this series. The whole world was on Pittsburgh. Take it away for us here, Jose Bouquett, Pirates Phillies.
Yeah, I'd probably stay off this game too, and I definitely lean over with you guys. I mean, that's an obvious play there for me as well. But I looked at a Pirates team total over specifically, honestly. I was hoping my book would give a 3.5. And by the way, it's very interesting. Coin. I didn't know that the Phillies are on an L7 right now. They're on the under streak at least. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I like I said, I was looking at the Pirates team total over here. I wanted it to be a 3.5. On my book, it's a 4.5. Plus money, but I don't want to. 4.5 at underdog with underdogs kind of scare me. I don't know if anyone's starting to realize that. I guess, but it kind of sketches me out. Plus money, sounds great on the surface, but I just couldn't get there. I will say, Pittsburgh this year, 187 plate appearances against lefties, so a pretty decent sample size. 121 weighted runs created plus is 8th best in baseball, and it's good. It's really good. So I probably lean towards an over here with you. I definitely think that Bailey Falter could get touched up here, but I don't want to go against, like a mini revenge angle of Bailey Falter being like, I'm going to show the Phillies what I'm worth here. They missed out on me. I should have been on this team, et cetera, et cetera. So I stayed off this game. I lean over, though, and a Pirates team total over.
Yeah, wine time on the under. It's just not enough for me here. Not enough for me here. Nothing gonna move me at this point. I was close though, and I was thinking about it. Let's move on. 6:50 p.m. Eastern. We have the San Francisco Giants 5-8, 2-5 on the road. Tampa Bay Rays 7-6, 3-4 at home. We're at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. We do know who's pitching now for the Rays. It is Jacob Waguespack, journeyman here. So this point in the season, he has not started, any games, and he was over in Japan for the last 2 years, right, for Oryx. So I have no idea what he's going to give you. He was a Blue Jay in 220 and 219, and he was bad. Actually, it wasn't so bad in 19, but he was just horrific in 2020. So Lillard. Oh, we knew that chosen one, but keep those coming in. Keep those coming in because we love hearing it. Against Keaton Wynn. Keaton Wynn, 5.73 ERA. This is another pitcher who can get soft contact, but he can't get strikeouts. His K-to-walk ratio 7-4. His last start, 4-0 loss at home versus Padres. He's lost both of his starts. He went 6 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 1 homer, 1 strikeout, and 3 walks. This is tricky. It's very tricky. Now, can you sit back and say, well, it's Waguespack, it's a bullpen day. We trust the Rays bullpen. This is just tricky. This total is at 8.5. It opened up at 8, so we have a half-run move to the over. And from a money line perspective here on this one, from a money line perspective, we are sitting here with the Giants at even money at plus 100. They opened up at minus 104, so we've had a slight move towards the Tampa Bay Rays. And then from a cash flow standpoint, 83% of the tickets are on the Tampa Bay Rays. We don't have any cash flow, but that's a lot of tickets. And from a total, we have no help at all. And again, that's part of the reason being we didn't know who was pitching for the Rays. Take it away, Jose. Tricky one, Giants Rays.
Yep, stay off for me as well. Two teams that I find difficult this year. Like I said, I think the Rays are a last place ball club, but that's really weird to say with the Rays. So I stayed off. The Giants are tricky. I don't trust Keaton Wynn. Who the fuck knows what we're going to get from our boy Waguespack here. So it was a pretty easy stay off game for me. But, if I had gunned ahead, I'd pick the Giants here. Just like I said, I think that the Rays are a last place team and their bullpen has been horrid. So Give me the Giants gun ahead, but nothing here.
Do we expect this bullpen to suck for the whole year? I mean, I find it hard to believe that this Rays godlike staff is not going to figure this shit out.
Exactly. Yeah. So I agree with that as well. But again, I don't know. We've expected that every year, and this is the first year that everyone's kind of looked at the Rays side eye. I just think they have too many pitchers hurt already, and I don't think they're top form anymore. But yeah, like guys like Pete Fairbanks, I expect to come back and pitch well. It's just bullpens are so finicky, like year to year. So I stayed off, like I said, but I don't trust the Rays in general.
All right, we have 2 more games here until we have our first best bet on the program, which comes to us from TJ, star of the gift play of the day. Next up for us, 7:05 p.m. Eastern, Milwaukee Brewers 8-3, 5-1 on the road at Baltimore Orioles 8-4, 4-2 at home. It was very, very difficult to lose money on the Orioles yesterday in the Orioles game, but I found a way. Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's take a look at the weather first and foremost in Baltimore. 61 Fahrenheit, 14.1 miles per hour to right field. It dies down to about 11.5 in the middle of the game. Doesn't ever get lower than that. So it's not warm, but the wind is blowing out. Then let's get into the line history here for this spot. On the money line, we have the Orioles as a home dog. Opening up minus 108, now plus 101. 9 cents of movement to your Milwaukee Brewers, which does come as a bit of a surprise. This total sitting at 8.5. It's minus 115 to the over. It's kind of been all over the place. So it opens up at 8.5, and 22 minutes later, it's down to 8. That lasts for less than an hour, and it's back at 8.5. Then it gets to 9. This was at 9 until 45 minutes ago, and we're back at 8.5. Still, we've had 17 cents of movement to the over, a legitimate move towards the over. When we get to the cash flow on that over, it's public. 77% of tickets are on it, but just 45% of the cash. There's a reason why it's moved back to 8.5. It is blowing out. 70% of the tickets are on the Brewers. We don't have a cash flow on that, but market's moving. Freddie Peralta on the hill. He looked okay in that 6-5 win at home versus the Mariners. 5 2/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 Ks, 1 walk, 3.09 ERA. It's the whip that's just outstanding. 0.60 whip right now. He's allowed 1 home run over the 11 2/3, 15 Ks and 2 walks. Tyler Wells, 4.76 ERA, 1.24 whip. He's allowed 2 jacks to start the year. Coming off a 5-4 extra inning loss to the Pirates, he went 7 hits over 5 1/3, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, and 2 walks. So clearly there's a pitching advantage for these Milwaukee Brewers. Is that enough to get you to the window? Take it away for us here, Jose. Brewers, Orioles.
Yeah, I do like the Brewers here today, and I think I'm going to move on them. They're one of the plays I've gotten written down here, and I wanted to talk about. Shout out to Justin McElvey saying that we should just bet the Orioles every day here again. And Jimmy, again, I'll tell you, our guy Tim Earl, Gaming Giggity, follow him on Twitter, is doing that and tracking it. He's betting them money line and run line every day. Do you want to guess what his record is for his money line?
No, but units.
8-4 plus 2.3 units. So
Okay.
it's pretty good. Run line 7-5 plus 4.1 units.
Wow.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do indeed want to bet the Brewers here. The line movement is interesting, and the Brewers have been hot, and they did this last year. I don't know why they seem to start seasons hot, but they do. This is actually, Jimmy, I don't know about you. On the screen, obviously it's minus 112 plus 102, but this is for me on Bet Online completely flipped. This is now minus 105 each way, and it was actually minus 106 towards the Brewers for a little bit as well. So I just they continue to believe that these line flipping spots are the ways to bet. I don't remember what my record is offhand on them. I think it's like 3-2, something like that. So nothing like too crazy, but I'm on the Brewers here. I think yet again here. And I've got, let me tell you, minus 104.
I think I'm going to cut it down to 5 innings. This has not necessarily been working for me, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to cut it down to 5 innings. I'll be on the Brewers as well. BJ saying Brewers spot. Tyler Wells is vulnerable. Jay Rush saying as soon as the Orioles go down 3 runs, just bet the Orioles money line. I mean, that makes sense. Chosen one is on the Orioles first 5. Coin saying Milwaukee on a 4-run streak to the over. But when you think of these two teams, it's the Orioles offense that you're concerned about. The Brewers offense has looked much, much better to start the year.
Yeah, it's funny. They're both again. I feel better using righty stats for this year than lefties because obviously bigger sample size. But Orioles are second against righties this year, 130 weighted runs created plus. Brewers are fourth, 125. So they've been better than the Rangers this year. You can say that. By the way, right below the Rangers at 5th, Kansas City Royals. So very interestingly enough, indeed. But yeah, I do like the Brewers here today, and I'll keep betting these spots where the line flips. I know, obviously it'd be nice to be getting on them early with the plus money, but still minus 105 is okay with me.
Yeah, it's marginal difference. I'm okay missing it. Jay Rush saying that Orioles lineup is deadly. There's no doubt about it, but this year overall, Orioles are hitting 236, Brewers hitting 272. On base percentage for the Orioles, 297. For the Brewers, it's 349. I mean, there's not 16 homers for the Brewers, 14 for the Orioles. I mean, slugging 448 for the Brewers, 411 for the Orioles.
This is going to be the game that Jackson Holiday probably gets his first hit too. So he'll hit less.
Brewers first 5. My card is developing. Let's move on. Next up, 7:07 p.m. Eastern. Colorado Rockies 3-10, 1-6 on the road. Toronto Blue Jays 6-7, 2-1 at home. Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. Roof's going to be closed. I don't think we need to worry about anything. It's drizzling. It's cold. It's shitty. It sucks. We have Ryan Felcher, 0-1, 3.27 ERA, 11 innings, 14 Ks, 4 walks, 1 home run. He's actually looked pretty good this year. He's not a pitcher I trust at all. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 10 Ks, 2 walks, 8-6 loss at home versus Tampa. He looked awesome. I don't know what to do with Felner, on all honesty. And we have our second play of the day for Mikey Money. Your grandma's panties play today is Colorado plus 200. Colorado plus 200.
Wow. Well, guess what? That's also going up against Cash Cow as well. Troy put in the chat the old Cash Cow play of the day.
I think we should find a different picture of Troy for that one. But
I love that picture, Troy. I think you look like $1 million.
Go with Gossman 0-1, 9.53 ERA, 1.41 WHIP, 6 Ks over 5 2/3, 2 walks, and 3 homers. His last start was horrific. 9-8 loss to the Yankees, 1 1/3, 4 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 2 homers, 0 Ks, 2 walks. Gossman's first start at home. Of course, he's going to bounce back here. Right? Isn't it right? Let's take a look at the total in this one. It's sitting at 8. It's minus 107 to the under. We have 6 cents of movement to the under. This is a pretty easy lineup to go up against here with the Rockies. It's pretty soft. We'll go over those numbers. With the cash flow here, we have the Jays down to minus 228. So they open up at minus 237. And at first, it was slightly moving towards the Jays. It stopped. So we've had 7 cents of movement, depending on which way you look. I guess 9 away from Toronto, 7 towards Colorado. Then from a cash flow standpoint here, you have 18% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on Colorado. I mean, how many pros do you know they're going to bet minus 235 money line? So it's
exactly.
Then from a total, it's 50-50 with no cash flow information. Take it away, Jose. Blue Jays at home with Gausman expecting the bounce back spot. Take it away.
Yeah, I am off this game, obviously. I'd be interested in putting the cash cow with like a parlay piece and something like that. I've already made one parlay this year, so when we're going nuts, make a second one. But yeah, I'm off this game as well. I'm going to be watching Kevin Gausman, Max Fried, very in particular, because they both, well, I should say more Max Fried in particular, because he's coming off back-to-back starts getting shelled. But Gausman got rocked last time out. Max Fried got rocked last time out. I'd like to see them both bounce back, but who knows? Maybe they're both just washed up. Who knows? So
Come on.
I
don't think Gausman's washed up, man.
no one does yet. If he gives up more runs to the Rockies, then the questions are starting to be asked. So I'm off. I'm not going against Cash Cow, and I don't want to go against my grandma wearing my sister's panties because that's always a sight to see.
Yeah, this offense is so anemic for the Blue Jays that I can't ever back them as a big favorite, and I won't all year. It's just they're so horrific. Now, this bullpen needed the day off so badly. I got the day off yesterday, but I'm going to stay off of it and watch Troy and Mikey Money go head to head. We move on. And we welcome our first guest of the MLB card. We're going to be going 3 wide on this baseball game here, making his season debut for us here, star of the gift play of the day. Please welcome, for the first time this season, our friend TJ to the show. TJ, how are you, my guy?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, man. Good. So we have your best bet time for TJ. TJ's got 3 spots on the board that he's attacking. And we will start with you, TJ, and then we'll go over to Jose. Daby Cab, best bet time is the very next game, Braves Marlins, and then we go back to TJ. So we're going to have a lot of fun here with our guests today. Here we go. Los Angeles Angels, 6-6, 4-2 on the road to the Boston Red Sox, 7-6. Nary a win at Fenway Park to start the year, 0-3. Tanner Houck going up against Reed Detmers, who is still just 24 years old. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We will start with the money line. Sitting here with Detmers and the Angels opening up at plus 110, now plus 101. So 9 cents of movement towards your Los Angeles Angels. From a total perspective here, we are sitting with a 9. It's minus 107 to the over. This opened up minus 118 to the under, juice to the under. And this didn't open up till 8:24 a.m. Over at Pinnacle as well. And then there was this move to the over. So this moved to the over for about an hour. And then it flipped. And then there was a move to the under. Not only did it drop to 8.5 just for a few minutes, but it did. There was a move towards the under, dropped 8.5. Now it's back at 9. So we've had 12 cents of movement to the over, 9 cents of movement to the Angels. When we get to the cash flow in this one, we have 89% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on the over. And yet this dipped to 8.5 for a second, which is absolutely wild. From a money line standpoint, 55% of the tickets and 79% of the cash are on the Boston Red Sox. And we reverse line movement. So what is the weather then here in Boston? In Boston, where is it here? Sorry, just give me 1 second. We have 58 Fahrenheit, 13.1 miles per hour out to left field towards the green monster, the left center. Stays between 13.1 and 11.5. One thing that we know about wind at this time of year is it's not hot, so it's not as big of a deal. It's not like it's great hitting weather. It's cool, but blowing out. Reed Detmers has looked nothing short of spectacular this year. 2-0, 1.64 ERA, 0.82 WHIP, 19 strikeouts in 11 innings. He looked excellent in the 2-1 win at home over the Red Sox. Last out, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 12 strikeouts and 1 walk. And Tanner Houck on the other side has looked quite good himself. 17 strikeouts in 12 innings with 2 walks. These pitchers are pitching so well right now, but there's been a move towards the over with 99% of cash on it. TJ, your first game of the young season. It's great to have you here, my friend. Take it away, Angels, Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here this year. Hopefully be on a little more. So you said 99% of cash is on the over?
99% of cash. Let me just double check that right now again. 89% of tickets, 99% of cash on the over.
Okay, well, that's good for me because I'm on the under here. I actually have this game coming out of my model.
Oh, we just lost your audio for some reason.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're good. You're back.
Okay. Yeah, I have this thing at about 7.8 out of my model. you gave Detmers and Houck stats, and normally I wouldn't consider spring training much, but I will, their first 2 or 3 starts. You take Detmer's spring training with his regular season, he's at 29 innings pitched with 43 strikeouts and only 7 runs. You take Houck, he's at 27 innings pitched with 4 runs and 33 strikeouts. So both these guys are dealing. They dealt in the spring. And they're both guys that, we have high expectations for. They can miss bats. They limit home runs. But I believe they're both going to keep up there with their early season goes here. And I did full game because Boston has a pretty good pen. They did blow the lead last night, but none of their pitchers have pitched 2 games in a row. Full arsenal's available. Same with the Angels. They had the day off. As far as the win goes, I don't factor it in hardly at all, maybe a tiny bit, but later in the season it becomes more important. But right now, unless it's like 20 miles per hour, 17 mile per hour, I don't really factor it in. So that's why I'm on the under here. I think it's a good look. I liked that it went down to 8.5 and then back up with all the money on the over. I'd rather be on the other side. So
I like that breakdown. It makes sense to me here. Take it away, Jose Bouquett. Angels, Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm on the Angels here. I think the Red Sox are about to go in free fall mode, unfortunately. And I'll say this. Ever since Trevor Story left, and I'd say Trevor Story was arguably one of the more important players on the team, and it's not because it's bad, because he strikes out every fucking time he's up at the plate. His defense at shortstop was just so needed, and now we have slapdicks up there, and it's making everything just so much worse. Devers is not a good third baseman defensively to begin with. Emmanuel Valdez is not a good one, so the errors come, and then when the errors come, the Red Sox pitching staff has to get more outs, and they're not that good to begin with. And that's concerning. And here's my other declarative statement, Jimmy. We can. This is something to track. Write this down. April 12th officially is when we say this. I think the Red Sox are going to get fucking carved up by lefties this year. I think they're going to get dominated by lefties this year. They have one righty that's worth any power, and that's Tyler O'Neill. And I fucking love Tyler O'Neill. I hope he stays in Boston, but he's also an injury liability. So all the best of the Red Sox hitters are lefties. And I know right now, I looked at their stats currently against lefties, and I'll bring up this year specifically just to have a better indication. They are 17th, 101 weighted runs created plus, 147 plate appearances. That's fine, but I just feel like that number is going to plummet down to the 80s to low 90s here. I actually did more research to see Red Sox against lefties specifically. And there's another stat called splits, OPS plus, which is splits. Again, 105 in 12 games, 147 plate appearances. Okay, this is all, kind of good, but more research against lefty starters, they just get dominated. They have one home run against them. Reed Detmers in his history against the Red Sox has dominated them. He got 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run in the very last start against them, 12 Ks, one walk. Last year, 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs against them. The year before that, 4 1/3, 3 hits, no earned runs. And his very first start against them, 4 2/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs. Just good numbers against the Red Sox. And I just don't think the Red Sox will be hitting lefties this year. On top of that, I don't like Tanner Houck in a back-to-back start situation. His whole issue was he doesn't go through the order more than 2 times, and now a team's going to see him again in such a short order. It just doesn't feel like a recipe for success for the Red Sox here. So I'll be on the Red Sox. It's actually very interesting. You were mentioning that reverse line movement. I wrote down the Red Sox, or the Angels, I should say, at minus 104. Now I'm getting at minus 102 full game money line here. So I guess some line movement back towards the Red Sox, but I still believe in the Angels to get the job done here, shockingly enough. And I probably will be fading the Red Sox every time they face a lefty this year, because I do not think that the Red Sox can hit lefties this year playing out. So
Yeah,
Angels for me,
especially
full game.
one that strikes out a lot of pitchers, because there's only 2 teams that strike out more than the Red Sox, Minnesota and Seattle, and it's just barely. So you got to figure
Yeah, it's
Detmer's going to get his
disgusting.
Ks, and the Angels are a bottom third in versus right-handed pitching. So
I love it. I like what both of you guys are on. It just makes perfect sense to me. Both spots. I'm going to be on both. I'm going to ride with TJ on the under 9. I'm going to ride with Jose and Wine Time on the Angels. We have TJ's first official pick. Now, he has given us a gift that pushed, but this is his first on-show official pick. As you know, the one thing we can promise you is that every single bet that anyone gives out on the show will be tracked, and whether or not it makes them feel good or it's embarrassing will be shown. We're not hiding anything. So TJ is in. Under 9 minus 105. Jose is in. And Jose, with your stuff, then we're going to give you what you tweet out rather than the best line available.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine because that's like what I'm actually betting, so that just makes more sense.
Oh, I respect
But
that.
yeah, no, I've got minus 102.
Minus 102 is locked in. I'm going to be joining both you guys. I think that was a great breakdown too. Wine Time, give me a shout out for that breakdown. I like it. Okay, TJ, we will see you shortly. You are now going to be replaced by young Dabra Kadabra joining us here for the next spot on the board. Daby Cab, how are you, my man?
I'm good, man. 1-1 yesterday, which is, pretty shit. I don't like 1-1 days. But good news is baseball doesn't stop. We get it every day. So we're right back at it today. And we're going to cash today. So I'm excited for today.
Well, let's move forward. Jose's already intimated his interest on what Maxwell Fried will do here in this start, because he's been nothing short of horrific thus far. This last start, 9-8 win at home over the Diamondbacks, 4 in the third, 10 hits, 8 runs, 7 of which were earned, a jack, 5 Ks, and 1 walk. Lefties on the hill for both. We're going up against Trevor Rogers, coming up 3-1 loss to the Cardinals. He went 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned runs, 0 homers, 3 Ks, 3 walks. A serviceable lefty. Let's get into the situation here. We will start with the line history. We have this total for us in Miami. The total is sitting at 8.5. 8.5. This opened up at minus 106 to the over, and then it got up to 9. And it wasn't a real 9. It was between minus 116, minus 118 to the under, and between plus 103 and plus 105 to the over. But it did get there, and then it came back to 8.5. So overall, we've just had 5 cents of movement towards the over. From a money line perspective in this one, we are sitting with Atlanta at minus 188. They opened up at 175. So we have had 13 cents of movement towards these Atlanta Braves. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 76% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on the over. It's only been 5 cents of movement on it. We have 93% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the Atlanta Braves. Here we go. It is best bet time from Daby Cab. Take it away for us. Braves, Marlins at Lone Depot.
2 starts is not, they have been bad. I get it. They've been real bad, but 2 starts is not enough to freak out yet. You gotta have 3 or 4 in a row for me to really worry. I think this could be a bounce back spot for Fried here against the Marlins. One reason I would be weary of the full game over or even an over in the first 5 would, because I think Fried pitches very well in this game. But on the total here, if you look at what these 2 teams have done, both of them have already had 8 games that have gone over. Both of them this season have already had 8 games go over. Atlanta 8-2-1 already this year to the over. And then last year, these teams went 11-2. So out of the 13 games they played, 11 of these games went over between these 2 games. But like I said, I think the Braves are going to have to bring the offense here. Fried was, 3-0 last season in his 5 starts against the Marlins, 2.86 ERA against them, 23 strikeouts. So if there's ever a spot to get right for a pitcher, this is the spot for Max Fried right now, right here against the Marlins. I think the Braves are a good side here. I'm just going to go with the team also backing up their pitcher, knowing that he needs the win here also. So I took the Braves team total. I got it over 5 at even money. I have not tweeted this out, so you can shop for a best line. If you can find a 4.5 there, I'd even lay a little juice with it. But 5 works. Whatever you got.
I'm going to line shop for you here on the team total. I thought that was a very, very interesting breakdown that I liked very much. Earl Sports Bet said this is a smash spot. Braves off a bad loss, fading the Marlins. Braves first 5 -1/2, full game -1.5, team total over 5, full game over 8.5. Res Mob in the house, and our guy Ricky Levine. Ricky Levine won last Friday's Greyhound race, and he gave them $50 back. So what does that mean? $100 this Friday, thanks to our friend Ricky Levine. Ricky, you're the man, and thank you. And it just makes our horse race more exciting. So we're gonna do 3 heats. Top 9 go for the hundo. Listen to this. I mean, Dapper Capper on the Braves -1.5. We have a Marlins team that's hitting 204 on the season with a 304 slugging. You have the Braves with a 5.01 ERA and a 1.41 WHIP. I mean, 87 Ks and 40 walks for this pitching staff thus far this year.
Hey, I'd be remiss too if I didn't talk about Rogers here. He's 0-5 with the ERA of 6.03 and 35 strikeouts and 7 appearances against the Braves. So obviously they've got plenty of experience against him also. I probably should have said that already.
Oh, it's great. It's a great breakdown. Take it away. And but BJ saying favorable matchup for Fried to bounce back, but very public. So tread lightly. What are you doing here, Jose? Braves Marlins.
Yeah, honestly, I'm off this game, and I'm a part of the Max Fried concern train. I will say, though, he did give up 6 earned runs in his first inning last time out, but then pitched pretty okay after the 6 earned runs. Gave up 8 total, 7 earned, but that's an encouraging sign. On top of that, he is literally facing the worst team against left-handed pitchers this year thus far. 232 plate appearances, so ample again sample size. 32 weighted runs created plus. The next closest are the Nationals at 49. Now again, a lot of that is Nasty Cortez. He dominated the Marlins earlier this year, and he kind of sucks. So who knows? But if Max Fried doesn't do it here, then I don't know. I was talking to a Braves fan friend, and he was telling me how the Braves are fine, blah, blah, blah. And I was telling him, sure, they'll make the playoffs, but like the Braves are a team trying to win the World Series here, and then they just cannot do it with a hurt Spencer Strider, who I assume is done for the season, and Max Fried, who's pitching like dog shit. So I stayed off this game. I lean Marlins. But I don't want to bet anything here, and I'll be interested to see how Max Fried does, like I said.
Yeah, I think this makes perfect sense what everybody's doing here. I just, it is a very public spot, but I think I also think the way Cab is attacking this is he's saying that they're going to fight and play their best for Fried. So he's not, he can win this game if Fried still gets blown up.
And I'll say Braves against
win
lefties.
This game if the Marlins don't score.
Yeah. Well, the Braves against lefties this year, 90 weighted runs created plus, 21st in 141 plate appearances. So again, not a big sample size, but still I consider over 100 plate appearances pretty decent. But let's remember they were the best against lefties last year. So maybe that's just a slow start, but a note.
And your 5 at plus 100 is a great score. It's a great score because Pinnacle has it at 5.5. They're not giving you options, and it's plus 112 to the over. So that when they don't give you, they rarely give you options, but it's because they don't. They're uncomfortable.
What's the best line you found on it right now?
I mean, if you can get a 5 at even money, that's the best line.
I mean, I got that this morning. I don't think you can get that now. But what's the best line right now?
Where did you get that? What book?
I got it on an offshore book that you probably don't want to talk about. It looks like Caesars has a 5 at minus 110 right now.
That would be good. I'll look at a couple others here as the show goes on, but
minus 110 would be fine if you want to just take that one.
There you go. Cab is on the Braves team total over 5 at minus 110. Top set Braves first 5 full game and team total over. A lot of love for the Braves in this spot. And
I would consider the Marlins a waffle play of the day for me. We can go ahead and mark that down for those people that
Marlins
like to
money line.
It's not how that shit works. It's not something to give out and be proud of, Jose.
I'm not giving anything out. I'm not giving anything out. I'm just saying for those people that like to
Absolutely
track these
disgusting.
things.
And that's why we don't do shit like that, Jimmy.
The Marlins are
that
a
right there
waffle.
is why we don't do shit like that.
Waffle of the day.
Daby Cab has moved on the Braves. Team total over 5 minus 110 available right now at Caesars. That is best bet number 1. Daby Cab will be joining us again very soon. Great job, Daby Cab. Excellent work. We now replace Daby Cab back with TJ. TJ back in business with us. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. The Kansas City Royals 9-4, 1-2 on the road. At the New York Mets 5-7, 1-5 at home. We're at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Let's get into the weather first in Queens. We have, we have 56 Fahrenheit, 12.2 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 9.7 miles per hour by the end of the baseball game. Michael Wacha versus Luis Severino. Now, I want to back Michael Wacha, and I would really want nothing to do with Luis Severino, but this will be tracked all year. As a lot of the things are. We talk about what edges, what trends are the most successful. And there's not that I like here. Not a lot of trends that I really like here. But the number one angle in Major League Baseball that I've seen as we've been publicly doing this is to fade a team on a 7 or more game winning streak when they switch cities. I would like to begin that right now and bet on the New York Mets. But I haven't done it yet. I want to hear everybody's thoughts. I want to hear TJ's best bet. And I want to cap the game appropriately and do due diligence before I just fire away at something. So first off, Wacha has looked good this year. 2.25 ERA, 0.58 whip, 12 innings, 13 Ks, 2 walks, and 1 homer. He didn't look very good on the road, and he looked very good in that home start against the weak-hitting White Sox. 7 innings, 2 hits, 8 Ks, 1 walk. Severino coming off a 9-6 loss at the Reds. 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs. Just 1 was earned, 7 Ks, and 2 walks. Let's get into the line history for this one, and then TJ is going to give us his best bet. We have the New York Mets sitting at minus 135. They opened up at minus 119. 16 cents of movement towards the New York Mets. Let's get into the total for this one. From a total side of things, we're dealing with a 8.5 minus 118 to the over. This opened up at 8, got up to 8.5, back to 8, up to 8.5, and stayed there. And now this 8.5 is juice. So we've gone up a run, and it's very juiced to the over, which means 9s are likely coming. BJ says Luis Severino means save your money, Jim. Fade or pass. Says back with this motherfucker. I'm going to. It's one thing to say, look, this is a trend that I've seen and it just works. It's another thing to say, this is a trend that I've seen that works and I'm betting it. And I have to do that shit. I have to do it. Or, well, I'd like to hear the breakdowns from Jose and TJ, but I just feel like words are fucking empty if you don't bet it. And so I want to back this and track this and see if we found an angle that's just going to continue to pay us from a cash flow perspective here. We have 57% of tickets and 71% of cash on the Mets. I mean, that's sharp money that's moving it there. You have 73% of the tickets public on the over, but just 36% cash on the over. TJ, best bet number 2. Take it away. Royals, Mets.
You're not going to like it, but I'm actually on the Royals first 5 money line. Now, if you're going to take the Mets, definitely support a full game play on the Mets because Kansas City's bullpen's trash. But, you know, I run my model every day. I trust the model over the years, and I have a significant advantage here with a, 2.6 to 1.9-ish. That's the most common scores that came out of the simulations I do in favor of Kansas City on the first 5. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of last season with Wacha here. He's pitched over 146 innings with a 3.1 ERA, 1.11 whip. He's been excellent. I also look at these guys that have been in the league a long time. I like to look at their monthly splits to see how they start the season versus end the season. And Wacha's got a career ERA in March and April of 3.4. That's over 253 innings. And every month, if you just look at those splits, they go higher, and his ERA gets worse and worse, right? Mm-hmm. He's an early season guy you want before the All-Star break. Afterwards, he starts to fall apart. So I'm definitely going to back him here. Severino, if you look from the beginning of the last year, he's got an ERA of almost 6.5, 1.7 whip. And the Kansas City's just smashing righties still. They got a 122 weighted run created plus against righties. And, even with the Mets explosion yesterday, scoring 16 runs, they're still all the way down at 22nd versus righties. Weighted runs created plus, definitely below league average. So for the Mets, I just got to see them prove it. You know, they've really underperformed to start the season. Obviously, you know, riding a hot hand and usually a public underdog with Kansas City is probably not the best way to approach your bets if that's all you're doing. But in this case, it just works out well for me. And again, I would just do first 5 if you're tailing. Don't go full money line so that you can't lose it there in the 8th and 9th later innings.
Jake Burns on the Royals money line as well, and a huge number at Pinnacle for your first 5, plus 122.
Wow.
Plus 122 for the Royals first 5. Jose Bouquett, take it away. Your thoughts on this spot, Royals Mets?
Yeah, TJ, I'm glad you're on first 5 because what you say is going to happen, fingers crossed, will happen because I'm on the Mets. I'm laying the juice. It's quite disgusting. And when I lay juice like these are like must-win bets for me. And saying it's a must-win bet when I say something like that with Luis Severino on the bump is quite disgusting. But I'm his last supporter. I'm in his corner. I believe in the man. I believed in him all season. We specifically did not believe in him in the first game because the market said not to. But we backed him last time. He cashes in a good spot against the Cincinnati Reds. Now, thank God we only took first 5 there because the Mets, of course, in very Mets fashion, blew that lead. But today we're on full game New York Mets money line. I laid the juice. I got minus 134, unfortunately for me. Michael Wacha, I know good, but I believe in that whole theorem. Jimmy, you're hot. You win a bunch of games in a row, and then you change cities, you change dugouts, everything gets changed up. You're just not the same. So I'll take the Metropolitans here to win a game, and I believe in Luis Severino. I just don't think the Royals bats travel here. And I hope for TJ's sake, it's a 1-0 first 5 victory for him. And then quickly after, the Mets take the lead and dominate. But yeah, I'm on the Metropolitans here.
I would prefer if TJ pushes the first 5, as I will be on the Mets as well, and I'm going to take them on the -1 line. The people who don't like taking the home team on the -1 line, I'm in complete disagreement. They give you the extra they give you the extra juice because it could be that bad. They give you more money for it, so I don't agree with that.
And you know why I'm not betting the -1 and that. Because my record with that is shit. So
I do, and I will keep a very close eye on that angle for you. And I will track this all season long. So if I miss any when we don't have a show, could you let me know to add it to my spreadsheet? Sure. This is the first one. Switching cities, 7 or more game winning streak. TJ gets the Royals first 5 plus 122. Jose's on the Mets money line. I'm going to be on the Mets -1. And TJ's X's and O's breakdowns makes a ton of sense. Wacha does deal with arm fatigue. He's really good early in the year, and I like him. I've always liked him. No, I've liked him over the last 3 or 4 years after he was kind of left as trash, and then he's come back and revitalized his career. I've really liked him. BJ says he's not going to find out. He's not going to pay to find out. This is going to be fun. Mikey Money is with me, says don't buy that -1.5 home team garbage. Someone has to show me it's losing before I believe it. I agree with that. So there is TJ's best bet number 2, Royals first 5 plus 122. TJ, do you want to add anything to that after hearing Jose and I, or do we move on next spot?
No, I'm not the kind that's going to go Mets full game, Royals first 5. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. You're just trying to predict the future. I do think the Royals are a bit like Tampa last year. They're feeling each other. They're off to a hot start. So they'll fall off later on, but should be a good one today.
I love it, TJ. I like this. Is a lot of fun having Daby Cab and TJ coming in for their best bets. TJ, we will see you for one more here shortly. Excellent work. We have the Yankees-Guardians game postponed, so Jose and I move on to Reds and White Sox. And Ricky says, have you tweeted your NHL plays yet? I tweeted out my most confident one, but I think the Knights are going to become a confident one. We know Nicholas Earls told us that Chandler Stevenson is playing, so now we're wondering about Nicholas Waugh and Petrangelo. But yes, Hurricanes -1, Blues team total under 2.5. Fading the Blues as a home dog for the first time all year with confidence. 2 of their top 4 defensemen out. That's my favorite angle in hockey, as you guys know. All right, I'm really enjoying this, Jose. I'm really enjoying these guys coming with best bets. It's a lot of fun. Let's move on. So we skip Yankees Guardians as that game is postponed. We move on to 7:40 p.m. Eastern. The Cincinnati Reds 6-6, 2-1 on the road. The Chicago White Sox 2-10, 1-4 at home. We're at Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's start with the weather on the south side. 62 Fahrenheit, 17.8 miles per hour, right out to center, just slightly to the left center, but center field.
God damn, it's windy today.
It is between 17.8 and 12.2 miles an hour. Let's get into the line history here for Andrew Abbott going up against Chris Flexen, whose name I can't say without thinking of Maestro Fresh Wes. And I won't get into it. But every goddamn show and every time I say his name, I start thinking of Maestro Fresh Wes. And you Americans probably are like, who the fuck Maestro Fresh Wes? He's the he's the most important rapper in our country's history. Last time I saw him, he couldn't find his jacket at coat check, and he lost it. He's like, I'm Maestro Fresh Wes, and they're like, who? You need a ticket if you want your jacket, motherfucker.
That's tough.
It was laugh out loud funny, and I felt bad.
I might have to be Venezuela's first rapper. Who knows? I could be the best if I'm the first, right?
I don't believe you are the first rapper. If they're Vietnamese rappers, then there's definitely Venezuelan rappers. Reds, Whites, and if you go down to Venezuela and talk that shit, you get snuffed.
Yeah, well, if they heard me speak Spanish and they heard my accent, they would fucking kidnap me immediately. So
you're gonna get snuffed. Here we go. The Reds open up at -165, and that's exactly where they are right now. No movement on the -165. Let's get into the total. From a total side of things here, we are dealing with a 9, -115 to the over. Opened up at -109 to the over. 6 cents of movement to that over. Let's get into the total and see Bo Jackson getting me started. I gotta stay focused. But Chris Flexen is the certs without the Retson. God, those lyrics are all right. So cash flow here for this one. 88% of tickets and 99% of cash on the over. Jose. The lines move what? What did I say? Barely. I'll double check that. 97% of tickets are on the Cincinnati Reds and 72% of cash, which means 3% of tickets are on the Chicago White Sox and 28% of cash. Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. So, Andrew Abbott, 3.48 ERA, 1.35 whip, thrown 10 1/3 this year and looked pretty good. His last start was at home, was a 3-1 loss to the Mets. He went 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, 1 homer, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. Chris Flexen is a bad pitcher. 5.91 ERA, 1.59 whip, 5 Ks and 5 walks through 10 2/3. His last start at the Royals was really good. Now, he's always been able to pitch pretty well in pitchers' ballparks. Last start, 6 1/3, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 2 walks. Here we go. Andrew Abbott, Chris Flexen, Reds, White Sox. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, this was a stay-off game for me. It's interesting that all the money is on the over and then obviously not much movement. So it makes me feel under for sure. But I don't know. Chris Flexen, his first 2 starts weren't like horrible. 6 1/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs at the Royals, who we've all established are apparently God's gift to earth. And then, honestly, I was expecting Nick Martinez so Daby Cab could fade his boy here, but Andrew Abbott, much better than Martinez and a pitcher that I wouldn't mind backing at all here for an under. But I just no action here for me, unfortunately, either.
God, do we trust? I mean, look, I understand that everybody thinks that Flexen's a trash pitcher. And what are your expectations of Andrew Abbott this year?
That's a great question because I need to look up his last few starts as well. Because like I said, I was expecting good old Nick Martinez here. And he went 5 innings both times, 3 hits, 2 earned runs against the Phillies to start his season, and then 7 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned against the Mets. It's interesting. I kind of, go back and forth between wanting to back these young pitchers. But I do feel like Andrew Abbott is a good enough lefty to believe in here. Now, I mean, if we look up the White Sox numbers against lefties, they're obviously bad because the White Sox are bad in general. 87 plate appearances, so not something we can really rely on, but 68 weighted runs created plus is still horrific. So I probably, my idea is that the White Sox do not score in this game, and the Reds score like 5-6, and then everyone's just pissed off that the White Sox don't contribute to the over, and this game stays under is kind of what I'm feeling like in this game.
I kind of want to go up against this. I kind of want to bet the under here.
TJ says Cincy first 5 and -1s on his card.
The bullpens thus far, White Sox 4.19 ERA, Cincy 4.64 ERA. I find it tricky to believe that the Reds offense, which is being average at best at home and a hitter's ballpark, is going to come out to guaranteed rate field and light it up. TJ on Cincy first 5 -1, full game -1. Okay.
I'll write down the under here for the end of the show here.
Joseph Gomez. Anytime I see Lee Martin's name, I get interested. You know what? I'm going to reach out to Lee. In your name, Joe.
Should I ask who that is, or should I just pretend like I know who that is?
It's not for us. It's a friend of mine. But it's for all the single guys out there. Yeah, I agree, Joe. Joseph Gomez wanting Lee Martin picks. I agree. I did reach out to her like a year ago, but she was still with another company. I don't know if she's still.
Oh, that's a woman.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a dude.
Yeah, no, she's cool. Yeah, no. You're on, Joseph Gomez. You're on. Okay.
Wow.
Troy says the database won't allow me to bet Cincinnati. TJ says if you like the Sox, you should be leaning over. Also, I just don't think there's going to be a ton of offense. And, we'll ask TJ about this spot. I think this is I think the wind is not as big of a deal. And TJ touched on it at this time of year. And I want to go up against the public here. The question, and I think the bullpens have been fine.
I have under 9 at even money. What about you?
Yeah, I'd be around there. Yeah. I'm going to sit with this a little longer. But I am interested in the under here in the Reds White Sox game today. Like Saturated says, take the wind out. It's a dead ass under. Yeah, I'd like to go up against the public. I'd like to go up against everybody thinking that Chris Flexen is trash, but I don't. I don't want to do that. Chase J says, I love the under before I saw everyone was betting the over now. Ricky Levine, we need you for our NHL playoff pool. Playoff pool. We're about 10 days away from popping it off. 20 players, you build your roster. Get it in before puck drop, and then we go. 20 players. Okay. I'm very
I have a question.
Yes.
I just had it up on me. So you had this opening up the line over 9 and like -115, and then just a little bit of juice going to the over, basically. Would you more be concerned if this moved up to 9.5?
Yeah, I'd be very concerned. It's done that twice and it's come back each time. I don't know why it wouldn't again.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I like the under at 9 even money as well.
Now, I know there's no big money. Let's see what BetOnline opened this up at. There's no big money coming in on the under, but every time they move it to 9.5, they move it immediately back to 9. BetOnline opened this up at over 9 -115. It's now over 9 and -122. And not only that, but up until there's been 7 cents of movement with 99% of cash. Look, Flexen is not a good pitcher, but I don't trust the Reds bats switching cities in this cold, empty environment. I just don't really. Joe Yurkovich says both pens bad right now. I didn't hate those stats. I didn't think.
At the very least, you're getting a fully rested version of both pens as well. So you're getting the best version of Beach pens at this point.
And we don't have much sample size here at this point. And look, the White Sox whip is 1.60, but that's because of walking batters. At this point, and that's not a good time, but the White Sox have walked 26 batters, their bullpen. The Reds have been touched. No, I hear what you're saying. Look, Billy Freed says White Sox pen is the worst of basketball. And TJ said, we watched first innings of Flexen looks manageable. I would live bet the under. That's an interesting way of handling it. And we'll ask TJ about it again. Okay. There we go. I'm interested in the under. No action there. Let's bring on our next guest for best bet number 2. We're talking Texas Rangers, Houston Astros. Please welcome back Daby Cab to the program. Cab, my man, you made our friend Rez. So our show is about information and it's about us working as a team. You made Rez Mob 10 units yesterday on fading Corey Seager, who was awarded the Golden Sombrero. Is that right, Jose? Am I doing that term right? I believe that's the 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, 5 is
right?
platinum.
Yeah, he struck out all 4 times. Yeah,
it was, and you made our friend Rez a lot of money. Now you attack Corey Seager with our friend LJ from H-Town, and he has already said that which we don't know. I don't know what your look is, but I imagine if
it's the Rangers.
Well, I think it's Seager. But we did talk about what Seager's issues were at the plate. So I'm very interested. But LJ has given us the Trill play of the day. That Trill play of the day is Corey Seager over 1.5 bases, coming off 2 no-hit games. And Justin McKelvey's given us a Stacks play of the day. Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases at plus 110. Rangers, Astros. Rangers 7-6, 2-1 on the road. Astros 4-10, 2-5 at home, Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. I want these 2 teams playing each other at the end of the season, nonstop. Not in the first 3 weeks, but it is what it is. Dane Dunning going up against JP France. I like both of these 2 pitchers, and they haven't got off to great starts. Dane Dunning 1-1, 4.15 ERA, 1.08 WHIP, 14 Ks, 13 innings, 7 walks, 3 homers. His last start, 6 2/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 7 Ks, 3 walks, and 3-1 loss at home versus the Astros. JP France 4.76 ERA, 1.50 WHIP, 9 Ks and 11 1/3, 3 walks, no homers. In his last start, he went 5 2/3, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and a 7-2 loss at the Rangers. Let's get into the line history and also the weather, because we know it's a black and white thing whether or not the roof will be open. If it's between 65 and 80, it's open, and it is 75 Fahrenheit at first pitch. Perfect baseball weather. It gets down to 67. So the roof. Oh no, it's in Houston. What am I talking about? Sorry, my bad. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have this, the line history for this one. This total sitting at 9.5 minus 113 to the under, open minus 110 to the under. We have 3 cents of movement towards the under. Let's get into the money line here. We have the Texas Rangers at plus 116. They opened up at plus 114. 2 cents of movement towards the Houston Astros. Then when we get to the cash flow for this one, you have 53% of the tickets and 84% of the cash on the Texas Rangers. Very, very slight move towards Houston. Big bets coming in on the Texas Rangers. Then you have 75% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on the over. All right. Let's hear it. Daby Cab, best bet number 2, Rangers Astros.
I wish we could do units on this, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I have more money on this bet than I have on the team total on the Braves. Okay, and I am on Seager today. Listen, I told everybody that I wouldn't bet Seager yesterday, even though the trend was what it was with him coming off a no-hit game. He was rolling over the baseball like consistently in his swings, and I'd never seen him like not make that adjustment throughout a whole game. Yesterday, I understand he struck out every at bat, pretty bad, right? But I was paying attention, and he had a few that he hit hard. I mean, they were just foul. He didn't straighten them out, but I mean, he hit them hard. Didn't roll over them. Would have been doubles in the gap if he would have straightened them out. I'm on it today, full force. I'm on Seager. You look at Seager's stats. This is that bad blood, right? Houston Rangers don't like each other. They had the back and forth. So obviously we know Seager does well, at home in Arlington, but how does he do when he's on the road in Houston? Well, 323, 30 hits, 5 homers, 14 RBIs. He's got 14 runs scored in 24 games. Then we look at what he's done against JP France, 6 plate appearances, 5 at bats, 3 hits, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. He's got 1 walk. So that's a 600 batting average right there. Absolutely demolished the ball. I know it's a very small sample size, but I don't see any reason why that doesn't change here. So I'm all over it, man. Seager over 1.5 total bases. I got it minus 110. I think it's minus 114 now. I tweeted it out, tagged you in it, but minus 110, whatever you can get. I love it. And like I said, I know we don't do units here, but I have a bigger bet on this. I'll just make that very clear for everyone. Now, as far as the side goes, I would lean Rangers. These guys faced each other, both went pretty deep. I want to say each of them gave up 3 runs. Here's the thing, though. If you watched, everybody saw what the Astros did yesterday, right? Well, what does that mean? It means they were in their bullpen the entire fucking game, and they've been in their bullpen multiple games here. So what they're going to try and do is stretch JP France out here, which plays even more in favor to my Seager prop. The more it bats off France for Seager, the better. I'll say it again. He only has 1 home run, 1 double this year. His batting average is fine. And he's 0-8 his last 8 plate appearances. This is such a beautiful bet right here. Jimmy, you've tailed a couple people today. This is something you should tail. This is something you should bet and make money on.
Player props make me uncomfortable. And one of the things is I don't want to cash one because I'm going to just, start moving. I don't want them part of my arsenal. But what do you think of this? Okay, here, if you Morgan Spooner says Seager had sports hernia surgery close to the start of the season. I think he's struggling with it. What do you think of that?
What do you mean? Before he had the highest batting average in the league before he went 0 for 8. 0 for 8 is going to happen to everybody. He's fine.
I hear what you're saying. And the move going on the Angels under and backing the Angels, it's not like a blind tail. It obviously correlates with the way I see things. But I hear what you're saying, and
he's only 11 games in, and he just went 0 for 8. So you would think like somebody who's only 11 games in and who's 0 for 8 would have a terrible batting average. He's still hitting 311 on the season. That's how hot he was before he had this 0 for 8 streak right here.
Let's hear what Jose has to say about this spot. Jose, I kind of think that Dunning in France, I think this is electric playoff type baseball, and Dunning and France look good in the first 5 under.
Under game. This is an under game for
What
me
about
as well.
the bullpen
Here.
issues? What about the bullpen issues for Houston and the tired bullpen? Does that not make you want to focus on the first 5?
Definitely is concerning. I you know me, Jimmy, now with this first 5 full game shit. I've looked at the first or full game movement. Yeah, let me look at first 5 because full game, this went 5 cents to the under, and you mentioned it, 99% of the money on the over. When you wake up, like this is like the first you open your eyes, like, oh, look at these 2 slapdick pitchers against the Rangers and Astros. This screams over. And I think this is like the most obvious, like your obvious overplay, and it turns out to be an under. Now, it's very interesting. None of the, or I should say, on Bet Online, it has not moved at all. On Bovada, it hasn't moved at all either. So it opened up at a 5, and it's just kind of stayed at that 5. Now, that's the thing that is a little concerning to me here. Like, I'd like to see it move a little bit, and that's why I'm leaning more towards full game. And of course, the bullpen thing is a concern here. But it makes me feel a little better that this opened up at 9 minus 115. Sorry, excuse me, 9.5 minus 115, and now it's at minus 120. And like we've mentioned again, I'll say it again: 75% of the bets, 99% of the money on the over in this game. So I definitely think this is an under game. Now, again, how to bet it, first 5 or full game is the ultimate question. I'm leaning full game here, but I could be talked into either one here, and I'm going back and forth myself.
I like this first 5 under, and I'm obviously interested in Cab telling me to tail the Seager. I would, if I do, I'll just bet it. I obviously won't tweet it out as my own action or anything. I'll just bet it.
And if you bet it and want to tweet it out, tweet it out. I don't.
I agree with.
I genuinely care not. Well, I hope people were using my basketball picks this year and making people money. Fuck the books.
No, I like it. I like it. Corey Seager over 1.5 bases at minus 110 is that. Oh, so what are your hit me with Dane Dunning and JP France just before you go? And I know we're going long here, but what are your thoughts on them on the first 5 under in this spot?
Man, I like Dunning. He's one of those guys, I keep waiting for the time to fade him, and it just doesn't come. He's very strategical with how he sequences his hitters. And I like a pitcher that can do that. He's susceptible to give up, the long ball. I think anybody who's looking maybe, at props on the other side, obviously you can look at Yordan Alvarez today. There's nothing wrong with that. lefty versus righty, and it's just he's more overpowering than Dunning is here in that situation. But for the rest of the lineup for Houston, I think he has another quality start here. 2 or 3 runs through 6 innings, maybe 5 or 6 innings.
All right, I'm on the board. First 5 under for this one. Cab on Seager over 1.5 bases. A trilogy play of the day for LJ. Also Seager over 1.5 bases. Justin McKelvey, Stacks play today. Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases. And then the question is, Jose, will you be joining us on the under?
I'll do that with Mike.
Go ahead.
Oh, wow. Petrangelo out. Still sick. Guy's been sick for a long time, Jim. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. So we got all the information on the Vegas side of things. I don't need Petrangelo in there. I need Waugh and Stevenson. Now Logan Thompson's going to be in goal. I'm going to be moving on Vegas here. Jose, are you moving on the under?
Yeah, I will bet the first 5 under 5 at even money with you, Jim.
I like
it. It's a solidarity in my father, believing in him, thinking this game goes under, and having faith in his ability to pick first 5 in full game. By the way, for those who care, I looked at the bullpen situations to probably see who's available. Abreu, 19 pitches yesterday, gone. Montero's gone. Taylor Scott, gone. Seth Martinez, gone. So that leaves us Parker Mashinsky. Brandon Bialik threw 50 pitches on Wednesday, so who knows if he goes. And Parker threw 54 on Wednesday as well, so I don't know if those guys go either. So we'll probably not see them. So that leaves Ryan Presley, who has not thrown since Tuesday and has been struggling. And Josh Hader has not thrown since Tuesday as well. So of those guys who has pitched, we'll probably see. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw Seth Martinez here again. So it's not the names that you love, full game wise. So yeah, first 5 under 5, and good luck with Corey Seager, Daby. I hope it cashes for you.
All right, I love it. Daby Cab has one more best bet. So does
No,
TJ.
this is it. I didn't make another bet today. This is it.
Okay. So sorry, I have you for Padres Dodgers. No.
Yeah, I backed out on that for some. I'm not betting that one.
Can we inquire on what it is?
Well, yeah. What was the bet?
I was gonna take the first 5 over. I hate you guys.
Yeah,
I was gonna take the first 5 over. That's all I'm giving you.
All right.
That's
All
more
right,
than
good.
enough. That is more than enough. All right,
Good.
There's our guy Daby Cab in the house. Daby Cab, excellent work, my friend. The best bets from Daby Cab: Corey Seager over 1.5 bases, as well as Braves team total over 5 at -110. Please support our guy Daby Cab. Follow him on X. Is selfless as it comes. Just wants us all to get that cash. Daby Cab, we love you, man. Be in touch, and thank you for all that you do for us. Any last words for the Cab Sporting Show?
Now we'll be here tomorrow. Say hey on Saturday. Jose and I.
And TJ joining us on Saturday as well.
Oh, beautiful.
I like
beautiful.
it.
Anybody
I like
who
it.
joins us goes into our record. And I told everybody we're going to have a positive record at the end. We're still positive now, but we need a good weekend here. Big weekend. So you don't have to keep Sunday though, because I don't know what you do on Sundays. Forget about Sundays. But Saturdays we're going to be positive. I'm telling you guys. Hey, Mike, I'm going to roll with you. Mike's putting Tucker and Seager together, both of our his Tucker RBI, and then Seager, he said it was plus 390. I'll take a little bit of a shot on that, Mike. Let's roll on that. But anyways, man, let's get paid. I'll see you guys soon. Jimmy, Jose, appreciate you guys. I'll see y'all next time.
Respect, my man. We roll on. Next up, we have a fascinating one. 9:40 p.m. Eastern. The Chicago Cubs, 7-5, 2-4 on the road at Seattle Mariners, 5-8, 3-4 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. Roof will be closed. And we have a fascinating pitching matchup. Jordan Wicks, the 2021 first-round pick, 24-year-old Jordan Wicks on the hill, the lefty for the Chicago Cubs. I had it here. What did I do with it? I was going over all his numbers, and I guess I must have just ditched them. But I'll bring Wicks. Oh, here he goes, Wicksy baby. 24-year-old first-round pick out of Kansas State, and he has looked very, very good here in 21 1/3 to start the season. This is a very highly thought of pitcher. In the minors, he was excellent. He did come up in 2023, but he went to AA Tennessee and to AAA Iowa last year, and he was excellent in both spots. There was really no push. Like when he went up to AAA, he was just as good as he was in AA. Maybe the K to walk ratio wasn't quite as dominant, but that's about it. Last year, he came up to the show and he looked good, and he's done that this year. So that's 21. Sorry, let's go back to this year. I'll pull this up here in a second, but let's pull up here the situation line history wise. We have on the total an 8 minus 109 to the under. This opened up minus 106 each way, so 3-cent move to the under. And from the money line standpoint, we are sitting here with Miller at minus 120. Opened up at minus 112. So we have 8 cents of movement on Bryce Miller. And the Seattle Mariners, they finished off their series with the Jays on Wednesday. They flew back to Seattle on Thursday, and here they are pitching today. Bryce Miller got the season off to a poor start at home. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs. Then he came back and shoved at Milwaukee. Very, very good pitcher. So let's take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to Jose. Cash flow wise for this spot, we have 25% of the tickets and 88% of cash on the under. Market's not moving towards said under. Let's see if it's moving towards the Mariners. We have 75% of tickets and 96% of the cash on the Mariners. Are we going to sit here and trust that, Bryce is just good to go now? Take it away, Jose. Cubs, Mariners, your thoughts?
Stay off game for me as well. I lean towards the Cubs, though, for sure, with all that money on the Mariners. And, I know it's been a couple cents of movement, but once it got up to minus 120, it's kind of just stabilized there. And truthfully, I think that's probably the more fair line, minus 120. It opened up at, minus 110, some places minus 112. So, yeah, I could see the Cubs winning this game, but I didn't want to put my money on it. Again, I keep saying this. Maybe I'm making this a little oversimplified. I think the Cubs win their division, and the Seattle Mariners are a third-place team in their division. I know it's the AL West, and I know it's a very good division, and I know the NL Central's shit, but I just think the Cubs are just as good as this team, if not better. So I'd lean Cubs, but no action here for me.
Let's move on to the next spot on the board and bring back for best bet number 3, at least. This could be a double up spot. Let's bring back our guy TJ in the house, coming to us from upstate New York. You're in Syracuse now?
Real close, just a little south. Colgate College? I'm right on Colgate.
Oh, yeah, right. You told me.
So you and Mike are fucking neighbors, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, really? These guys here?
We're all getting together in upstate New York, man. We're all getting together this summer. I like it that you're that much closer. All right, let's go. Next best bet, I should say, for TJ. We find the St. Louis Cardinals 6-7, 3-4 on the road. At the Arizona Diamondbacks 6-7, but 4-3 at home. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. So let's first find out whether the roof is open here. So let's just go Diamondbacks roof status, and the roof for today and tomorrow and Sunday, so you can get ahead of it all. It's open today, it's open tomorrow, and it's closed on Sunday. Crucial information if you're betting totals. Open today, open tomorrow, closed on Sunday. Steven Matz versus Brandon Pfaadt. I'm a big believer in Brandon Pfaadt, who's got off to a bad season. We made a ton of money off of him late last year and into the playoffs last year. He looked great in his first home start. 5 innings, 1 earned run, looked great. Went to Atlanta and got touched. 5 2/3 for 5 earned runs, got touched. That will happen. What I do not want to do is sit here and believe in Steven Matz, who's gotten his season off to a great start. I simply do not believe in him. He had a really good start at the Dodgers. He's pitching very well. He had a great start at home versus Miami. Now he's back on the road. I mean, can we get ahead of the market against Steven Matz here? Let's take a look at the line history, and then I want to hear both of your expectations of the Diamondbacks against the lefty. This total is at 9.5 minus 116 to the under. This was at 9. It moved up to 9.5 at 10:30 this morning. We had a half run move to the over. Then from a money line standpoint here, we have Arizona at minus 125. This opened up minus 116. 9 cents of movement towards Arizona. And then when we get to the cash flow, please, damn it. Didn't want it to be too public, damn it. 89% of tickets, 95% of the cash on the Arizona Diamondbacks. The line is moving towards them. And from a total side of things here, God, I want to fade Matz so bad. I know who Matz really is. 75% of the tickets, 56% cash on the over. So the sharp action is on the under, although this did just go from 9 to 9.5. Take it away for us here, TJ. Best bet number 2. And we already heard from Gerald Jones. Gerald Jones, best bets the Diamondbacks minus 125. Your plan, TJ, Cardinals, Diamondbacks.
So I potentially have 2 plays here, but I want to hear what you guys think about the second. The first one I'm very confident in, and we'll make it official right away, is Arizona first 5 money line. I also want to fade Matz. I know his numbers look good in his first 2 starts, but when you compare his advanced numbers, the xFIP, xERA, xWOBA, they all are right in line or a little bit worse than Fats actually. And Arizona's pitcher, he got rocked by Atlanta. I'm going to give him a pass on that early season. When he faced the Rockies at home, he looked excellent. And I a little bigger sample size. If you look at his last 10 starts, he's got a 3.5 ERA, 12 Ks per 9. And he goes up against St. Louis, who is I think 3 away from the bottom of most strikeouts versus right-handed pitchers. They're 22nd in weighted runs created plus. And then there's a final little tidbit I think is important. Matz has thrown his sinker 54% of the time. Arizona is the number 1 team in baseball versus sinker at 5.4 runs above average. So I know it's early. It's a smaller sample, but, they still have faced a lot of sinkers, and they're crushing them. So definitely on Arizona first 5 money line. I'm curious to see what you guys think about the Arizona first 5 under. I haven't placed that bet yet, but I wanted to hear what you guys thought about it.
I am perplexed with Matz after 2 starts. I want to get in the way of him. And I love Fott bouncing back here. I don't know what he's going to do. Let's hear what Jose thinks. Take it away, Jose. Cardinals, Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I wanted to join the Brandon Pfaadt movement. He was one of my guys I wanted to back this year. But curious line movement on the first 5. I don't know, Jimmy, if you could, double confirm this. But I had this first 5 opening up at minus 140. And I was like, that seems like a little much. But now it's obviously dropped to minus 125. And I was like, is that, was that just a line being messed up on the site or what? Because I had this opening up at minus 140 and then dropping to minus 125, which is concerning, obviously, with all that public money. But I have a feeling that might just be wrong on the site.
That's what BetOnline did.
So let's see. That's the thing that scares me there.
And
then
like
Bovada has minus 130.
Look what Bookmaker did. Bookmaker opened up Arizona minus 147. And then in 4 minutes, it was minus 130. Now, it's not a true here because the VIG in that opening line was a complete mess. It was way too much VIG. So it didn't really move 17 cents towards Arizona because St. Louis went from plus 111 to plus 110. So St. Louis, it's moved 6 cents in St. Louis's direction. It's just they were trying to figure out what line to put it at. At that point, they had their own personal juice at 58 cents. Bookmaker. They were just trying to figure out what the line was. I don't take that as a real move.
Yeah. So that's interesting. See, so I like the first 5 then. I was looking at full game here. The obvious concern is how public this is, You never want to be on like super public sides, but the line's at least moving in my direction or our direction here. So I 100% agree with you guys. I just don't know whether I'm going to make first 5 or full game official for me as well here.
Yeah, I get it. And when we get to the bullpen, Arizona's bullpen's been pretty good. Their offense has been poor. I mean, who would have thought that? And then, the Cardinals, both bullpens have been quite good so far. Both bullpens have been very good so far. What do you think here, TJ? Are you going to add the first 5 under?
Well, I mean, Arizona's averaging 4.5 runs in the first 5 at home. St. Louis, that's a little bit scary because Matz has blow-up potential. I'm not worried about St. Louis scoring. They're like 1.26 in the first 5, and I think Fott's going to have a great start. So really, I'm just betting if I take the first 5 under. I like that it's a 5 because simulation-wise, my number 1 result was a total of 4. Second most was 5, and then 3 or less, and the over 6 was very like 12% of the simulations. So depending on how much faith you want to put into that, I think I am personally going to move in it. I'm not going to make it an official play on the show though.
I did just move on first 5 money line with you, TJ, and then hopefully tomorrow we can slap ass and tell us how smart we are on say hey play. So that would be nice. But first 5 money line minus 125 for me.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't hate full game either. I mean, like I consider doubling up here. Though I believe in the Diamondbacks bullpen a lot as well.
minus 124 is the best line available at my bookie. I agree. I'm going to. I agree. Arizona first 5. I imagine that this is a possible home cash cow situation. Even Troy Torrance says, I think you need to be careful preaching. Don't want to be on the public side. And
cash
yeah. So, we've, Billy Fraser said, I believe Fott, newest addition to Jimmy starting rotation. Yeah, I agree with that. TJ, excellent work. These are the best bets from TJ today. Of course, it will all be tracked. You're going to see a lot more of them. He will be on Say Hey Plays of the Day tomorrow. Arizona first 5 minus 124. He is on, move up here. He's on the Royals first 5 plus 122. And his card gets started with the under 9 in Angels Red Sox at minus 105. Saturated says simulations. What data are you using your own? And Joe Yergin says, what does TJ's model show for Tampa? We have gone long, but as you're going to see a lot more of TJ here on this channel, I think it's important that he does answer questions for you guys. So why don't we start with Saturated? Are you using your own data to create these simulations?
So no, I don't use my own data. I pull data from about 120 different data points from 7 or 8 different sites, and then I weight those appropriately. I have run simulations, or I've back tested it in 5 years of actual scores, put it in, and then I'll tweak, okay, well, XFIP maybe should be worth more, back test it and see what results I have, plus minus units. So yeah, I don't use my own data, but I definitely have my own model that I pull data from. And then the second question was Tampa Bay. What do I have? I have San Francisco winning 4.7 to 4.1. And the total right at 8.6.
Lovely.
I love it. And then the next question from our guy, Joe Yerkovich says, what did your model show for the Tampa Bay Rays spot today?
You just answered that. You just
sorry.
That.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
I had the Giants winning 4.7 to 4.1. I got to look at what the number actually is to see if that qualifies as a play. So you get the simulation scores. The value of my model spits out anything from 0.1 positive up to 0.9 positive. It's a 0.9 positive. It's going to be a gift, but we haven't had any of those yet.
And that answers that question, Leonard. Yes, we'll know if it's a gift. No, sorry, the Ella and my wife came home, so Carter bounced. And
no worries.
I love it, TJ. Excellent work. Looking forward to watch you roll now. Your official action is on Betting with the Bag. It's not on Say Hey Plays of the Day.
Yep.
We can change that if we want moving forward. It's something we can talk about. But right now, it's just going to be here for Betting with the Bag shows and Low Shack in the Bag shows. But we're really excited about moving forward with you on screen. I'm excited to see you guys rock tomorrow. So thank you so much for your time, TJ. And please, you guys follow TJ. Are you going to be more active on Twitter now that you're being more public with your captain?
Yeah, I will. I'll start posting some stuff out there if I see I like to bet totals the night before. I can't tell you how often I get a half run CLV on totals. And it's by far my most successful bets over the last 5 years is baseball totals. Don't listen to anything I say about football, though. I just bleed money in football, so I will not be part of those shows.
You got to know what's working. Here, I'm going to pop TJ's Twitter handle here in the chat.
And if you want, yes, that is a Ryan Callahan jersey, my favorite Ranger. Went to dinner with him. But if you want to learn more about the model, I would gladly teach people. I'm not going to give away everything I do, but reach out to me on DM. It'd be fun.
I love it. TJ, you're a great addition to the squad. Love having you on camera. Shots looking great. Thank you for your hard work and your angles, and I'm looking forward to watch you succeed and bring cash to the fam. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show, TJ?
Nope. We've gone long. You guys have a great day.
There he is. TJ coming to us from
Yeah.
just outside Colgate University. All right, Jose, we got 2 games left, my friend, and then we have 3 heats for today's horse racing show. The top 3 will move on to the final. $100 up for grabs. Thank you to our Ricky Levine for that, putting the money back in. Okay, next up for us, Jose, Washington Nationals 5-7, 3-3 on the road at the Oakland A's, 5-8, but 1-6 at home. Oakland Coliseum in Oakland, California. You know, one thing that Pete preached was how much more value you got out of the A's on the road rather than in Oakland Coliseum. The A's excited to play in front of fans, get away from that shit stadium. And that's just come to complete fruition here to start the year. 4-2, they open up on the road. And, Sears shoved yesterday, and was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I everything blurred. Let's talk about this spot here, though. Jake Irvin going up against Paul Blackburn. Paul Blackburn is a man that's made Jose a lot of money on the first 5s, made a lot of people money on the first 5s. Jake Irvin's looked very pedestrian through 2 starts. First start at Cincinnati, second start at home versus Philadelphia. First start, 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 Ks. Second start, both losses, 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, homer, walk, and 5 Ks for Jake Irvin. When we get to Paul Blackburn, he's been excellent to start the year. Lights out. Blackburn has yet to allow a run. He's walked 1 batter over 13 innings. He allowed 6 hits, and they've won both of his starts. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with the total. From a total side of things, this is an 8. It opened up at 8, at 4 cents of movement to the under. We had 8 cents of movement to the under a couple times, but each time it's come back. From the money line standpoint, we are sitting here. Oh, is that first 5? Sorry, let's go back to full game. From a money line standpoint, we are sitting here with Blackburn and the A's as favorites. Opening up at -122, now at -127, 5 cents of movement towards them. This has got up to -131, so there's been a bit of buyback. Then cash rules everything around me. We have 50-50 on the total with no cash information, but 50-50 on the tickets. And then money line, 79% of the tickets are on the A's, and 95% of the cash is on your Oakland Athletics. Jose Bouquett, take it away.
Yeah, I'll admit I don't have a bet on this game, but this is my favorite game of the day. These are 2 of my guys here. I believe in Jake Irvin still, maybe one of his last believers. And Paulie Punch-Out's, he's dominant. We've talked about him in his first 5s plenty of times. I wanted to bet a first 5 under here, just because, again, I believe in both of these guys. I think Irvin, Cincinnati and Philadelphia start of his season is very tough. Obviously, the A's are a much softer landing zone for him. A's are not hitting righties well. They're at home, so who gives a fuck, I guess they're thinking. And Paul Blackburn is good enough to, quell a pretty good Nationals offense against righties here. Against righties thus far this season, let's go to it. They are 10th now, 111 weighted runs created plus. So dropping, but still very good. The Nationals, by the way, the A's are 23rd, 86 weighted runs created plus. So, man, I really wanted to bet a first 5 under here. It's just the markets weren't, first of all, obviously we don't have money splits, so that doesn't help. And secondly, I think I need to double check, obviously, and that is what I'm in the process of doing here. This line bumped up. No, this opened up at 8, and then, there's been like 2 cents of juice. Interesting. Actually, what's funny, on Bet Online, it opened up at -110, then jumped up to -120, went up to 23, then down to back to -112 there for the under 8. And Bovada, we'll see them what they did here. They had it at -110, up to -115, back to 10, and just gone back and forth there. But yeah, I really like this game, and I really wanted to bet a first 5 under here. I just wanted some confidence from the chat, or you, Jimmy, hopefully, I guess. But my card's pretty dense so far, and I could be okay not betting this as well.
I don't want the A's as a favorite. I don't care who's on the mound. And I don't want the A's when everybody's on them.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I didn't want to bet Paul Blackburn first 5 today, mainly because he was a favorite. Yeah.
I think it's just pretty simple. Maybe it's the right look, and maybe Irvin gets touched. Maybe the public's going to cash easily here. Maybe this is a cash cow spot for Troy. I mean, he hasn't mentioned that, but I can understand everybody backing Blackburn. Thus far, we haven't seen the pitcher have the third straight really strong start. We've seen two strong starts, and then them get touched in the third. Not to say that this is going to happen here, but this is just not appealing to me. Joe Yurkovich on the first 5 under. I get it. I don't want to trust Jake Irvin to pitch well. There's nothing here that makes me want to bet.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to have a play in our last game. And if I don't end up moving on the last game here, I will end up moving on the first 5 under in this game. Okay. Someone put the waffles in the chat, but yeah, you can go put another one on the board there. I just think both these guys can go out there and pitch well, and then the Nationals win late. So.
Yeah, that's very feasible. I don't want to be involved here. Let's move on to our final game 35 of today's show.
I have to charge my computer as well, so I will be right back as well.
Sounds good. We also have NBA regular season ending, so next week will be a little bit easier. And then the NHL ends on Friday or Saturday, and then things are going to get easier. And soon we're really going to be able to focus on baseball. And we're also, some of us are going to get our lives back, which is, I don't need. I just want to cap with you guys, but this is pretty tough capping all these games. Next up for us, San Diego Padres 7-8, 2-2 on the road at the LA Dodgers 10-5, 6-2 at home. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. We've already heard from Scotty Rock, aka Smoking Tree. His max play of the day is the Dodgers first 5 -0.5. Let's get into the weather here at Dodger Stadium. And man, when this place is sold out always, when Mookie Betts hits a home run and it goes dark and kind of, flickers as he's running around the bases, I get goosebumps, man. I mean, this is just it's just magic. Chavez Ravine right now with all the excitement around this baseball team. 59 Fahrenheit at first pitch, 8.8 miles per hour out to left field, between 8.8 and 7.8 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Got Yamamoto and Mike King. Yamamoto right now is opening up -184. It's just -186. 2 cents of movement towards them. From a total side of things, we are dealing with a 8.5 -120 to the over. This opened up at 8. This has just been moving towards the over. So much so that this was a 9 at 11:21 this morning before it went back to 8.5. But it's heavily juiced to the over. It's sort of a 9. Cash flow then for this one, you have 10% of the tickets on the San Diego Padres and 88% of the cash. 10% and 88. Wow. From a total side of things, we have 80% of the tickets, 89% of cash on the over. And the market moving briskly towards that over. So then you have to ask yourself, who is the vulnerable one here? Mike King has looked really good. He didn't open in the starting rotation, came out of the bullpen and didn't look good against the Dodgers in Korea. Came back to North America and got a start against the Giants. 4 innings, 2 earned runs, 7 walks, 6 Ks, did not look good. Faced the Giants again in San Francisco in the pitcher's ballpark and looked excellent. 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 4 Ks, 1 walk. I don't know what we're going to get from Michael King. I think that he is, definitely a questionable entity. Then we have Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who also, I don't know exactly. I know that there's a lot of high hopes for the 25-year-old, but he hasn't made it through. He hasn't gotten an out in the 6th inning yet this year. Again, he pitched out of the bullpen in Korea. He comes back at home start against St. Louis, goes 5 innings, doesn't allow a run. Then at the Cubs, 4-1, doesn't allow a run. He comes out of the bullpen, he gets lit up in Korea. Other than that, he's not allowed to run. 10 innings, 5 hits, 13 strikeouts, and 2 walks. So you got to keep him comfortable. So comfortable in his routine as a starter. So here we go, Jose. Take it away here. We have sharp action on the Padres. We have sharp action on the over. What's your plan? Oh,
Yeah, when
sorry.
you-
Earl said he started in Korea, not the bullpen. My bad.
Yeah, he started and just got rocked.
Yeah, my bad.
Which is why I was like, man, 3.5 for a Padres team total. 3.5 line. And again, this is where check where you check your openers. BetOnline opened this at a -200, and this has dropped all the way down to -180. And I know that sharp action's on the Padres, and we often say, why would any smart better bet the minus almost 200? But man, did I want to take the Padres team total over 3.5 here. Can we just get half of the runs they scored in the last game against these guys? 15-11, I believe it was. Like you said, half. I really, really wanted to bet the Padres team total here, and those two plays I've gone back and forth on a lot, Jimmy. That first 5 under in the Oakland game and the Padres team total were the two spots at the end of this card where I was just like, man, I don't know. I like the spots. Just the market isn't, quite, shucking and jiving with me, I guess. And it feels, the market definitely feels a lot better in this game than it does in the first 5 under game. And the first 5 under Nationals game is maybe more my capping of Jake Irvin, believing in him a little bit and, trusting Paulie. But I do think that the Padres can get some runs off of Yamamoto again. And then, bullpen for the Dodgers is pretty good, but it's still vulnerable to me.
This is another spot that doesn't appeal to me. I don't know what Yamamoto's going to do after getting lit up by these guys in Korea. I think the market move to the Padres makes sense, but I'm not going to sit here thinking, oh, the Padres are going to light them up again. So I get the sharp money towards the Padres and respect it. I don't feel like it's it just doesn't appeal to me here at all. So I'm very interested in it, but do I really want? I don't want to go up against the Dodgers, and I don't want to think that what we saw last start out of Michael King is the truth. Now, I wouldn't be surprised. What is your expectation of Mike King this year?
That's a fucking great question because he's 3-0 technically in his starts. All of his starts his teams have won so far. And a 7-inning 4-hit, no earned run performance in a back-to-back off the Giants is pretty impressive. But again, it's the Giants. Mm-hmm. I don't really trust the Giants as like a good barometer. And his first start against the Dodgers, I kind of throw out because Korea. So I definitely, like I said, I wanted some sort of Padres action here, maybe even an over. But like I said, I've just kind of go back and forth there. I honestly keep checking the odds chart we have, Jimmy, just to see who the hell is going to move this line and make me feel a little better about this. And who knows, I might end up betting both for all I care and really putting myself out there. But we'll see here in the next few minutes, I guess.
How much time do you need to set up our horse race? I would like to go back to horses here. How much time do you need with the 3 heats?
I have them. Well, give me 5 minutes, I guess. Never mind.
5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to review all action here. But Jose, can you review let me just stick around for the baseball review here. Mm-hmm. Also, the spreadsheet plays today: Vegas -1, New York Yankees, Golden State Warriors, and LA Angels from our friend Ron Crawford. So let's just give Ron some love. Ron, thank you for sharing all of your hard work with us, my man. In MLB, this is our review of action. I'm going to review all of our cappers in the chat, like Philly Eagle Flyer, Joy Hard, Bubbarito, everybody's those action afterwards. But let's just set up here, and maybe Jose needs a few minutes, so then I can review all that. But here for us, the card doesn't get started through the first 3 games. For us, Brewers first 5, I will be betting. Rockies, Blue Jays, I'm off. Jose gets his card started with the Angels, and TJ gets his card started with the under 9 in the Angels Red Sox. I'm on both with them. I'm going to take both of those. Marlins money line is a Jose waffle. Daby Cab is on Braves team total over 5. I'm off that spot. I will be on the Mets on the -1 line. Jose's taking the Mets money line, and TJ's on the Royals first 5 at a pretty absurd price of +122. I going to be on the under in Cincinnati Chicago White Sox. I do want to sit with that spot for a couple more minutes before I pull the trigger. The first 5 under 5, I'm going to be rolling with Jose in Texas, Houston. Cabs on Seager over 1.5 bases. That's with LJ from H-Town. Justin McKelvey on Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases plus 110. Cubs Mariners, we stayed off. TJ's on the Arizona Diamondbacks first 5 minus 124, and Jose and I are going to join. Is that fair? You're going to move on that one?
I wasn't listening. Sorry, I was paying attention to the horses.
No worries. The Arizona Diamondbacks first 5.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay, I'm going to move on it as well. Nats, A's, we stayed off, and the Padres, Dodgers, we stayed off. So then, can you stay on screen with us, or do you need to go backstage to do this?
No, we're good. I'm almost done here.
Okay, beautiful. We just rocked 35 games, and thanks to our friend Ricky Levine, we have $100 up for grabs here. Ricky Levine has donated his money back to us. So here we go. We have a $100 horse race. We're going in 3 heats. How many gold members do we have?
We have 68 actually now with Subhuman.
Subhuman
so
Gaucho.
Shout out to who? Yes. So shout out to him. Yeah, so we'll have race number 1 now coming up here. And I did not even shuffle up the pack here. We just did from the longest to the shortest who's been here the longest. So the people that have had membership the longest are together, and the people that have had the long membership the shortest are together. So we'll see who wins there. Get a nice little mix of everyone. But number 1 here, we have Subhuman, J-Dub, Kelsey, Top Set, Jay Peasy, Joey Marinaccio, Johnny Guns, Lexicon, Big Ragu, Rico Lopez, Smoke and Mirrors, Juan Chavez, Kenny Can, Fernando Mendoza, Gerald Jones, Rez Mob, Sed Porter, Nunya, Bo Jackson, Tori Coker, Big Scott, Fat Wally, and Craig Wilkinson.
Oh, let's do a minute. Can we do a minute?
A minute, yes.
Let's do a minute.
Let us do a minute horse race for our first heat.
All right. Yeah. Jose's going to get us started for the first 30 seconds. Nice to see those thoroughbreds back. Shout out to Ron Walsek. We will use greyhounds again. Jose will call the first 30. I'll call the last 30. Good luck, you guys. Get that cash.
Yes, let's get that cash. And we're off in racing. Here we go. Top Set in the lead here, fighting for it with Juan Chavez, Joey, Fat Wally, Tori Coker in the mix. Miami well represented in this race. J-Dub, the Big Ragu, who joins us on Sunday on Say Hey Plays, in the mix here as well. Jimmy, this is a tight race. No one's peeking their nose out in front. Who's going to take it, Jimmy?
Very, very tight. But here comes Smoke and Mirrors. Smoke and Mirrors trying to put his schnoz up front. Bo Jackson, Fat Wally also moving forwardly, but here comes Bo Jackson. Well, Bo Jackson now moving backwards. Who's going to push here? 15 seconds left in our big first heat, first horse race. Big Ragu right there. Kenny Can, Mr. Mendoza, Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper. We're going to final few seconds. Can Craig Wilkinson get this over? Here comes Tori Coker. Tori Coker with a big move. Is that enough time for Tori Coker to get those?
Wow.
Wow. Look at that.
Tori got edged out there. That's tough.
Tori was so close. Smoke and Mirrors from the clouds, friends. So Smoke and Mirrors, Fernando Mendoza, and Craig Wilkinson move on to our final. These 3 up for 100 grabs. Tori Coker right there. Nunya right there. Mr. J. Peasy right there. There we go. Kelly McKidd says there's always that move at the end. There's Ramon Scott in the house. So we have 3 cappers moving on to the finals. Again, $100 up for grabs. Thank you to our friend Ricky Levine. Late pace.
That's all it's about. It's 90% of the game there. All right, heat number 2 coming up here. Our friend Jason Meyer, a.k.a. the Eldorado Custodian, Cheshire Cat, Ricky Bobby, the Pimp Slap Man, Mike M, Browns Huge, Cody Norton, Rude Boy, Joey Harb, Philly Eagle Flyer, Juan Ruiz, Donut Silks, Kelly McGinnis, Fanatical Jim, Kent Davies, K Wolf, Ron Crawford, LJ from H-Town Coin, Sammy Colmer, Julian Cesario, BT, Big T, and Dutch Boy Fresh round out heat number 2.
And we thank you guys for being gold members. Do you want to flip it? Do you want to close out the 30? This one?
No, let's keep
Okay.
rocking.
Let's rock it.
I'll
So you
pass
open?
out. Yeah, I'll pass out eventually from my nays here, but it's
Okay.
going to be great.
Okay,
gonna be
so you
great.
get us started. Here we go. Heat number 2. Good luck, everyone.
Let's good luck, everyone. We are racing again. Here we go. We are racing here in San Antonio. Once again, the beautiful PSR Trailways track here. Parkway Golf. Teron Morris, our boy T, in the lead right now. LJ right behind him. Mike M's horse is starting to peak a little, but remember, it's all about the late pace. Jimmy, who's got it today?
It is Mikey Money still up front, but LJ from H-Town has our lead. And here comes Jason Meyer and Ricky Bobby, making with Joey Harb, a 2-time champion, also in the mix. Can Joey Harb make it 3? Now, this won't count as 3 because it's about winning the cash. Juan Ruiz, also Joey Harb, both 2-time champions. 10 seconds left. Here comes Big T, BT making play. Here comes Philly Eagle Flyer. Philly Eagle Flyer trying to find a wire. And he does just that. Philly Eagle Flyer with the money. Philly Eagle Flyer, Joey Harb, and Juan Ruiz. Wow. So we have an opportunity now. 2 guys making it to the finals who will be our first 3-time champions. Wow. Juan Ruiz, Joey Harb, both 2-time champions. Philly Eagle Flyer taking that heat. Very, very, very exciting. Billy says he's fed his greyhound to his horse, so he hopes that works out. Joey Harb, and we don't forget $100 up for grabs in this one. $100 up for.
This is no games, no jokes here. Race number 3. The horses are in the canals. Who is in this race? Let me tell you, this is a loaded race here. Iron Eagle, Nut Flush Allen, Oldie, Jose Bouquett, Crystal Craig, Jeff Slaughter, Preston Ekdahl, Justin McElvey, Randall Sheffield, Sharon Pullman, Director 97, Jimmy the Bag, Saturated, Chosen One, Chris Boggin, Big Show, Billy Friedrich, Nasty Nate, Connor McPix, Daby Cab, Ricky Levine, and Joseph Thompson round out the 22-horse field here. A loaded race here. So let us get going. The Tapeta looks great. The sun is shining, and we are off once again. Chris Boggin said, I'm going to shoot my load immediately, and goes out in the lead. And there he goes. The fallback begins. Oh, no, Chris. Justin right up there as well. Looks like Joseph Thompson and Iron Eagle all in the mix right now. Ricky Levine in the mix here now. Whoa. Who's got it? 35 seconds left. Daby Cab wants some action. It's all about late pace, Jimmy. I hope your horse shatters its fibula. Take us home.
Here comes Jimmy the Bag. Jimmy the Bag moving forwardly, trying to get to the wire. Come on, baby. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Keep pushing. But can we get to Ricky? Ricky trying to get home. Look at Ricky go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is Ricky going to get there?
Look at Joseph Thompson.
Goatee. And Justin McKelvey. Nasty Nate moves on to the finals.
Wow. Nasty Nate.
Look at that. Nasty Nate with a chance at the cash. God, I was moving forwardly and I just fell off. Justin McKelvey, Joe T, and Nasty Nate move on to the finals. Man, that's Nasty Nate's first strong performance here. Very, very impressive. Justin did just enough to get that cash. We move on to the finals. Our final heat. 9 horses traveling for 1 minute on the sweet San Antonio sod. This is going to be a big one. $100 on the line. We have Nasty Nate, Justin McKelvey, Joseph Thompson, Juan Ruiz, Joey Harb, both 2-time champions, Philly Eagle Flyer, Craig Wilkinson, Fernando Mendoza, and Smoke and, well, it's Mirrors is what it should say. But we'll go with Miro Ros right now. Here we go.
Jimmy, real quick, who are you rooting for?
Who am I rooting for? I love. There's cappers in here that I love. I don't want to pick a favorite.
I'm picking Nasty Nate. I pick favorites. Let's go, Nate. I believe in you. Your time is now, Nate. I believe. Let's get this started. We are racing here. $100 on the line here. That is 10 months of a Pub Sports Radio Gold membership. Get it now. If you're not in these races, I couldn't tell you why you aren't. Joey Harb in the lead. He wants 3 straight. He wants it. Juan Reed wants some action too. 36 seconds left. Nasty Nate is in the lead right now. What could possibly go wrong, Jimmy? What could possibly go wrong?
Saturated thinks Mendoza's late pace is going to get him to the bank, but Justin McKelvey moving forwardly, trying to get to the front. Smoke and Mirrors has that lead. And here comes Mr. Mendoza moving forwardly. 15 seconds left. Who's going to get
Come on, Nate.
Who's got the late pace? Justin McKelvey trying to find the wire.
Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate.
He gets bucked by the system. And our guy, Justin McKelvey, is $100 richer. Justin McKelvey, number 1. Craig Wilkinson, number 2. And Nasty Nate, number 3.
Nate.
100 American, and it goes to our friend, Justin McKelvey. Justin, congratulations, my friend. Hit us on pubsportsradio@gmail.com, and you will get that cash. That was a great race. That was fun.
Yeah, I thought Nate had it. I really thought Nate had it.
I thought he had it too. But then I started thinking of Nate's luck with the horses, and I was pretty sure he was going to buckle under the circumstances. I know he's got to win in him, though. I know he's got to win.
Yeah, so someday he'll come, I'm just waiting for that comment from Nasty Nate. Just fuck. So I'm just waiting for that. So
he just smashed his computer, I think.
Yeah.
Shit.
We won't see him
move
again.
to Brewers first 5. I bet I got to get in on that. Goddamn. Okay. All right. I got to get my action in here, as many of us do. Billy Friedrich said that Justin ran that race perfectly. The Dapper Capper wants an inquiry. Saturated said it's fixed. And Crystal Craig, we love you. Thank you for dropping by here.
I wish I could fix these fucking horses. I'd fix it for me one fucking time. Just give me in the mix a little bit. Fuck.
Well,
God damn.
I'm going to bet on the Las Vegas Golden Knights here. That'll be the first thing I do. No Pietrangelo. Pietrangelo not going to be in the lineup, but Chandler Stevenson and Waugh will be. That's enough for me. -1. I think it's smash and grab. And we got a lot of money to make.
Yeah.
So
by the way, quick addition. I will be putting my balls on the table, and it's going to piss me off if the Padres team total cashes. But I'm on the Oakland A's, Washington Nationals, first 5 under as well there. I'm going to be on 4.5, I believe it is. I'm going to bet it right now. I'm looking for it. 4.5 at -110 for me.
JPZ, honestly, I think I have 3 best bets in the NHL. 3. All 3 of my bets. I think they're just great. Now, one's correlated because one's the Hurricanes -1 with the Blues team total under 2.5, which sort of correlated. And then I'm going to be moving on Vegas right now. I just wanted more information on who's going to be in and who was going to be out. So that's that. Let's go get that cash. I'm excited about tonight's card. I'm excited about the opportunity to cap with you guys every day. I'm excited about NBA going to the playoffs. I'm excited about our workload slowing down. And I'm excited to watch you continue to succeed in MLB. Jose Bouquett, my friend. And here's Nasty Nate. Nasty Nate.
He has a way with words. It obviously wasn't going to be just a normal fuck. It had to be very descriptive.
Let's sorry, do a full review. I apologize for not doing that. Slatsy, Oilers team total over 3.5. Oilers money line together. That's a -130 this morning. He's also on with me on the Blues team total under 2.5. Bobano's on the draw in Hurricanes, Blues, and the over 5.5. I'm on the Blues under 2.5 and the Hurricanes -1. Bobano's on the over 5.5. Nashville, Chicago. I'm off. Bobano's on the Oilers team total over 3.5 -159 and the over 6.5. I'm off. Bobano's on the Knights in regulation. I'm about to bet Knights -1, and then we're off Flames, Ducks. But Mikey Money did give us a very interesting angle that's been cashing ridiculously, and that's away favorite seeking revenge from a home loss as a favorite, which the Flames are. 555 and 286 when priced under -200. Ricky Bobby is going to take the Sixers first quarter. If Embiid's in, I'd like to join him on that. Bobano's on the over 221.5 in Bulls Wizards. I'm not going to move on the Wizards, but I get it. And North Ender got him at plus 2.5. Bobano's on the Hornets plus 7.5. I got 8.5 this morning. He's on the over 217.5 at Charlotte Boston. Bobano's on the Pacers plus 3, and BJ's on the Pacers plus 2.5. I need the Pacers to win this basketball game badly, very badly.
God,
so
let's
badly.
go fucking Raptors tonight, baby. Come on. I need that shit.
Oh, Billy says, are the Flames seeking revenge, though they seem not to care? That's fair, but it is a revenge type situation, and I beat them 5-3 about a week ago. I'm going to move on the Nets, I think. I want a little bit more time. Billy Friedrich's pig milk play today is the Nets-Knicks over 211.5. Raptors Heat off, Lakers Grizzlies off. Bobano's on the Timberwolves minus 13.5, and he's on OKC first half minus 8.5. I'm interested in joining him on that. He's on the Spurs plus 12.5. The Mavericks over 115.5 team total. Then your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today's Golden State minus 4. I'm interested in joining him on that. Bobano's on the over 220 in that game. I have some interest in the Blazers, but I don't think I'm going to get there. Bobano's on the over 219 and the Blazers plus 7.5, and the Blazers team total over 106.5, and he's on the over 223.5 in Utah LA Clippers, and he's on the Suns minus 4.5. I already bet the Suns minus 5. Honestly, I wouldn't. It moved from 3 to 5 at Bet Online, but I can understand BJ being concerned that the line's not moving further. And then we've already reviewed MLB, so we can put a bow on this. But some cappers we didn't review their action. I said I would. Philly Eagle Flyer, the Tug Your Balls play today is all tied after 2 innings. Plus 152 in Colorado, Toronto. Joey Harb, Red Sox over 8.5. Barbarito on the over 8 in Rockies Blue Jays. Smooth Balls play today, Rays money line. Frank Virginia's on Mets, Guardians, Twins, and Rangers. Doug's on the Blue Jays minus 1.5. The New York Mets money line, and the Yankees game got postponed. And then Fat Wally gave us his plan for NASCAR Echo Park. He's got 1 unit on Reddick, a half unit on Elliott, and a half unit on Briscoe. Reddick 7-1, Elliott 16-1, Briscoe 80-1. Vinnie Max on the Tigers under 7.5. Barbarito's on the Angels first 5 minus 105, and the 4 spreadsheet plays today. Really 3 spreadsheet plays today, and then the dog spreadsheet. Spreadsheet play today, hockey Vegas minus 1, baseball Yankees, which is canceled. Spreadsheet play today, basketball Warriors, and then the dog spreadsheet is the LA Angels. DC Capper, thank you. Jay Peasy, thank you. Billy Friedrich, Lower Alabama, Hooper, Justin McKelvey, congratulations on your hundo. Richly deserved.
Yep.
Corey Coker, King Al, North Ender, Nasty, motherfucking Nate, Joe Yurkovich. Thank you guys. Jarek White, Nunya, Gerald Jones. Great group. Fat Wally, Saturated, Old E, Crystal Craig, Joey Marinaccio, Billy Friedrich, Bo Jackson, Joey Harb. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for being gold members. Thank you for being members. Thank you for all you do for us. We have nothing without you guys. And Jose, this was the long one. Not our longest, but a long one. Good luck.
Yeah, and
it's
not going to be fuck yeah. 6 bets and makes me nervous. And I'm going to the beach tonight, Jimmy. So Say Hey plays from the beach tomorrow and Sunday is going to be very fun.
Dope.
I'll tell you that. Yeah. No, but God bless basketball being over after this fucking week. Fuck that sport. I wish everyone the best. It's going to be fun. I can't wait to get this cash tonight. I'm going to be sweating my ass off, and I've got a bunch of errands to run. So appreciate everyone. Father, I wish you luck.
I need it.
I'm sorry that you got a little PTSD brought back from Echo Park.
Yeah,
happens.
That sucked.
Yeah.
I've never, have you run away? I legitimately had to run away. Like I legitimately
fearing for your life.
That was I would run away. And never before, never after. Just that period of my life, I ran away maybe 6 times. The only guy who would smile at me was the security guard at the bank. And I know he was like, "The fuck are you doing down here?" And you know what? The trigger, the word they would say, "What's up, dude?" And that meant I'm either going to get robbed or egged or beaten up or, yeah.
That's trauma. We'll unpack the trauma one day at a time, one NASCAR bet at Echo Park at a time.
Thank you. Yeah, Joe Marinaccio going out tonight too.
What the fuck? I was like, when I heard that, I was shocked. My mouth was on the floor. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Jimmy's going outside?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Of course, you're going to go see comedy, but
I would not. I don't like going to see comedy. That was my whole life, and I'm done that shit. I don't really enjoy it. But my friend's opening for the great Harlan Williams, and that's worth it.
yeah, I don't like going to go see comedy either, truthfully. But I'll do it to go see my pal Pavone next month.
Yeah, that'll be dope.
Shout out to Pavone. I think he cashed with us. With I don't know how his day went the other day when he was.
No, it did not go well because he was with everything that I was on. It started out great with the Twins beating the Dodgers. I don't want to get into it. I want to talk about today's money.
Yes, let's get after it, guys. Nunya, Fat Wally, Joey, Lower Alabama, all you guys that watch, J-Dub, Saturated, who might owe me a steak. I don't know. I still haven't looked. I'm still too lazy to go look. Saturated. I think he does. I don't know. I don't know if I think he does. Shout out to you guys. We'll see you guys next time. And Leche, knock down my mic. Los Bookmakers.